Good morning. Welcome to the commission workshop on our budget. Today's Tuesday, July 16th, 2019. It's 9 a.m. in City Chambers. I call the City Commission special meeting to order. Those present with me are Commissioner Luke, Vice Mayor McDowell, myself, Mayor Hanks, Commissioner Carrasone, Commissioner Emmerich, City Manager Lear, our Assistant City Attorney Golan. We have our Assistant City Clerk Taylor back there, Chief of Police Garrison, and Fire Chief Titus. So if you would please, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And if I could have Mr. Golan lead that, it would be great.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do I have any public comments?
For you, Mayor.
Okay. All right, if you would please, I'll call your name. Let's see, do we have the microphone over here? I don't see it. Oh, okay, so we'll go over to this one. Lewis Macri and Greg Coley. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record. Huh? Oh yeah, it won't. It won't start, sir.
Can you hear me? Good morning. My name is Lewis Macri, 2543 Arugula Drive. I was at the 3 workshops that you had. I know, and I've been involved with this for over 4 years. At the workshop, there were a couple of issues that came up, and I haven't heard the answers yet. Commissioner McDowell, number 1 question, do we have sheriff's deputies living outside the city who take their vehicles to and from home on a daily basis? I ask that you have a legal opinion to determine whether, if you did have that, are we straight on IRS rules and regulation? I haven't heard an answer to that. Next, another item I brought up, when you were talking, I'm taking the lead from your discussion. When you were bringing up items where you had a vacancy for a whole year in the clerk's department, okay, that's, we have a budget that's costing the city taxpayers money, and if we don't use it, if there was a need, okay, so I raised the question as to can we get Peter, city manager, to produce a report showing the actual and the adopted budget for the payroll accounts for the major funds. I haven't seen that either, all right? So you want us to attend budget workshops. Chuck and I were the only ones here for a couple of them. I was the only one here for one of them, okay? If we ask for something, let's try to produce it. Either that or I'm wasting my time speaking, all right? The issue on the payroll accounts, why I wanted to see that was to see trends, all right? I did go through. I mean, I'm not lazy, all right? I went online to try to go through the budget online, okay, is a lot of work. Peter can do that in 10 minutes on the accounting systems. 15 minutes maybe, Peter, all right? I just looked, I'm not picking on the police department, but I looked at the police department, all right? The adopted budget was about $500,000 less than the actual in year 2018. Okay, why? Okay, that's what you want to see. Payroll is one of the major expenses on the city, okay? We should look at the payroll accounts, including benefits and so forth, all right? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for information. That's what you should be looking for as well. And then, obviously, the other thing I brought up, hopefully you're going to live with it, I brought it up for 4 years, is reserves, okay? The reserves should be 15 to 20%, no greater.
Thank you, Mr. Macri.
My 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Mr. Lear, can somebody get with him and speak with him?
I answered every one of his questions after the last one. Furnished him, city manager can even verify that. I involved him in the discussions. I did not know there was any more open questions that he was asking for, so I thought it was fulfilled.
maybe staff can get with them and
So can somebody just get with him on whatever wasn't fulfilled, maybe?
We can do that. All of that information is online, with the exception of the vehicle. As far as vehicles, yes, we follow the IRS code on every vehicle that is driven to and from. Just for the commission and public education, the emergency vehicles such as the fire and police that do have the take-home vehicles, whether they live in the city or not, are exempt from taxation according to the IRS code. So it's pretty easy to follow when somebody's exempt.
Right. Okay, Mr. Gregg.
Greg Cooley, 1274 Overhead Street, Northport. I'm here to try to understand what you're proposing for the 2019-20 city budget. This is what's being reported in this Northport newspaper article and a letter from the city. Millage rates up 27%, solid waste up 8%, fire and rescue up 10%, road and drainage up 34%. If this is true, then the Northport portion of my personal taxes are going to go up over $200 or 18% in 1 year. And that's before Sarasota County raises my assessment value, and that will also happen. Let me remind you, tax roll growth in Sarasota County has been increasing at an average of 6 to 8% over the past 2 to 3 years, and this should be more people sharing the tax burden. Property assessments values have increased 2.3% in 17, 2.1% in 18. Northport already passed and received a 7.5% road and drainage increase in 2017. Northport already passed and received a 9% increase in fire and rescue last year. Now you say you need more taxation for a total revenue increase of 18% for the coming year? Here are some indicators of what is reality out here in the real world for us taxpayers. And it's not 18%. Social Security COLA, 2.8% this year. CPI, Consumer Price Index, for the last year, holding at 1.8%. Personal wages are rising at 2.3%, nowhere near 18%. So I ask you, when's enough taxation is enough? I can't believe you're proposing another extra 18% above current growth rates and increased assessment values. Unless you have a good explanation for this, I think this city has a very serious spending problem, and you need to get the spending and your budgeting under control. Expecting us taxpayers to chip in another 18% for 2019-20 is outrageous, ridiculous, and fiscally irresponsible. Many, probably most of us, cannot afford this. But if you truly need 18%, how about adding 6% over the next 3 years? That way you're not slamming us with a huge hit all in one single year. Or add 0.25% to the local consumer tax rate, or do a combination of both. In closing, I ask you, whose money is this? Is it yours or is it the taxpayers? Remember where the city's revenues come from and that you have an obligation to be fiscally responsible. From where I stand, you should be ashamed of yourself for even proposing an 18% tax increase on a single year burden on the homeowners. I'm sorry, folks, it's just out of the question. We can't afford it.
So I do want to make a comment for those. Yeah, thank you, sir. For the last 10 years, we have artificially been holding down our millage. Started mainly because of the recession, which is understandable. But since I've been on the board, we've been artificially holding it down too for the last 3 years. I remember 3 years ago, when we had our first budget, I said, pull off the Band-Aid because now it's 7%. It's going to end up being 25 before long. Last year, artificially held it down. It's, whatever it was, I said it's going to be 25% before long. All of a sudden, here it is. Every time we have a state legislature that wants a vote, he says, I will raise your homestead exemption. Every time we vote for a homestead exemption, our millage goes up because it comes out of our coffers. It's important to understand that. There's a lot of things at play here that are not just us spending money. I'm not saying that there's nothing that we can't cut. We've already cut $5.5 million out of this budget from the proposed. Now we're working on, I guess, the line item aspect of it. There's a lot of things at play than just spending money. And it goes all the way to the state level. So, and there's a lot more I could discuss. I'm going to have a town hall on August 12th. So you're welcome to come to it. Okay. Vice Mayor. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Commissioner
Vanessa,
Carasone.
whatever. Whatever. I know what it's like to be passionate about that. Okay, I do, unfortunately, I just want to apologize that I wasn't here for the last two budget meetings because I had a death in the family. So I have a few very minor questions, but it kind of goes all over the board. So if I can just touch on those. First of all, is that the HDE version, it does have 2 years to 3 years in some departments, but not all. And so what would be great is if it was consistent. So for instance, parks, they don't have actuals of the personnel expenses, but then police, in 2016, 17, I'm just giving a general, I'm not, but yet you go to police and it's got it from 16 to 17. So I guess I'm just looking for consistency.
Yeah.
It was a new department.
I see what you're saying, okay. So there were others, and I didn't really tab them because I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time on it. I just wanted
Yeah,
consistency,
the reports
that's
were all
all.
run the same, so if they don't have personnel, that means personnel didn't exist.
Okay, all right. Next is, I would like, before we have this finalized, to find out in all of the departments, the city manager's department, I mean, every department, what is it that was budgeted, just as Mr. Macri has said, what was budgeted, salaries, I mean, what is directly tied to either the fee or the assessment rates, that was not used last year.
It's over.
Right. The year that's over. So in other words, city clerk's department had the one position that was open for over a year. How much was that? It was not filled. I know that money's going back into the fund balance. Okay, so those are the things that I want to know. Road and drainage, there's some possible salaries that were not filled. What went back into the fund balance? There are some departments that pulled projects out of their either assessment fees or their district fees. I want to know how much of that was not spent in the year 18-19. And then that's going to give us a general idea and broken down so that gives us a general idea of what goes back in the fund balance. And I know it's not guaranteed.
19, yeah, 'cause it's not over.
I understand that, but you know what's encumbered. You know that there are some positions that have been filled halfway through the year, and that those positions then would actually find a savings, and that savings cost will then in turn go back into the fund balance. So you get what I'm saying.
Vice Mayor, you had
Yeah,
something?
I had actually sent an email to city manager because the road and drainage gave us a estimate of what will go back into the fund balance at the end of this year, is obviously an estimate, wanting that for each department in each district. And I didn't get that yet, city manager. Is that something that's still forthcoming, or?
Just finished. So I can send you that by the funds. It's not going to be to the detail by position or anything like that, but it will be by category, personnel, operating, and capital if it existed in those. Most of the capital, the projects.
By department, or is it just broken down by general fund and then each of the districts?
By general fund in the districts.
Yeah, see, and so when you talk general fund, if I can just expand upon that, when you talk general fund, I want to know how many in the police department, how much salary per se in the police department was budgeted for last year, and then how much of that money is going to go back into the general fund because we didn't get them in here in time. Same with the fire department. You get what I mean? Like, I want it broken down in departments so it gives us a general idea. Now, capital, unless it's tied to the fees and the ad valorums, I think that that's just a carryover. So I'm really not too concerned about that because it's a CapEx fund, so it just kind of carries over. I'm really more concerned about those things that are tied to the fees that they're requesting for an increase. That's what I'm concerned about, okay? So those are the two things on a general basis. And then I will go through my questions by department. I don't know My first department is, of course, the city clerk's department. And I'm doing everything out of my HTE version. It was just easier for me to work that way. The city clerk's department on page 16, we talk about police department records training. I know that that was polled per commission at the last meeting. Unfortunately, I believe that we are in desperate need of this police department public record training. And if that's not the case, that those police department records will be handled solely within the police department versus the city clerk's office, I believe that we're going to have to change the ordinance. So
I actually requested that to be brought in an agenda item in September.
well, that'll be prior to us approving this, correct?
As long as city's manager puts it before it.
It will be, the first meeting we have is September 5th, which is also the first reading of the budget.
Yes.
But the city clerks that, if I may, Mayor, that SLA is for citywide training that was done last year. That's why we did it.
No, there's $5,960 for the citywide training, but then there's only $2,200 specifically for police department record training. And my assumption was from the SLA was that it was to get the city clerk's department trained with the laws that are very specific to the police department and their public records, not only retention, but redactions and so on and so forth, because we are very much failing on that side in the city clerk's department. And it's kind of it's a two-way street. We have an ordinance that says that the city clerk has to be the public records holder, and yet
Asked that there was an issue of why they brought that forward, or actually City Attorney Moriarty did. But we have seen that it is failing us the way that it is designed. So one of two things, you're either going to have a lot of training and more personnel, or you just simply redo the structure in the ordinance.
that's what I'm trying to get at.
Exactly.
I've been
So
wanting that
so
ordinance
that
revised
just
for
needs
3
to be
years.
done in September, and that way we don't have to worry about adding more personnel and training. Put
then
the
we'll
right
have
people
to-
in the right place doing the right thing, it saves you.
Thank you. And then I would also say that when we do have that discussion, we also have to look at, is it worth training them anyways in case something slips through? Because stuff slips through all the time. You know what I mean?
That's for that discussion, but I'm going to disagree wholeheartedly with that. If you're going to refine it to the 100% where it needs to be. Leave them apart.
Bottom line is that will come back, is what I'm hearing, correct, city manager?
Yes, it's going to be on a meeting in September. But from a budgetary perspective, if you guys want to add it in.
It has to be now.
No, if you don't want to add it in. And keep in mind, I'm just saying, I have two of you shaking your heads no. I just want to know that if you want the training added in, whether it be in the police department or in the city clerk's office.
This is city clerk specifically.
I get that.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is they're both general fund, so if you want to add it, if you want the training to happen, we need to budget for it. So it doesn't matter whether you put it in the clerk's office or in the police department. If you want it budgeted, you need a budget for it. September creates a problem. Changing the budget then it creates a last minute changes to the budget, and at times that's how mistakes happen, is when we try to rush. So
I guess then, thank you for suggesting that. I think that you should, my personal opinion, and I'll wait for the others to kind of chime in, I believe that you should leave it in the budget, whether it's in the city clerk's office or the city, or in the police department's office of records, regardless of which one. That would be the decision after we have that conversation on September 5th. But I believe that there are so many laws, Marcy's Law to be a perfect example, that needs specific training. I truly believe that it's $2,200 in the grand scheme of things. It is a very, very minuscule amount, and I do believe we need to keep it in, because that's how important it is to make sure that our police records are being exempt correctly and withheld and redacted and placed out there in the public as per law.
With it, though, is that 200 or 2,000 something is within the clerk's department. And I think restructuring the way that it actually needs to be and separating the two, that's padding the clerk's department by 2,000, where actually it needs to be maybe more training in the police department.
Well, that's kind of what I said, is just leave it in, and then once we have that discussion, it doesn't, right, but when we have that discussion, we can shift it.
Is it already in police department, though?
No.
In police, is there anything for beefing up their aspect of public record requests or training?
No, there is not.
Swing it out of the clerk's department, put it within the police department under that type of training, personally, myself.
Do you have an opinion on that?
As long as I'm fine with putting it in either place, and we'll have a discussion in September. So at the end of the day, like I said, they're both general fund. If you guys give us the direction in September 5th, I believe is when we're putting that on there, 5th or 9th, to restructure the way the public records is done, then before the budget is adopted, or even after the budget is adopted, since it's both general fund, I will transfer the funds to the correct department. That is allowed to happen. I just want to make sure that if you're going to want the training done in one department or the other, we make sure we budget for it.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I'm looking at the training expense in the police department's fund, and I'm seeing about $112,000 in training and education.
Different kind of training.
The $112,000, I'm sure that there's something in there that applies directly to records, and I'm looking at this long list, there's like 15 items on here, and I'm trying to do it quickly, but,
There is some in there that is for records. But the question I was asked was, is there to beef up more than what we normally have? And the answer to that was no. If you want additional training beyond what we've done in the past to shifting the work, that's why I answered the way I did.
Mind beefing it up a little bit with $2,000 because we are going to be changing the way we're doing things. And so there needs to be a little more edification or instruction. By doing that, then we've protected ourselves with that $2,000.
Not only that, we have other laws that have come into place. We have GovQR that may need training. City chief looks like he's got something he could talk about.
Chief, did you have some?
Just that in our training budget, there's nothing for the records training. It's the
And-
clerk's office.
For officers.
and
Thank you.
I see that there's SRO training for $1,000. What SRO training is there? We only have 2 SRO officers.
Right, we are required to maintain certain training for SROs, and we do some of the $1,000. For Association of Police Officers.
Is that for just 2 officers, the $1,000?
Training, conferences,
Unfortunately, I don't have what last year's was, so that's why I have to ask the question. So, all right.
So, Commissioner Lee, you're saying that you're okay with keeping the 2,200, just shifting it over to the police department, right? Because you're bringing forth the ordinance on September 5th, Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, as long as it's going into the police department, that would be fine.
And I think that's a great suggestion. Commissioner Lynch? Okay, there you go,
Okay.
city manager.
Okay.
What you need to do.
Next is the vehicle and fleet maintenance removal that you guys did on city clerk's department. Will that be reflected in the the budget when we get it in September, you know, that decrease in the, do we have an estimated amount of the decrease in that?
I think it was only like $1,080.
Really? Oh, my goodness.
Not that old.
Yeah. I just worry about taking away that vehicle, but we have a pool vehicle, right? And where's that pool vehicle?
Pool vehicles.
What?
We have many pool vehicles.
Where is that
You answered it. It's a
Right.
pool vehicle.
I said, where is that pool vehicle located, please?
Fleet maintains the pool vehicles.
Okay, but where
Lot-
physically does it
It's in
sit?
parking spot 27.
I thought it was 27A.
I think you got fleet right here.
Good morning. Ken Rapoon, Fleet Manager. Fleet Management does have a pool of vehicles. We've got a truck, a Transit Connect, and a Taurus currently is what we have. We have those out at Fleet Management. In the event that Commissioner or City Managers would like to use those, we will bring those up to you.
Okay. All right, that's what, well, I guess it's going to take a whole lot of planning, because I know that, you know, city clerk's office does a lot of running at certain points in time, you know, especially like running to get lunch if we're having an all-day workshop. I don't know if that's really not having something here.
We have a program to where everybody can sign up to use it, but in a case like that for the commission, as Mr. Rapoon mentioned, or the department heads, we will arrange to have the vehicle here.
Okay.
You just let us know when, we'll make sure it's here.
Excellent. All right, thank you. I don't know if I'd go anywhere far away, by the way.
Yeah, they're not.
All right. It's all right. They need their steps. Okay, next is the organizational structure of the clerk's department. One of the things is that the commission, when we built this building, had the intent of having an executive secretary for the commission specifically. And I believe that Becky is doing that job right now. I think that if there's going to be a what do you call it? A reclassification, then we need to remove one of those administrative service specialists and create the commission executive secretary so that it falls in line with what she's really doing. I don't know if there's going to be so much of a financial impact, but I do realize that there's other places within here that has already looked at that in their departments and have done the exact same thing, shifted people into the executive secretary or executive administrative format by reclassifying them, and yet, you know, this division didn't have anything. So, I mean, one of them, I think, was a $4,000 changeover, and I don't know what the number structure is as far as what an executive secretary would be different. The financial impact, I guess, is what I'm trying to get as far as administrative services specialist versus an exec sec. So I guess that would be something I'd like to know about. Because I know that we cut the budget very well here, but I do believe that we need to get back to our roots and what we had planned in the first place, which was, again, to have someone specific to the commission, and that's what seems to be going on.
Commissioner Carazon, I'm just having a really huge issue with what this consultant was supposed to be bringing back to us. He came in yesterday morning.
I haven't even gotten there yet, yeah.
I don't know of any other consultant that we pay money to that doesn't come give a presentation to the commission and the body that actually decided
it.
and hired them to come or to do consulting.
That's something we do.
And part of it, because I was the one that made the motion, part of it, and Commissioner Carazon was right behind me on this, that there needed to be a revamp and a look at the entire clerk department, public records system, the whole thing. And I don't know if that is what has been done by this consultant. We've been kept out of it at every angle. It discourages me. It sends up red flags like crazy as to who is accountable for putting this forward, this RFP or whatever, if the commission is going to be held out of it. That is a charter officer, that is that charter officer's department, and we have been blinded as a commission. I don't like that. So the things that you're bringing up is exactly what I thought. This consultant was going to make recommendations of how to streamline and make it more efficient. To my knowledge, he didn't even see the deficit between the police department and the city clerk's office. If there was a true overview and there was a report that came to us who said, I mean, just as basic as, all right, I came in on thus and such day and I spoke with this one and here were issues, or I did not find an issue, or I would make a recommendation. I don't even have anything like that to validate why we paid and paying more for about $35,000 and upward. We put a limit of $50,000 on it. I can't, in the position that I'm in, be settled about something like that, because as these gentlemen have stated, this is taxpayers' dollars, and we are accountable for it, and I have not been given any accountability to this whatsoever.
Thank you, Commissioner, because I agree wholeheartedly. I think until we find out what the recommendations are, it's very I didn't read it. So is it something that we
It's
received
only
at the
a
11th hour?
We got an email about 2-3 weeks ago, and it was only about records management in the clerk's office. It had nothing to do with looking.
That was the study.
That's exactly what we directed for them to look at, records management and the clerk's department, along with the public records, as that's the purpose of the consultant. And all that we got back was a consultant's records management plan. And no presentation to commission that authorized or directed this to be conducted to begin with. So,
Let me just pick my mouth up off the floor, because I really thought we were going to get a compact study. I guess that's my bad, assuming that that was not it.
can I, here's the perfect storm that came into play. We gave the direction, I believe, when Miss Patsy was the clerk.
Yes,
Miss Patsy resigned.
yes.
Miss Katie picked up the ball.
Yes.
Miss Katie was new. Miss Katie created the RFQP, whatever it was. And this is what we have today. Now Miss Katie's not here, and now Miss Heather is picking up the pieces from something that was directed from Miss Patsy. So this is a perfect storm that came into play where it wasn't being followed with what commission directed. And this is one of my biggest concerns citywide of commission directives. If it wasn't clear, we weren't asked. If they wanted to do this, we weren't told this is what they were doing. And they changed it. And it's bothersome to me because we paid for $35,000 to get a records management program without looking at the police department in conjunction with the clerk's department regarding the GovQA, regarding the structure of the clerk's department, and it's a mess. Bottom line, it's a mess, and I'm not happy about it either.
Well, there's, in my opinion, there's one person sitting at this table that can take care of this issue.
Well, I don't know if we can, it's another clerk's department.
The buck always stops right over there at that end of the
No, it's a charter
table.
officer's position.
But he can bring this back, he can put it, on an agenda, and we can have a discussion as to what is going on.
I had asked multiple times from the clerk's department for what was actually part of the plan for this consultant. What was the scope of work requested? For some reason, I haven't got it.
Oh, I was told, give the guy a call, so I gave the guy a call, and it sounded like there was soft steps, to be done, because you're dealing with public records. I'm going to give you my opinion. Public records is there for the public.
Absolutely.
And the discussion about what goes on in public records can be dealt and discussed with the public, listening. I mean, that is what the intent of the sunshine laws and, public record requests is to let them know what goes on in their government. So I don't pussyfoot around because it's called public records. I don't.
Well, and Commissioner, if I may add on to that, there's, if this request for this other records specialist was attached to the fact that we were going to make public records online accessible, which I've been asking for 15 years, I'd be all in. But honestly, it's not. So as far as I'm concerned, having that position in there without any recommendations, I believe that should be removed, and that the administrative service specialist needs to be reclassified as the commission's executive secretary. That's what I believe.
Yeah, as far as the GovQA, which is the public records program that we instituted, commission gave direction on that. And we also asked for a presentation to be made about the public records new program. And that was done in early 2017. Took forever to get it up and going. It went live in April, and hello, again, a directive was given to give us a presentation, and we haven't gotten one. And I understand goes back to that perfect storm. It was when Miss Patsy was in charge of getting the new program. Miss Patsy resigned, Miss Katie picked up the reins at wherever that point was, and now Miss Katie's not here. Miss Heather is trying to get everything implemented. And as far as the public records technician too, that's vacant, yes, I agree. That needs to just go away. That'll put money back into the budget. As far as the administrative specialist, I believe that is an already administrative position, and it falls under the clerk's office.
You have two administrative specialists, so what I'm saying is get rid of one, and you reclassify the other as to the commission executive secretary, because that's what we have.
I'd like to see what financial impact that reclassification is.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at, is if you remove the records, or the records specialist, it's gonna be less
Cover the cost.
impact overall with a reclass.
Commissioner Luke?
I would really like to get the input from Heather. So I think this is something that can be discussed on the September 5th.
Oh, I didn't know she was here. I thought Miss Ida was sitting back there.
It's right here.
So in the discussion that we have on September 5th, that gives her some time to run through everything, but I would love to have her input. That extra person is because of that debacle of police department and city clerk offices. They're buried trying to handle the redactions that they shouldn't be handling. So that is why that person was necessary. The restructuring and the redoing of that ordinance will clarify that. The consultant, I would have said, you need to cross-train here. These positions need to be doing blah, blah, blah. Maybe looking at the job assignments and helping out in those to make it more efficient, make it run more efficiently. But personally, myself, I would rather continue this type of discussion as far as hierarchy and the chart after Heather has some input into it.
Well, two things. First of all is that I didn't hear anything in that presentation by the city clerk's department that the reason why the second admin service, or that the records specialist was going to be placed in there had anything to do with PD. She said,
Seen in my entire life, you didn't hear anything out of it.
That the study was going to create more work and therefore they needed this additional person. And so now I'm hearing the study doesn't create more work, and it didn't really have the context that we had directed in the first place. So I go back to what city manager had said, this is kind of the make it or break it part. We really need to find out, is this something that we're willing to pursue? And if so, I mean, I'm sure finance can kind of figure out the classification differences. HR, anyone. I mean, it's not that hard, right?
Yeah, city manager's waiting to weigh in.
Waiting for a chance.
I'm sorry. There's no lights. What do you want? And I'm sorry for taking your fan because I was having a stroke.
No, you're fine now.
So I'm going to attempt to address as many of these at once as I can. And Heather, I'm not trying to jump all over your department, but some of these I think I can help you with. First, the presentation. You just met with the consultant on a records management plan yesterday. You are correct. That is what it was a records management plan. Whether it's what you wanted or not, it's what it is. And I'm going to address what we have first. So we can certainly get you all a presentation. I know that it was directed at the first time when this was first discussed. We've had multiple conversations that was what was directed. And we will get the consultant here to do a presentation for you all of that plan.
Better not charge extra for that.
You know.
Thank you.
So if you'd like a copy of the RFQ that went out, I'm not positive that ever went in front of commission or not, considering it was, I don't know whether it went out as a PO or whether it was an actual contract that was signed. Either way, we'll get you a copy of the RFQ that will list the scope and everything that he was supposed to do. So you'll have that. I'll have finance get that out to you probably today or tomorrow. As far as restructuring, I think we had that conversation of who should do what public records. We know we're going to have another conversation on that in September. As far as positions go, whether you wanted to reclassify somebody from an administrative support specialist, I believe is what you said, to you used the term executive secretary. Almost have that title, but I think I know what you meant. Those are very different pay grades. The individual that is currently sitting in your front entryway is in the administrative service specialist. If that was the individual reclassified to the other position, it would include a pay cut.
A pay cut.
A pay cut. Because the administrative service specialist is a higher position than an executive assistant, which is what we have, which is the.
I put executive secretary. Maybe it's something else? Oh, okay.
That's why I said as close as I can get to the actual title we have for what I think it is you're looking for. So an executive assistant is a lower pay grade than administrative services specialist. So if we were to reclassify that position, which is something HR would have to evaluate based on the job duties of whatever that person actually is doing, the titles come after we figure out what they're doing. We figure out what that person would do, and then we come up with what is, because we're using titles here: executive assistant, administrative services specialist. The question is, what work does the person actually do? The title doesn't matter. You can call me village idiot for all you want, but the fact of the matter is I'm still doing the same work. So we figure out the work they're doing, and the job title gets, based on the work they do.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because there was some sort of a commission executive assistant or a commission executive secretary budgeted for back in like '06 when just right after this building was built. And so I assumed it was still there.
It would be an executive assistant position. It was never, I can tell you it hasn't been budgeted.
Direct to commission though.
And that may be, but that position has not been budgeted for at least 10 years. All that work that position would do has always been done by somebody in the clerk's office. If the commission decides you want that position or want one of those positions eliminated from the clerk's office and added as that, if that's what the body says, we'll have to figure out, who that would be. Because just because there's somebody sitting out front doesn't mean that's the person that happens with.
Right.
But I wanted you asked the financial impact. The administrative services specialist is several pay grades above an executive assistant.
I did not know that. Okay. Well, that's why I asked.
If I missed any, I tried to, like I say, you guys You hit on multiple different things. I tried to address off the top of my head what I thought you brought up. Justification for those positions, that's up to the city clerk. Unfortunately, she's not here. Nothing against our deputy city clerk, but she's in an awkward position of having to defend the need or lack of a need for a position when she hasn't been in a position to evaluate the need or lack of need for that position. That being said, it is budget time, and you all can ask anything you want.
That's fine.
Yeah. The public records technician, I know there's 2 of them, full-time employees. Only one has been doing the job for the past year and a half, almost a year and a half. We are going to be, from listening to Commissioner Luke, we're going to be having a budget, a agenda item in the future to discuss the clerk's department and the public records and stuff. I am all for taking out that second position. It hasn't been there. And once we realize and change whatever we need to change in the ordinance, PD does PD's records. And I do not understand why they send them over here to the clerk's department to have them take.
It was the ordinance.
It's in the ordinance. Yeah.
It was a specific direction multiple times because it was brought up and then it was reinforced 2 to 3 times again that no, the commission direction in our code says that the city clerk is responsible, and the commission wanted all public records to go through the clerk's office.
But
And like you said about following commission direction.
Right. Followed it, and I appreciate that. I just, because I don't have the code in front of me, I don't know if it says the city clerk's department or designee or who she appoints or anything like that, but the police department has their records department, and if I understand correctly, they have a supervisor that has to clear everything to make sure it's redacted, make sure it's correct before it goes out, correct?
Correct.
And then they send it over to the clerk's department for them to give it the thumbs up that it can go out to the citizen.
They verified that what was redacted was supposed to be, it wasn't over or under redacted. It does create an issue. I sent a follow-up statement coming to this, but it was the exact direction that they were told, because it didn't make a lot of sense, because PD has a lot more knowledge on PD exemptions than the clerk's office does, and nothing against anybody in the clerk's office, but knowing all of the exemptions is way more than any one person could possibly be expected to know.
It was written within the charter and in the code. And that was done in 13 or 14, trying to bring about more accountability and that. And Moriarty wrote it for the commission at that time, I believe. And so even this commission, we're not police experts. We don't know what goes on over there, but we do see what's written in the code and the charter, and it's our responsibility to make sure it's fulfilled. And so with it reading that way,
Right.
we're of course saying, that's your neck that's on the line there. You better say yay or nay to that. But it's a wrong way of doing it. Learning now what I know now, there was an error made in
The code?
exactly trying to achieve, and I understand they're trying to achieve something, but we've learned our lesson. And that's why it's being brought up in September to correct it and take some of this redundancy and the stress that's going in on the clerk's department trying to do something they should never be doing. Take it away from them. So I'm in full agreement with Vice Mayor. In my opinion, that position is not validated after the restructuring.
It's not going to be fulfilled in the next couple months anyways, regardless.
So let's get our consensus.
The record specialist to be removed.
Yes.
Just for that too. Yep, there you go.
Okay. And then I would like a consensus to evaluate the position that is sitting in our suite, that, we make sure that there's not been additional requirements set upon that particular position, because my concern is that they're going, yes, they have a scope of duties, and yes, majority of it is but I feel like with the shift of moving them into that, into that area, now it's gone a little bit higher. Not that commission has directed them, but I believe that it's maybe a little bit different and a little bit different classification, and maybe we need to look at that. I just would like to look at it. I'm not saying to do anything, but I think we need to review it. Can I get a consensus for that?
I have no issue, I mean, obviously you guys can take your consensus and let us know what you want done. One of the things I would need to know, after we evaluate the position, so I need an answer today. Right now, that position reports to the city clerk, because it's in the city clerk's department. If it becomes a commission executive assistant, and we'll reevaluate, get the right job title, find out everything that person's expected to do, moving the position could change the reporting structure.
Yeah, because it was supposed to be reporting to city manager, by the way.
No, that's
Yeah.
It could be, it can't report directly to commission.
No.
Because of the charter. But if you move it to be the person who does, whatever we're gonna call the position, we'll figure out what they do. But if you move it out from under the clerk, it does change where they report to. It would make them report to me.
I'm fine with it staying with the clerk.
Simply because of where they would report. So I don't have an issue one way or the other. I think you guys know that, if we have 700 employees, one more doesn't really, as far as reporting structure, doesn't make a big difference to me. But I just want you to be aware that depending on how we restructure that, if you all want that to happen, we'll change that. And, it has impacts.
Yep. Again, I would like the input from Heather and that department as to the structuring and that, what they do. I don't know if an executive secretary to the commission would be able to stay busy 40 hours
Exactly.
a week. So I don't know if we're at that place where we need that position.
That's why
Exactly, so I would think, have them evaluate it, bring it back at that September 5 meeting or whenever it's gonna be, and we tackle it at that point after there's research.
I'm okay with taking a look at it.
Yeah, I just want to look at
I
it.
just don't know that that's the direction that I feel it's
Right.
gonna go, but I don't mind taking a look.
I don't
at the
know,
commissioners
yeah.
now.
Information, no action.
Will we be able to do that by September, though, to evaluate?
Evaluation position for them.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Mr. Emmett?
Simple memo, too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't take 2 or 3 weeks or a month to evaluate it, send a simple memo, and go from there.
City manager, you have your consensus.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to finance. There's been a large, that's HTE version, page 21, large increases to executive salaries, regular salaries. I don't know why, because if anything, I would think that we should have a reduction in the salaries because we brought in a new manager, director, who is by far probably not making as much as the old director I would probably bet money on. No? Really?
Not everybody, comes in at the minimum. We hire people
No,
based
I
on their
know.
experience and qualifications, and, our previous finance director was making the minimum of the pay grade because of having promoted from within and the way that our internal personnel policy works versus bringing somebody from the outside. It's been a conversation this organization's had for a long time, is promoting actually penalizes the person that's in as opposed to bringing somebody in from the outside. You are very limited according to our personnel policy when you promote somebody from what their salary can become, regardless of their experience or qualifications.
Might be something we need to look at.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been,
Inside when we can, no offense, everybody coming from the outside, but.
and that's been, Kim just happens to be the one that you guys get to talk about, and she gets the pleasure of sitting here while we're doing it. But the fact of the matter is, this has been a long-standing issue in the organization that we are working to fix. But yes, our
Conversation.
I would assume that this isn't just this organization. I would think that's department-wide, because we have a lot of that. Yeah, yeah. That's what I wanted to make clear,
Right.
that it's
Personnel
not.
policy, if, you know, I mean, you can go backwards, I can name several people that were impacted by this, that you're limited to what, when you promote somebody, what their salary can be. And you could have somebody that's got tons of experience, took a lower position to come into the organization, now they get promoted. They can only go to this level of a salary regardless of what their skills and qualifications are. And somebody from the outside can have the exact same skills and qualifications
Possibly less.
or less and be brought in at a higher salary.
Yeah, I think we talked about that for PD.
I would
Quite a
absolutely
few
love for you
years.
guys to look at what we can do to fix that, because that's just not good. Are you guys good with that?
Yeah.
I'd also like it to include the effect on, like, some real case employees and how it would have affected their salaries, some real numbers attached to it. Do you know what I mean for comparisons?
Considering I was one of them historically, I can exactly tell you what happened. And if you'd like it, I can show it to you.
Well, not just,
It's not just- it's
you know,
not
like
just
maybe
one. I
five
can
of
give you a
them.
handful of
Yeah,
them.
a whole different scenario.
I'm good.
How it
Okay,
works.
so that impact, getting back to the salary, that impact is really, that $30,000 increase is what? The change in the fact that we have a higher level director pay scale for more than, or for a full year? Is that? Because I,
Yes.
okay, all right. What's the other portion?
Well, like I say, you had somebody, you know, your year-to-date actuals, there was a vacancy for a little bit of time.
Right.
The previous finance director did come in at the minimum because of where she was prior to that. Kim has a tremendous amount, I don't remember off the top of my head how many years of experience as a finance director in multiple
Yeah.
organizations.
Yeah.
Makes you feel better, I took a slight pay cut to come here.
Come on.
Because knowing the leadership.
You knew,
Yes.
you knew we were on fire.
Amazing city manager, it was.
What it was, please. She probably wanted to run when she heard that. Okay, so I'm good with that.
Yeah.
When she came.
We need an ordinance on self-promotion over here, but.
No joke. The overtime at 1,850 and looking at the actuals, other than today's actuals, and I know that the actuals that are year-to-date are more focused on the fact that we didn't have a director and we have a new director and so on and so forth. The actuals have the proposed 1920 is now up to 2,000. Did we remove that or cut it?
Yeah.
Okay, we did drop it to 1,000, all right. I wasn't sure, all right. And 18 people in this department, I'm shocked. That's a lot of people. And I know that finance is a big, does that include purchasing?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that explains that. All right, and then why are so many employees out of this department of 18 all salary versus hourly? That-
Professional level positions.
Like, what?
Almost, I think you have, what, one hourly employee?
Yeah, see, I mean, you could say that about anyone, but do they work over 40 hours? Do you find them here on the, okay, all right. Well, as long as you're, getting what you pay for, I guess is what I'm trying to get at, you don't want.
Plenty of them that would love to be switched to hourly.
I bet they would. Nice try.
Probably
Okay.
starting right with our new director. I'm right behind it.
The line is forming.
And then it has personnel expenditures at a $52,650 increase, and what is that?
That's the total of all the lines above it.
Okay, so that's the insurance, the vision, and so on and so forth because of the increase in the salary. Okay, that makes sense. And then,
May I ask you a quick question, since you talked about benefits and stuff like that? Has this budget been adjusted to show the employees paying for the increases in insurance for their dependents?
see that in September, right?
It has, it's only, since this is the city's cost.
The employee's cost comes out of the
Employee benefit fund,
Employee
which is the-
benefit fund, and that has been adjusted since the Okay. last meeting. All right, so you'll
It
have to.
was
49,000 something.
So it added 49,000 back in?
Yes, it was an
Okay.
increase, but it was only in that fund. You won't see it everywhere else.
No, I get it.
Employee benefit fund, is it 810 or something?
Yeah, it's the 810 fund. It starts way back in page 300 of the HD detail.
We don't have a revised one, and I'm not asking for one at this point because the changes have been so minimal. But I wanted to make sure that that was captured. That was one of my general questions. So thank you for letting me bounce off that, Commissioner Harrison.
Okay, and then, where was the other thing? And then on page,
You can
One.
find that 49,000 on the fourth page of the changes.
these changes were really hard to figure out. I got news for you. They were a nightmare to
I got
me.
through about 5 months and said, yeah, this didn't happen.
Starts on the bottom.
2, 3, 4, that's my page 4.
Third from the bottom. There it is.
Impact fees?
No, yeah.
No.
It's right after the city manager.
Huh?
This right here. Oh, sorry. You see it?
I don't even have that. I don't even know where it is. I may have pulled it out.
Yes.
Okay, so office supplies at $6,630. Seems like an awful lot of office supplies. I mean, that one, and I think, oh, you know what? Are we still on we're on a different account, aren't we? No, 513. So this is still finance. Page 23 of the budget.
There's an SLA increasing at the 1,500. Commissioner, did you see that?
So what, I don't think I did see that in here. There are 15 different damn books to go to.
That one, the actual in 17-18 was more than was actually budgeted in the next year. And it wasn't something we were actually able to cut, as far as I can tell. I think a lot of that is related to the production of the CAFRs and the budget documents.
I was about to say, this book right here probably cost $20.
Yes.
Just in paper and ink.
And last year, though, they produced 2 of them. This year, we're only producing 1, so.
We only got one last year and then an update similar to this year.
Last year in the first round, there were actually 2 separate books.
Yeah.
They were so big. That was combined down to one, not quite as big book. In the second round, there were updates, but it was a little thicker than this. It wasn't
Right.
quite as small. Because we
with the wish list
Correct.
and then went to city manager. This time we did city man. I love it this way. I'm so glad we changed it. Okay, so I'm all right. I'm all right with that. All right. That's it for that department. Alrighty, next is page 54. Who is this? I don't even know. Yes, like I said, I'm doing everything out of the HD. Oh, this is just a general, kind of a general thing. It's not really a big question. It's more about communications, the North Report publication, how it's going out. What I would like to see as far as a direction is concerned is that when we do publications like this, that we include a portion of it dedicated to the West Village District. And to have something like Northport's West Village District updated news and just maybe 3 bullet points. It could be a very small section, But I think, we completely leave them out of the equation when we express the city, and yet we're complaining all the time that they don't include us. So what I'm trying to get at is that it goes two ways, and that we should really try to incorporate West Village news or West Village district information whenever we're doing something. Even if it's just, did you know that to contact your president of the West Village district, their number is? Did you know that, something, or they may have news updates, I don't know,
I tell you one thing I would like, yeah, go ahead.
The solid waste, and Julie and I went over to Island Walk a couple weeks ago, and out of that, Julie's actually gonna make a video, because Island Walk is phenomenal with their recycling and the green, community that they are becoming. So there's actually gonna be a video done of them, showing what all they do for the environment. So that's an aspect.
Because they are part of North Fork. We're accepting them as such also. That also being said, I would like to see, because we mail out these mailers, and I don't know how many get thrown away. I don't know. But I would love to see if we could say, give the option for digital. Like if I want to receive by mail, great. But I have an option for a digital, because I would receive digital, and there's no cost on that once you have the initial production. I would love to see something like that, because that might cut this down to about half.
Well, the overwhelming majority of cost of the thing is postage.
Right.
That's, I believe, over half the cost. That being said, I'm not sure what it would take for us to be able to have people logistically opt out of and keep a list of who opted out.
What happens if that person, that house moves, and then the new person doesn't get it because the first one opted out? So I think keeping the two lists would be a little bit problematic.
Yeah.
But I think we do have a digital version, correct? So, so you can, okay.
Right. Well, I was just trying to say.
I know, that was good thinking, because I didn't think of that either, that someone moves and then what? All right, so can we get a consensus to make sure that in our future communications, be it Northport Report or any others, that we include a West Village District section, excerpt, whatever it is, we need to start including them as much as they need to include us.
I would say, yeah.
I don't think actually you need a certain section for them,
Right.
but just make sure they're included.
There's something about
Yeah,
the West.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
We can certainly try and make sure that there's, assuming there is something going on that's city related.
Maybe it's just a phone call. It says, hey, is there anything you'd like us to put in our?
Yeah, I think that's it. You call them and say, hey, is there anything you'd like us to add? We're getting ready for our quarterly. I think that is a perfect way to handle it.
Commissioner Luke just literally said something, in your next Northport report, you could talk about how they are, participating in the.
I just met last week with the community manager for Island Walk, and that relationship is building. He's fairly new up there in the role as community manager of Island Walk. Eventually, Grand Paradiso and the other neighborhoods will also have one. Most of those neighborhoods are still highly developer controlled. Island Walk's closer to being done and resident controlled. So they have a community manager, and they have a newsletter, but we're going to work with that individual as well. So this just fits right into a relationship we're already building.
The rest of the city needs to know too.
Absolutely.
There's new developments going on,
Yep.
new restaurants, things like
Yeah.
that.
CERT program, that used to thrive in, this section of the city, and that can be highlighted.
Yeah, and that was, anyways, so we have consensus
Yes.
to include, because I can't tell you how important it is to, it goes two ways. We can't complain that they're not saying they're not in Northport, and yet they're not doing anything. Okay, page 60. I think this is, Police Department. And yes, I'm on 61 now. This is really just simple. We talk about an SLA, special detail pay for school, for Cool Today Park. And it is, what's the total here? It looks like approximately 58,000 and change. Don't we charge for this special detail? Okay.
Special, what do you have? Detail. Yeah, special pay, and there's like special detail pay. There's, one is,
Specialty pay is CBA, per CBA contract on officers that hold special certifications. Special detail pay is for outside vendors that pay for officers' security.
So my point is that this 58,000 for the special detail pay is actually revenue neutral, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to kind of get that on the record.
So, that's a ballpark number. Because that number is expected to increase.
You did.
Yeah, it has to do with a ballpark.
Did you just wake up? Uh-huh. Ballpark number, I'm putting that down there. Number.
We don't have a whole lot to gauge from, the ballpark only being in existence for one game.
Right.
We really don't know what it's gonna have on us.
Understand that completely, and but I just wanted it very clear that this was not an expense, it's actually a revenue neutral because they pay for this special detail. Okay.
you'll see a line item that says other charges and services, and one of the lines in there is police special detail. It's got a revenue of almost $70,000. And then there's a Cool Today Park one, just for that, that's $58,840.
See? Thank you. That's what I was, okay, and then we get into page 66, which is where we talk about the shop with a cop. Wait, first I have to put my little marker on this that we talked about it.
What page is
Page 66. Now, the shop with a cop, does that actually come out of forfeiture fund?
No, that one again is also a revenue neutral. They collect donations, and there is a revenue line for the same $6,000.
Okay, so where is the forfeiture fund?
That's a complete separate
Is
fund.
that the one that's on page 105?
105.
Fund 105. Yes.
Right? Okay. Page 105, so let me get to that then. That's 82, that's not it. All right. What did I say, 105? 105. Oh, there's my tabby. Okay. So this is where we have the Citizen Safety Academy, the Community Assistance. Is that what we're calling the forfeiture fund? Which one is it that shows the forfeiture fund being expended in here?
The expenditures start on page 105.
So it's all of it?
All of that.
Okay.
The whole, and it's Fund 105, coincidentally. It's really the first three numbers, the account numbers.
Mm-hmm.
105.
Right.
All of that is the forfeiture fund.
Okay.
The revenue and the expenditures.
The revenue and the expenditures. Okay, so the revenue last year was 101, no, it's really 33,579 because the 67 plus is federal funds. Those are grants included, or what is it?
Federal funds.
Okay.
Federal, state forfeitures are totally separate. And they have separate rules.
Yep.
Ah, okay, so we have 101,000. We only spent 5,000 of that 101? Okay.
We spent 85 last fiscal year.
Where is that indicated?
Bottom of page 106.
Oh, I gotta look at the grand total. Okay, gotcha. So where is 1819's?
It's the year-to-date actual column, is how much we brought in. And the budget is the FY 18-19 adopted column. So you'll see that this year we brought in $7,798.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Where is that again?
Very top of page 144, column C, YTD actual.
Yeah. Confiscated property, federal funds, you add those together and it's only 5,813 yet.
Another $1,985 of investment income.
Okay, but here's what my problem is. 7,284 plus 1,471 is not 5,813.
God, mine was-
1471's a negative.
Yeah.
1471 goes the wrong way.
Okay, so how do you have confiscated property that costs $1,471?
Sometimes you have to give it back.
Okay.
Thank you, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Confiscated.
You talking about as a cost for us?
Yeah.
Attorney fees. Those are for every, and I think the attorney, Michael Golan, who is the expert, is every time that we go after a forfeiture, we have within 10 days, Commissioner, to file with the court because of the new laws. So every time now, I think the court fees are 1,000, Michael?
Once you actually file the case, there's two fees, totaling $2,000. One is a bond and one is a
Court filing fees and a bond equal $2,000.
We get the bond back, if obviously when we prevail, we get the bond back, but the court filing fees, we lose. That increased, I believe, in 2017 by state statute. And those fees per state statute can come out of the expenditure of forfeiture.
So what happens if, this is awesome, so you turn around within 10 days, you say, hey, we received $20,000 from you, we want to keep the money, we file a lawsuit 10 days after they've been charged, you either work out a deal with them where you get 10% of the money or you get to keep it all, whatever the case may be. They come back and they're found not guilty. What happens?
The criminal court, two separate beasts. The impact of what happens in criminal does not affect the civil.
Two separate.
Civil and criminal.
So if they turn around and say, yes, I'm willing to give up 10% of it, as long as you give me back the other 90% of it, and they are found not guilty, that 10% is gone.
Right.
Two separate houses.
What a
Damn. Okay.
They accept it.
Well, there's a lot of things these kids are accepting and they don't know.
I agree.
Okay, so that explains that. And then, so you're saying that, how is it that we've gone so low in what we've acquired?
Laws changed, making more stricter now on law enforcement on seizing. Before you didn't have to have a criminal charge on someone to seize assets. Now you have to have a criminal charge attached to someone if you're going after forfeiture assets. They've made to where that you have to take action instead of 45 days now. You have to have something with the courts moving within 10 days. So they've increased now the basically from 15% of giving back to the community to 25%. The laws, and it's getting tighter and tighter now with the laws on forfeiture to where it's getting they got to be very solid cases to go after someone's assets if they're using it in a criminal. There's a nexus to the criminal part of it.
Plus, we're also trying to evaluate, is it going to cost us more money to seize this than opposed to not seizing it? So,
Right, I understand that. But last year, you're saying, just to kind of confirm what I'm seeing here, because I feel like, I thought we had more than that, that we only brought in year-to-date $7,798, correct?
Year-to-date?
Yeah.
That'd be correct. However, there's other cases. I can tell you right now, I believe you guys brought up in the last commission, there's about
70,000?
70,000 that there was a settlement agreement on. However, the case is, the money is still considered evidence in the criminal proceeding, which we have to hold, which is currently being held in our property evidence. Once there's a resolution of that and a disposition of that case, then the money can be transferred over to the forfeiture part. And our officers are also, they got a couple other pending cases that are in, I guess, there was one case that we're investigating for dental, where they used money without a license, and that money's frozen in banks and different allocations, and they're working with that now, so. But it's just, we have to let the proceedings and the process take its course before we can actually utilize it.
So, while it's true that if they make an agreement, it doesn't matter whether they're guilty or not, they still have to hold on to that money as evidence until such time as they're found guilty or not, correct?
Necessarily, it all depends if that money is going to be part of the evidence, part of the criminal side of it.
In this case, I'm giving you that the money used in there is part of the evidence in the case, and it helps the officers link the suspect to the crime, so the money does have to stay in play. So it's all part of the evidence in the case. In that particular case.
Why wouldn't they, to me, I think that the clerk of court or the state attorney should cut a check, because you know the money's coming back, to this. Why wouldn't they? If they settled out, if they signed a settlement agreement that 10% of the money, say $6,000, is absolutely going back to the city of Northport. I was just told that regardless of whether they're found guilty or not, that $6,000 comes back to the city. They sign an agreement, bottom line. Why wouldn't they just, state attorney, cut us a check and they have that physical?
Evidence that a judge can rule a lot of different ways.
So the judge has the leniency to turn around and say, I know that you signed that agreement that you're going to give them $6,000, but you're completely not guilty and you should get that $6,000 back.
Judges have a lot of power on these cases, so if that evidence is being held, then the judge can dictate how that's going to be displayed.
Evidence go and, okay, well, I just wasn't sure that there was some sort of a caveat that they would get the money back, and why couldn't we account for it, and maybe the state attorney needed to write a check, because they're the ones who would be able to hold it.
State attorney,
You know what I mean?
Involved in the civil part of the forfeitures.
Right.
At least our state attorney's office does not. But it's not uncommon to see a judge in a criminal proceeding say that the evidence in this case is considered contraband and turn the evidence over to the police department, which I know, Mike, that's happened too, where a judge will consider it contraband and turn it over, and without even going through forfeiture procedures, the judge can make that ruling, and that's happened in the past as well.
So you're saying then the entire amount goes and gets handed over regardless of the previous?
That can happen in a proceeding. It can happen, yes.
That's amazing. Okay.
There's no one scenario that fits every picture.
I was just trying to get a general idea of why we wouldn't account for it in advance if there was already an agreement, but that makes sense. Okay.
You don't cash the check, there's no checks in there.
That's true.
Are we getting
That's
close?
true. I got, what, 1, 2? I told you how many I had. Yeah, I only have 2 more.
I don't know, you said quick, just went on.
Well, I didn't get to speak all alone. All right, and so just to be clear, when we talk about these expenses for the forfeiture fund, everything that we utilized it for last year is being accounted for here?
Yes.
Right, it's all being carried over. Okay, all right. And then we will get an update as to what is an addition when it comes in, or will that be something that we're going to next
I know where you're
year?
going, Commissioner. So at the end of the year, we have to report to the state on what we take in, and part of that, in that fiscal year, we have to give certain 25% back. So if all that money comes back, say in September and it ends in October when our reporting is due, we have to do a budget amendment, and the chief has to give a certain percentage back, which I think you saw last year, there was a budget amendment went in front. That's us abiding by Florida state statute and making sure we're meeting that 25% threshold of return. So that's why we pay attention to that. Once we see it, then we quickly will do the budget amendment. So you might see, if that money is settled in September, October, we will quickly do a budget amendment.
I think that the majority of this money will be settled in November, which will then put it into the following budget year, so.
If that's the case, we, like we Like this year, you'll see that we've budgeted to spend $21,000 for next fiscal year, 21,760. But you'll also notice the revenue is next to nothing. As we receive the money and have the money available to us to spend, we bring you a budget amendment, because we can't budget to spend the money before we actually have it.
So if we get it, oh, I see what you're saying. So if we get it in
January.
November, it's still within the year to date, so we can still spend, okay, that's awesome. Okay, that's wonderful. I'm good with that.
Budget amendment related to the forfeiture fund.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes two, because we have to do the statutory 25% that we have to spend on certain events. The rest, again, we can't, if we get that $60,000 comes in, you'll notice we haven't budgeted for that yet to spend it.
Right, right.
Because you can't budget for, that's the one fund we cannot budget in advance for, by law.
Okay.
So after we get whatever money that comes in, you either have to wait till the next fiscal year to spend it, which is where this $21,000 is coming from. That's money we collected either in the current or previous fiscal year and haven't spent. Or we'll do a budget amendment throughout the year saying, hey, in November, we got $60,000 from the bad guys. This is what we'd like to spend it on. And we bring that to commission, because it's the only way we can do it.
Awesome news.
Working with the city
Awesome
manager,
news.
it's not like the old money was to get it going and get it out of there, so.
The bad guys are gonna give us money, we might as well make good use for it, fighting the bad guys.
Okay, 2 left, and neither of those have to do with PD. Thank you.
Can I ask a question on PD? Could I get clarification as to how many officers are being added and what is happening with the 5 SROs?
The SROs, you're talking about the ones that we reallocated?
Yeah.
Okay, we,
Because it stated there was 4 positions, but I actually believe it's more like 9 that we're creating because of the 5.
So we had a total, when we had the school board that were paying the 50% or 80, that included the sergeant. Our sergeant is still kept in the position that he's in for the 2 SROs in Imagine schools, and our CPO, our community policing officers that are at the Morgan Center. The 4 officers that are being reallocated, one was being intelligence, one was for a bomb dog. The other one is for a training officer's position, which impacted, of course, with the body cam program that we slowly reallocated that position for there. And then the last one was a community policing officer that's going to focus on our homeless outreach.
Oh, really? Okay. And you still have 5 openings, even on top of that?
4 in West Villages.
No, I mean,
she's
there's
current.
vacancies. So, I mean, and I know you're wanting to fill all your vacancies, but we just created 4 new positions, correct? And we're hiring 4 for West Village.
So the
four
It's a
positions.
lot of personnel, is what I'm getting.
right, the 4 positions that we reallocated were 4 positions that I initially had put into my initial budget. But discussing with the city manager, I went ahead and absorbed those positions and reallocated them within the department where I found that we had desperate needs for them. And then in addition to the 4 West Villages officers. And then with retirements and resignations, it created additional vacancies that we're filling.
City manager, is that all above board as far as your recommendations? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pearson?
Okay, and then the rest, now mind you, I did not go through the districts. I assumed we were just doing the general fund today as we did in the first day, so I don't know what's gonna happen on that one. But the last 2 have to do with finance and revenue impacts. The question is on page 208. We talk about investment income. It kind of carries over to the investment income that was noted in, I think it was PD, but there is a huge difference in the investment income between the year-to-date actuals, the revisions, the recommended amounts.
Page 208?
208.
On my 208.
It says general fund revenue, investment income,
On the building capital outlay.
321, page 208.
The investment income should be on page 5.
206. Yeah.
I'm talking in the back. All right, see, 206, I have capital outlay for water.
Yours you switched that, that's what we have. Capital outlay, machinery and equipment is on 208 on ours.
We have different HTE city manager.
Okay, so you have, it's 321-000-361.0000.
That fund's
206.
investment income, that is not the general fund, that is one of the capital acquisition funds.
Okay, capital acquisition funds, because it says R&R general fund revenue.
It's for the repair and replacement or capital acquisition, we've called it, some call it CapEx. These were all in one fund prior to last year.
Right.
Last year, commission broke them out into
Right.
different funds. This is the general funds.
CapEx.
acquisition fund.
Okay.
That's what we want to call it. And the investment income in that fund is budgeted at $6,000 for next year.
All right, and so our actual for this year is 16,000? So, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm just thinking that unless we were trying to, because we just did this, last year, I think, when we did the general fund CapEx, unless we were trying to do it so that we kind of,
Conservative on investment income. The market's having a great year this year. We invest in extremely conservative investments. That means that we're always going to be low on that.
and we're always going to come in higher.
The hope is to always come in higher, yes. And the reason being that we will always be different than what you'll see, like if you have personal investments and stuff, you'll hear the market's doing this and that. The city, by law, our number one priority is preservation of capital, not earning of investment income. So, yes, we budgeted this year for $2,000. We've received 16 as of June. That number could be different as of today because it does go like this based on market fluctuations. We went to $6,000 last year, and I'm looking real quick to see was money spent out of that fund, and it
It looks
doesn't.
like the applied fund balance was $711,018.19. So I'm assuming that means we're calculating interest income on a lower pool of money there because we had a large outflow. Yeah.
So how much is in that balance? In that fund?
Looks like we've spent $711,000 from fund balance.
But that was when it was all combined, correct?
Going back in.
Because it's looking like we have an inter-fund transfer of $358,000, which would then in turn leave us just about $300,000 to $400,000.
A little less than $700,000 in that fund.
Okay, so then we have $698,000 in the fund. Okay.
How did we get so much?
If we literally just did this last year.
We didn't just get money in there last year. What we did is we took all of, there was the general fund, road and drainage, solid waste, all the various funds were all in one, and we broke them into different funds. So the general fund had money in there. It was just tracked in a way that you all didn't like. So we broke it into multiple funds. So all the general fund is in 321. They all used to be in Fund 325. Now there's 321, 322, 323. Designed to make it so that you guys can.
325, right?
Yes, there's several. If you go all the way, it goes actually up to 327. So we took one and made 7.
Okay.
And this is all the revenue,
Correct?
or this is all the fund balance?
It's not fund balance.
Okay.
The line you're looking
Investment
at
income.
is investment income for that particular fund.
So I guess when I get to what my point is that if we are underestimating this investment income and we've looked at, say, the last 2 years' actuals and made a determination, because this is one of those deals where the 16, 17, 17, 18 is not reflected because this didn't exist apparently. But I would think that we could get a general idea by breaking it down. If we are being extremely conservative and this adds another $500,000, that right there will affect our budget overall, correct?
What we've done, so this is one of those accounts that, no, you cannot look at the historical amount. What finance does is they look at what is the anticipated cash amount going to be in that fund, apply our investment rate that we anticipate we'll get, times that average balance throughout the year, and come up with how much investment income. Because, again, it's one of those funds where if you had $1 million in there last year, you might earn, say, $50,000 in investment income. But if you spent $900,000 of that, the following year you only have $100,000 in there, you're not going to earn that $50,000 again.
No, I get that.
So you got to time it with the amount of money you actually have in there.
Right.
And once you spend it, you don't get investment income on it anymore either. That being said, I believe where you're trying to get to is how much investment income is there in the general fund?
Right.
What's the grand total?
Because in the general fund, the investment income is on page 5.
This is general fund.
It's the general fund's portion of the repair and replacement fund, CapEx, whatever you want to call it. And that investment income is used to help account for inflation on a piece of equipment that we're planning to replace. So again, the easy one to use all the time is the fire department. They have $1 million fire truck, costs $1 million today. In 10 years, when they go to replace it, it's not going to cost $1 million. We estimate how much that will inflate in price over the life of it, so that we try to budget to put the amount in there. That number, pretty much guarantee you, will always be wrong. It's just like any other budgetary number. It's the best guess we can come up with. Investment income helps that money that's in there grow so that we don't have to put more money in there and account for any of those fluctuations in actual costs.
Well, page 213, and this is the last one, is investment income yet again, but this is for road and drainage, and it says year-to-date actuals, 41,000.
Every fund has investment income.
Right.
That makes it, right. So when you have all these different funds, they all have cash, they all earn investment income. And the investment income stays in the fund that it's earned.
But we're talking about a $30,000 difference between the actual and the...
We're having a good year. I mean, I can tell you that, let's see,
But next year, you think we may not.
some of these we've actually spent a large chunk of money out of, so you're not going to earn. Investment income is, without a doubt, the one account that you can't take past amounts and say that's what you'll get in the next year.
But it is safe to say that it's probably not accurate one way or the other.
And that's why, like I said, if you go back to page 5, because we specifically adjusted that one.
Yeah.
We budgeted $125,000 this year to earn in the general fund for investment income. We've earned $485 as of June 12th. So we also know that we're using fund balance in the current year. So we've been reducing that fund balance. It's pretty leveled out.
In the year we're in right now.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
So next year, we don't believe we'll have as much cash on hand, but we also believe we'll earn better than the 125 that we've budgeted the previous few years. So we increased it to 275,000.
And that was page 5. All right, I'm done. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Luke, you're going to start us off.
Well, I think we were talking about going through this page by page, so I'm fine with doing that.
All right, yep. So you're just going to get started? And we'll go through Yours, we'll work
Going
our way
through this?
down the line, yes.
Oh,
Mine's all jumbled up.
That's all right, you just gotta tell us where you're at.
Yeah, these don't even have page numbers.
so bad. And oh, shit, I did have another one.
Yeah, let me do this really quick since we're
I did
actually
have
starting now.
parks.
Let me go ahead and do a public comment since we're getting started. Mr. Greg Cooley. We're getting things together.
I have a lot on parks. I forgot parks. I'm sorry. But I assume we'll go through parks, so.
Go ahead, sir.
Greg Cooley, 1274 Overhead Street. I'm going to give you my apology up front. I was not able to attend the other workshops. With my private sector job, my time is limited. This is the first one I'll be able to attend. But having said that, during your discussions for the last roughly hour and a half, what I did not hear was any major projects being proposed. Did not hear any deficit in the level of services provided by the city, nor any major increases in the level of services provided by the city. No increased debt by the city. What I did hear, personnel increases, headcount, salaries, funding of consulting studies, which yield zero as far as services and other. So how does this justify my taxes going up 18% in 1 year? All I conclude, there's a spending problem. And I'm asking you 5 commissioners, would you please look into this? If there's truly a spending problem, let's get it under control. 18% in a single year is wrong. Bottom line, I did not hear any justification to raise my taxes 18% in 1 year. And let me leave you with one final thought. I work in the private sector, and if I walked into my boss's office and said, hey, Don, I'm not going to do any major projects. I'm not going to give you much more in this level of services, just a moderate increase in my level of services. But thankfully, I didn't increase any debt during this past year. But I've had to spend a lot of money to do my job. And I need an 18% raise this year. What would he do to me? He would laugh me out of the office or fire my butt. And I'm asking you guys to do the same. Think about it. 18% in a single year, and what are you providing for that? I have not heard a thing in your discussions about there's some major thing that's going to justify this. I just want you to think about that before you wrap this thing up. That's a lot of money, folks. And it's more than I can afford, and a lot of other people can afford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooley. We were recapping kind of the other side because Vanessa wasn't here before, or Commissioner Carson wasn't here before. Also, I want to reiterate, we have artificially held rates down. When you do that, costs go up, but we're artificially holding them down. Last year, we used surtax fund to keep the rates down. I've been saying since I've been in office, we've got to pull a Band-Aid at some point. If we continue this way, I said it 3 years ago, we're going to be 25% for long. Last year, we're going to be 25% for long. At some point, the debt comes, or it comes due. And nothing is exclusive by itself. Everything from the state level and even some federal level stuff all flows together. As I mentioned with the homestead exemption, that raises millage. In 2016, we voted for a homestead exemption. And I'm not saying you shouldn't, but that
Didn't pass.
Huh?
That didn't pass.
The one in 2016? I could have swore that passed.
The homestead
The
thing
homestead
that,
exemption in 2016. I think that passed.
No, but there was an additional.
There was something passed.
Yeah.
All right. But there was some, yeah, all right. So, but it's also important to understand that a city operates about 2 years behind. So when we hit a recession, the city's so right now we're really operating off of like 2017 numbers here because everything flows just a little bit behind. And I hear a lot, we have a lot of growth going on. With this tax base, why are we having to do this? Well, it's important to understand, again, we're 2 years behind. We can develop homes, but we don't get the money from those homes for 1.5 years to 2 years, but yet services have to be provided immediately to those homes. So there's just so many factors. Again, I'm going to talk about all this stuff on August 12th. I don't have a place, but we have a time and a date, and I will be putting out that place. There are so many multiple factors here. It's not just that easy. I do want to remind that there was $5.5 million cut from the proposed budget before here, and now we're working on that. You're about to see us actually go through the budget, whereas before what was happening was just kind of recapping. So we're going to actually hit some of the stuff that you're talking about now, Mr. Commissioner Luke.
Thank you. As I said, this is my
CFPs.
papers are just
CIP is what we're doing?
Yeah, we're doing.
Thank you.
what was given to us.
Yeah.
Not the book, but what was given to us as our accountant has stated. what I did was trying to think of what, was produced to us, what we did at the last meeting, because we left some things in there that I think we need to take a look at again. And one of them was that clerk's department. So that one's already been hashed over. But we also left in $250,000 to the Dallas White Master Plan. And we already still have the direction out for finding the solicitation for a P3. I think that $250,000 can actually be used at another place this year if we need to budget again next year for that. But I am for giving the time for the solicitation for the P3 to go through. And we don't need $250,000 for that.
Page 698 in the CIP.
In the CIP,
Because
okay.
there's no pages on the sheets. And my sheets are just, forget it.
I will say mine is in order as far as SLAs are concerned.
Oh, I don't have
698.
Well, it's something that at last meeting, we talked about just leaving it in, but at this point in time, because we still, are looking at that P3, that takes us on into this coming fiscal year. So I would rather use the $250,000 at something else, park-wise or whatever, than assigning it to that. And if something falls through with the P3 and we need to look at it the year after.
Does anyone know where that is on the HDE version?
It would be in the surtax fund.
Page 6 again?
No, fund 306.
Oh, 306, okay. So that would be right, I was so close. 306, right here. Page 207? Nope, before that.
Page 200.
Yeah, mine starts on 195. 306 fund, surtax revenue.
You go to page 200.
Got it.
There are other items that need our attention this year. And so setting aside maybe doesn't justify $250,000. I think that $250,000 can be utilized within the community for projects that could actually be done this year. We talked about the parking on 41. We talked about the shade at the Butler Parks. We talked about the lighting at the Butler Parks. I mean, these are where our families go, and they utilize it all year long. And so I would rather see that surtax money be utilized for those type of projects that can be implemented this year rather than wait and see what if.
Commissioner McDowell?
The $250,000 for this master plan project, I agree. We could probably pull that out this year because next year we have planned $1.5 million in surtax. Commissioner Luke had mentioned the lighting and the shade structures. There's shade structures and lighting already being done through surtax funding, so that's already covered. But there are other projects throughout this budget book that have other funding options which are not identified in a lot of the projects. So this $250,000 could go towards those other funding
That was the
options.
point I was getting at.
Yeah, because there's a lot of projects. I came up with $40 million of projects that are not funded, 40 total, the dollars, that are not funded that we need to do. Price Boulevard, I mean, everybody wants Price Boulevard done. There's no funding for it, folks. And if we really need to focus on this infrastructure instead of, a plan that we're supposed to have a P3 do.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
No, I'll let you ask you.
So I was under the impression that the 250,000 would just be shifted to how much it would cost to do the P3. I didn't realize that this is in addition to, okay.
So my question.
I didn't know that.
My question
Thank
is
you.
going to be, City Manager, this obviously was part of your suggested budget. So what was your reasoning? Why are you suggesting this stay, knowing what's moving forward?
Well, again, we talked about it at the last workshop, was to leave it in there, not to take it out.
Yeah.
We had a P3 conversation about the time we first went to the workshop.
So the commission direction at that point in time was to leave it in there. So at that.
You have
time I
no,
was following direction.
right, you have no suggestion though. What is your suggestion then? Is either way for you, or is there a reason why you feel that needs to be in
No,
there?
I don't feel that if we're going to go forward with the P3, which is the direction we're having, so,
Right, that's what I was trying to understand.
there is no need for it to be in there.
It switched. We asked for the master plan to be put in this year, so he did.
Right.
Correct.
Then we made the
Then we did
directive for the P3.
Correct.
The ordinance.
Exactly. So in the last meeting, that's when we said, oh, just leave it in for now. We'll discuss it on next meeting.
Yeah, the project description needs to be updated too, because it says here that the entire park site was discussed with further evaluation occurring once the ordinance is in place for P3. Well, that's passed, and we gave direction for the P3 to do the master plan, to do the permitting, to do the construction, and come back to commission and the city with that overall plan. So I agree with Commissioner Loop, this $250,000 in surtax needs to come out, and we need to also update this description, but keep the 1.5 for next year as a placeholder.
That answer was going to be my follow-up question, is what would be a recommendation, but you just stated it, so I need to know if the body agreed with it, is to leave the 1.5 million, because a P3A could still require a contribution on the city's part.
Sure.
So yes, I would recommend that, I think it's fine to take the 250 out, leave the 1,050,000 in there, update the description, and
I have to review what I can.
Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead, remove the
I am good, remove it,
250,000, keep the 1.5.
So you have a consensus?
Can
And you can update the description, please.
Absolutely.
The next one,
Moving off of parks though, because there were a couple of things I had on parks that for some reason
Yeah, we were just.
as I came across these sheets, I wrote things down because it's not divided into departments, it was divided. So that's
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Are you going by this?
the only recommendation I would say to this process next year is to number the new sheets.
Oh,
absolutely. And that would be the only bit, because I love the process.
Right.
All right, the next one I came across was the Tropicare multi-use / sidewalk project.
The project from hell.
I'm
I'm getting it, I know where it is.
Again, I think this is something that, especially reading the backup material, I think it's something that can be postponed. I'm not saying remove it, I'm just saying push it out by a year.
720. Page 720? 720, no, not in the HTE, in the budget book.
All right, so what did you say you wanted, sorry, I was looking for it, Commissioner Luke.
720, which is,
Postpone it a year.
Oh, wait, that's Eldron.
I
I'm
think
sorry, that's Eldron, I apologize.
again, okay.
Oh, no, that's Eldron.
I
But we
apologize.
wouldn't be budgeting any more monies for this year.
It's not 720?
No, it's not. Tropicare is 725. I'm sorry, I went to the wrong one.
Where is it? I don't see it in the HTE version. I see Butler Park, I see Myakkahatchee, I see Blue Ridge, Butler, Dallas, Marina.
because those are all the parks projects.
This is a road and drainage project.
That would make, that explains it. That explains it. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Well, Yes, but I'm not paying attention to that because all my notes are in here.
Yeah, we're all
Do that.
all my
Yeah.
notes are in the big book.
All right, so page 202, multimodal. Okay, you're talking 115,000.
One item.
The surtax funding for this current year is 2,100,000, almost 200,000.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering
Yeah,
if
that one's
that's,
a rollover. As soon as I saw her face. So you're not gonna see it because it's not going to be in an
Thank you.
1920, but it's rolling over from 1819.
Right.
the rollover is only 443,000.
It's also, the 2.2 is also in the current.
I get what the sheet says. It was in last year's budget. It should be in the
Yes.
prior year column, not in the current year column.
So there was
Okay.
an error made in this?
On the CIP sheet should show
Okay,
the entire.
so because there was an error made and it's showing 2.1 in surtax for fiscal year 1920, was the bucket marked surtax holding
2.1 million.
2.1 to be put in for 1920?
I mean, so is there an error in the bottom line balance?
That's,
I mean, I know you guys are in the other book, but I can't find it in the HTE version. Does anyone know where it is on the HTE version?
it's gonna be.
No, it said 202.
Yeah, but I don't see it in
I
there.
don't see it either.
That's why I got a problem.
Yeah, it's part of the almost 4 million in the 1819 adopted in that same account number.
I don't see it. I see a million.
On page 202.
I'm looking at 202 and I don't see anything that has I got capital outlay, which is 5 million.
Looking at 1819, on page 202,
Uh-huh.
the line that says infrastructure on it, about halfway down the page.
I don't have that.
It's counting 306,
4163-00.
Do you want to bet me I don't have it on here?
Well, yeah, because
On
hers
page
was different
202?
than the rest of ours, remember?
No, no, be quiet. Do you want to bet me?
If I'm right.
At the end of the meeting.
What you're saying is on page 202, I should have, what was that?
You should have, in the 1819 adopted line, you should have $3,996,800.
Okay, so we're betting, right? And
If I win, we end the meeting. If you win.
Well, but you're betting against her book.
you're betting against my book. Okay, because it's not here. It's not here.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, what
Okay, so
happened?
what is it again, 222, or you got 3 point?
From what I understand, what happened in 1819, it was supposed to be pulled from the budget, but it was not. So it was funded, it was put in here. So that's why it's part of that 4 million. And it's going to be rolled over into next year like a new project. It should not have been put in 1819. It should be a new one for next year, but we're rolling it over.
So does that affect the bottom line that we're, or no? Okay.
It's just a
So
continuation,
it's, yeah.
which, by the way, I can't find it anywhere actually in here.
It's a continuation that shows surtax being increased by over 2 million this year on this. So when you get to that, how much of surtax is going to be used, is it showing this?
We'll have the 2.2 plus the 443 to roll over. Yes, they're both available to roll over or to be put into.
Okay, so we have just increased our bottom line.
No. Let me see if I can, so even though this budget book is showing $2.2 million. The CIP page, yes. Are we still taking 2.2 million from surtax funds that are available to put into the Tropicare sidewalk project? Yes. It's just, it's currently in the 1819 budget. It hasn't been used, just like it was.
So we're not
appropriated.
Okay, we're talking about new surtax.
We're not taking an additional. City manager.
What is it you're trying to find out?
I want to see.
Are you double dipping?
No.
Because this is saying in 1920, surtax funding is going to be paying into this project $2.2 million.
If you look at that CIP sheet, that $2.1 million would probably clear things up if it was just listed in prior years instead of in the 1819.
Okay, so
Or the
this should all
1920.
be listed in prior years,
2.1 million.
even the 4.250 other funding source. Okay, so
Just the 2.1 million.
this is actually going back into here.
What's this one? Okay, and I totally get the change that you just said on the CIP.
All right.
I'm just wanting to make sure
So
that double dipping type thing, that because it appears this way in CIP, that it's not appearing in your surtax fund, that you're going to be drawing out of your surtax 2.2 million.
We will be drawing 2.2 million. It's in the
Why
HTE book.
are you drawing out of the new?
We're not.
Yeah, I'm talking about the new.
Okay. Didn't hear the new part. So we're not drawing an additional $2.2 million.
Okay.
So you will send us a new revised CIP sheet. Thank you.
A new book, because none of my numbers are matching anyone's.
Since we're on the subject of Tropicare, and we, going back to all of these other projects that have other funding sources of an extraordinarily amount of money, that's 2.2 for construction. Before I make this next comment, could somebody please confirm when is the fiber going to go down for internet that we were talking about leasing back? Is that going to go for the road project, or is that going to go for the sidewalk project?
And where are you looking again?
It's a general question. We had talked, in the last time when we had this discussion, we had talked about possibly laying down fiber to be able to have internet availability for the people out in the estates and then leasing it back to providers, internet providers. My question is that going to be laid at the road resurfacing project or at the sidewalk project?
That will be part of the Tropicare Boulevard Road Reconstruction Project.
That, with that clarification too, that is wonderful, because I know it was talked about for the multi-use. Again, I'll state, I think that multi-use path can go back a year, and we revisit this next year, instead of trying to come up with over $4 million in other funding. Like it can be postponed. But I do believe the paving of Tropicare and the black fiber or the dark fiber should be done this year.
I agree. We have to do the road surfacing and at the same time the fiber. The road surfacing, do you happen to know what that CIP number is? I had it marked in.
RR.
I found it, page 731. This Tropicare, did they include, I know we got the memo about the dark fiber costing the $400,000, but there was no funding for that $400,000.
So we will have to identify a funding source for that.
Okay, so can we take, would this qualify as using surtax funds? So can we
Exactly.
take $500,000, well, because of cost of everything increasing, can we take $500,000 out of the pedestrian sidewalk construction, which isn't going to happen, and put it into this road project for the,
That was my thoughts too.
Yes. Whether that will cause the pedestrian sidewalk, which already has funding issues, to have more funding issues, it will. But yes, you can. It is certainly an allowable use of the surtax funding, and we'll get the dark fiber installed faster and
I
solve
guess-
the need for funding.
Viewing it as a priority.
absolutely.
And I see the internet and the repaving of the road more of a priority than the multi-use path, especially looking at the backup material.
Commissioner Pearson?
Yeah, okay, so we postponed the pedestrian sidewalk construction. We put in the dark fiber, which I would assume is going to be in the right-of-way, why wouldn't that be part of the pedestrian sidewalk? Because you would want that to be as far in the right-of-way as possible versus the surfacing of Tropicare. That makes no sense. I mean, one has to do with the current roadway that exists. The other is an expansion, which actually technically impact fees could be used for if it's a multimodal transportation. I don't understand why we're not looking at it in a more creative angle.
To address kind of the policy decisions, it's the multi-use path. That is a project that we don't know. It's not an immediate project, so it could be a few years out. Whereas the road reconstruction project, is it of an immediate need? And we can satisfy also the request for the internet, which we've heard from many people that live out there, as an immediate need. So
I live out there.
as far as, to start off with that, if we were to put it with the multi-use path, it could be several years out. Whereas the reconstruction is we're going to do that now, as quickly as possible.
I didn't realize that the multi-use path was several years out. I thought that well, first and foremost, the only thing that we asked for was a sidewalk. I mean, let's face it, that's what we started off with.
Right.
And then we were kind of told that a multi-use pass would be more amenable to the neighborhood due to the horseback riding and the variety of bikers that utilize Tropicare. So, I mean, again, the internet and the dark fiber, I think, is absolutely a priority. But my concern is that if we also postpone the multi-use path, that's going to cost an extraordinary amount in the future. And if we don't, make some progress, and then why can't it be tied into impact fees if it's multi-use, multimodal?
Mobility fees can be
Mobility fees, the shared use path will be able to be used for the mobility fees. But it's not a road, so it can't be used for impact.
Impact fees can be tied only to capacity improvement projects, intersection reconstruction, adding lanes, but trails and sidewalk are not considered to be funded under the current transportation impact fees.
Okay, so forgive me if we have to kind of go back to where we were, Commissioner Luke. Where you're saying that the question is take out what and put it where, because the problem is my version is completely different than everyone else's. I'll show you.
My opinion and recommendation was to push out that multimodal sidewalk, push it out at least 1 year, and make the priority being the road resurfacing and the internet. Being able to utilize the surtax, however necessary between those two projects, to put the priority upon the road over the multimodal.
Because of the dark fiber.
Exactly.
Okay, and then transfer that money to the dark fiber. Do we know how much that is?
400,000.
Let me clarify that the 400,000 is the pull boxes and conduit. It's about 6 miles long. That price does not include the actual cable because
I said 500,000.
that will be another 150 to 200 because those cables come 12 strands, 24 strands. So we don't know if Comcast is coming versus AT&T. I mean,
Each provider can have a different requirement, so we were a little hesitant to put that number in there.
then we can
But we
get
could
more
probably
information because that's
Putting the actual wire in ourselves anyway.
Also.
The idea is to have the conduit, again, as was stated, Xfinity versus Frontier. They may have different prices, they won't use it.
That's it.
And, since they're going to be the one, they're going to rent, basically lease, whatever you want to call it, the conduit space from us, but they might want to put their own wire in so that it connects fine with their stuff.
Are we I'm glad you brought that up. So this 500,000, whatever, is this us footing the bill for the Comcast or AT&T or whoever? And then they will lease it back from us?
You know, we are evaluating, I believe the plan is, we would foot the bill and put the pipe in. You have conduit, pipe like this, just don't want to assume anybody knows what conduit is, so, and pole boxes, because you have to, get it into the pipe somewhere and feed it through. So you'll have the conduit and the pole boxes, and then what I would anticipate, one of two options, either we can then put the actual fiber in there, but we can't run the service, or we could just lease them the space in there, and they'll put their own fiber in there, depending on who we lease the space to and who's willing to do it. Either way, we would lease them the space, we would foot the bill to have the actual conduit in there.
Have we had any discussions before we put in this conduit? Do you have any interest before we even put in the conduit?
Yes.
There is interest.
Yep, I've had a conversation with Frontier. I can tell you.
Whoever wants,
So, but anyways, go ahead.
The companies aside. Yes, I had a conversation with Frontier because they would actually talk to me. And
They had nothing
they
better
said,
else to do.
if you guys run the conduit and the fiber, we'll operate the service.
That's running, but now you're running the cable though.
Get
That's
that
not
shit in
them running the
writing,
cable.
that's all I gotta say.
And you're saying the cable can be anywhere upwards of $200,000 additional.
Depends, because it comes 12 strands to 96 strands. and-
it's less than that.
Frontier won't be much, because there's no quality there.
I would,
Started.
I don't
Yeah.
think I would go with just one or two of the service providers. I think I would also get a third-party expert on this before they feed you some smoke.
because here's my concern. If each internet provider requires different fiber strands, and we put down the wrong one, well, we're back to square one where we have no internet service out there. So we have got to make sure that before we put this conduit down, that we have the provider and everything is,
Why my recommendation is put the conduit down.
And the boxes.
Don't run the fiber, you run the conduit, because conduit's conduit. It's pipe in the ground. It's a hollow piece of pipe with pull boxes to be able to fill it. Then you can put the $200,000, as you've discussed, funding for actual fiber. And if needed, we'll run that. If not, they'll run it. But we won't run anything until we have a company willing to light it up.
so by us putting down the conduit, they still have to lease our conduit regardless if they put down the piping themselves.
Put down the fiber. Yes.
Okay, so they still have to lease the conduit that we laid. I'm making sure we're getting a return on the investment here. That's
Give it to them. Yes.
me? Really?
As a commission, because as a body, that's your decision.
You may not even be here by the time we actually have to make this decision.
It's making it easier. I'm not doing this, but I could make an argument why you might want to.
That's right.
As part of the negotiations.
I understand that. I just
How they want internet out there.
get the whole picture instead of little pieces here and there. That's all I'm asking.
Step one, we'll put conduit in. Step two, find a company willing to operate internet service out in the estates. We believe we have at least one, possibly two, maybe even three, if all the infrastructure were there. Then commit, and in discussing with them, a decision will be made whether we put the fiber in there or they put their own fiber in there. That negotiation will dictate the price of a lease agreement. Commission would approve a lease agreement that has a lease payment amount. That amount can be anywhere from 0 to whatever you decide, both parties agree for it to be. It would be a commission decision of whether or not you want to lease that space to them for free or any amount above that. They have to agree to, obviously, any amount above that. I'm pretty sure anybody in the brother will take it for free.
Did we ever get a update on us doing there were ways that we could do a co-op and a utility ourselves.
Yeah, city attorney is going to be looking at that.
We got a huge
Yeah.
memo on that, and I guess that, I mean,
I can tell you that Friday, the Florida League of Cities, that's one of the policy
right,
items that might be pushing forward.
yeah, and I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Now,
Get out of that.
address the digital gap,
Mhm.
is what they refer to it as, for people who, like our pretty much whole estates area, as well as, and we're not alone.
It's not just the estates, there's
No.
portions of Cranberry and Salford and
This is a national issue. It's not just
Madagascar,
ours.
you can't get even a cell service, it's ridiculous.
It's the only area. That's just an example of
Yeah.
one area that I'm using as an example.
No, but I don't want the public to think we're just trying to help out one ridiculous, one.
This is a national
particular-
issue. I read an article where I think close to 30% of San Francisco, like inner city, is still on AOL-style dial-up where it sounds like the fax machine.
Well, that's called
Yeah.
Frontier. But anyways.
So yeah, so it's a national issue. It's not just us. It's everyone.
So on this, you're looking to transfer 200,000 from the multimodal, multi-use path of Tropicare project this year in order to go towards the dark fiber project, correct? Am I correct in that?
500,000.
Yeah.
500,000, okay.
Yeah, just
I
push
wasn't
that
sure.
1 year.
Whatever is necessary, but
Six?
free up that surtax from the multi.
400 for the conduit and 200 for the potential the fiber.
Okay, I'm all for that. 600,000?
Are you good over here? Come on up.
Yes, sir, so you got
Consensus?
Again, I would get an expert. I would not rely upon a provider telling you, oh, only us can use that type of fiber.
Exactly.
Nobody else can. I would get some expert.
There's a lot of different fiber now. Twisted, you got twisted hairline, you got all kinds of stuff. Baseline.
hairline.
I don't think they're all exclusive to one another.
So just for public consumption, this sidewalk project is basically put on hold pending financing because we don't have all of the funding. All we now have is like 1.5 for construction. Is that, could we just pick out 600,000?
Yeah, well, I mean, yes and no. Remember that if we choose to go to a,
Plain sidewalk.
no, multimodal,
Mobility.
Mobility
Thank
fees.
you. Mobility fee, that may actually entail free up some additional funding that can then be shifted to this multimodal path. So while we're shorting it by 600,000, yes, it may push us off by a year, and I'm okay with that, but I can't say that it won't be funded in the future. Let's put it that way, yeah. And I'm good with that. Right, I'm good with that. No, but Commissioner McDowell was alluding to that, so I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that it's not canceled, that it just may find other avenues to fund it versus the.
When we go multi-mob, or when we go to the mobility, it's gonna help.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get to is in this fiscal year, we are supposed to be coming up with $4.3 million other funding source for the sidewalk project. That's what I'm talking about pushing out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
$4,250,000, that?
Yeah.
Right, that's pushed out. The whole project is pushed out.
Do you want to push it out? I mean, you're only talking about $600,000 in the grand scheme of things. If you change to mobility fee, you may.
We have to have that whole conversation about impact fees versus mobility fees.
Coming up.
And we have,
I would recommend pushing the 4.25 million out a year in the CIP because it does say other funding source. If you leave it in this year, you're not getting anywhere with it anyway because the other funding source hasn't been identified. If we switch to a mobility fee and we have the funding to move that back forward, it can be done with a budget amendment.
There you go.
Which would have to happen no matter which year you put it in because it doesn't have a funding source right now. So it doesn't hurt fiscally no matter, I mean, public perception hurts a lot depending on which year you put it in. If you push it out far enough, they're gonna say you're never doing it. If you push it out a year pending the decision of mobility fee and availability of mobility fee monies, I don't think you hurt anything.
Thank you. That's exactly what I had
Right.
suggested.
Right, that's
Thank you.
good.
Good.
I'm good.
Good, Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, just didn't want this 4.3 million of other funding, if something became available, it going to this.
Right.
When we still have Price Boulevard, we have to talk about. So that's why I was suggesting to push it out. Thank you.
Consensus.
That I came across is the city manager recommended putting 400,000 into the CapEx for the fire department. But I also noticed that in the fund balance at the end of the year, there was going to be 231,000 still left in it. So I'm wondering if we could utilize the 200,000 of that toward that 400,000 and knock it down by 200,000.
The question was, can you? Yes. Fire rescue, exactly. This is good. Our fund, there's a few parts to this. One is our fund balance is between 5 and 10%. You're not at the 10, you're above the 5 by 231,000. Also, the CapEx fund for fire is not funded in the long term with if you keep reducing the amount below what was recommended. So you can solve the one-year problem by reducing it by 200,000, but next year you're still going to want to try and get it back up to where it belongs, which is what we're trying to do in this year.
And you're talking about the fund balance being at the 10% instead of the 5?
Trying to get the capital acquisition fund, the CapEx fund, funded to a level where it's supposed to be.
I'm not coming against that. I'm agreeing, with that 400K that you're talking about. I was just wondering if half of it could be supplied through the 231 of the fund balance.
What about the impact fees?
Can't be from impact fees. The capital acquisition fund is for replacement equipment.
Gotcha, okay.
Yep.
You have the answer to
Yeah. What I'm getting at, I'm not talking about eliminating that, I'm talking about, but just, that's another area that you can fund it with.
It would, but again, and I think this afternoon's presentation at 1, this consultant will show that, at some point your rates have to get to a sustainable level. This will keep them down a little bit for another year, but then next year they may have to be raised even more.
Scott Titus for the Fire Rescue District. And I didn't bring my book down, so I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we have a date certain, 1 o'clock, when the consultant will be here to talk briefly about the plan that we do every year. Stantec will be here to show you how we come up with that. If you remember before, I kind of used the analogy, and over the last several years, some of you have heard us talk about this concept of, as we budget, that we should have a nice steady increasing budget over time. For a lot of reasons, some of them good, some of them maybe not great planning for the future. Since 2014, we did some things about holding our rates really and not doing increases, and actually we went backward on our rates. And I think you all have seen it before where I showed a 3% escalation each year. Really we'd be in really good shape this year and still continuing to move forward. But if you think about that concept of squeezing the balloon, what we did to get through some of those lean years and to do some other things is we squeezed that balloon, which kind of inflated the costs out here. And as you all know, the exponential increase of money over time, so when you cut it back here, it costs more in the future. And so what that's happened is it's gotten us to the point, even the recommendation last year, if you look at the company that we use, Stantec, if you look at their report, end of year report last year for August, the recommendation that they gave us last year was a 9% rate. We bumped back to an 8%. We still made budget, we were able to do okay, but just that change in 1% decrease, that affected what's going on in the out years. So if you remember, we try to look at a 10-year window. And of course, all that's based on projections, and it's a budget. It's not because we're just foreseeing and forecasting what we think will happen in the future. We try to be conservative on that. We try to make these things look. But we got to the point where we restricted our budget so much that we now, over the next 4 years running, we have a forecasted 9% increase needed to be able to make our budgetary needs. That's without taking on any huge projects. That does include the expansion of a future fire station and some other things, but those monies are there. And when you talk about that balance of about a 5% cushion between that 5 and 10% on that reserve fund, what that equates to in real dollars for the fire rescue district is about $500,000, a little bit less. It's I think right now today's money at 1% is about a little over $100,000, about $110,000. That cushion is not huge when you're talking about a budget. It's over $10 million. So these little adjustments, when we cut down even 1% right now, it doesn't mean we won't meet the budget now. If you remember me talking before about just-in-time budgeting, there's some things that we can do just-in-time budgeting. But as we squeeze that balloon here, what happens is it inflates those costs out here. So a 1% decrease right now doesn't equate to a 1% decrease next year to make it up. It might equate to a 2% increase in year number 3 or a 5% in year number 4. So right now, the 10-year plan that we have going forward has us at a pretty high rate over the next 4 years. But then it comes down to a manageable, and please don't quote me because it's not, my paperwork is up there, but I want to say it's a manageable 3.25%, 3.5%, 4%, somewhere in that range, which if we stuck to that in 4 years.
4 years. By then, people will be moved out, so it won't matter,
Well,
because you can't afford it.
So when we talk about a 10%, when we talk about a 10% increase to the district rate, I want to kind of reference that for everybody. All right, if your district assessment was $100, a 10% increase is $10. If you make $20,000 a year, a 10% increase is a lot more than that. We're not talking about, it's not the same dollars we're talking about. We have to relate things to a percentage cost, but there is some, be careful how I say it. Certainly, we try to be great stewards and very fiscally responsible and great stewards of the citizens' money. But I don't think that some of the statements that were made earlier are really an appropriate correlation. When you talk about a 10% increase or a 9% increase isn't the same as a 9% increase overall of an entire budget. Does that make sense? So we've equated and looked at what the average cost of for a home with the 10% not to exceed. And I promise you all, you heard me before sit here, and I'm not happy about being where we are over the next 9 years. I'd like to be the guy that brings it in and says, okay, we need no increases. The problem is the guy that came in and said we need no increases was here for 15 years, and he did a pretty good job. But we squeezed the balloon to the point now where I'm the guy that sits here and tells you if we want to keep staffing fire stations, if we want to keep providing the service level that we have and doing the things that we're doing, we have to catch up and we have to get things back in line to where we can go on that steady increase. So even this afternoon's presentation, it's going to be pretty short. It's really more of a discussion, an overhead discussion of how we formulate that, the plan that we come up with, and how they do it. The interactive model is available, and he will be here. So for those of you that were on the commission previously, you remember, well, what if we change this rate? How would that impact future years? He'll have that model with him today, and we can look at that. But I tell you, honestly, to do that, what it really kind of does is kind of tempts you to take the apple off the tree. Because it tempts you to go, okay, well, we can do that right now and we'll worry about it next year. It gets back to that kick the can down the road mentality, which is what put us in the position that we're in right now. So if you remember last year to make budget, we cut at the last minute, and sir, I don't remember if it was $300,000 or $200,000, but we took the easy button and we kind of cut that off of the capital acquisitions fund. Fire trucks are expensive. So we don't have much in our capital acquisitions fund right now, and what you all should know too is that fund isn't just for our fire trucks. We put money in there, and we've tried to create this opportunity for all of our large capital purchases. So the air pack that you see us go into a fire with, that we wear on our backs, that's an $8,000, roughly an $8,000 piece of equipment. So now take that and exponentially for each one of our apparatus that has, a fire truck that has 4 with spares and the ambulance that has 2, and put that on all of our apparatus. Those only last for a period of time. So just like we have a plan to replace our fire trucks, we have a plan to replace those air packs. The stretchers that we use on the ambulances, that's general fund stuff. But the stretchers that we use, people would nearly have a heart attack if they knew what those stretchers cost. But you could buy a car for what you pay for those stretchers. But they save us in the long-term wear and tear on our people and our personnel and health. There's been a lot of studies on that. It's worth it. But those are the things that we pay for. So I hope that I adequately answered why we're reluctant to do some of the things you're saying. I promise you that we have very, very closely looked at it. We've worked very, very hard. The budget the USC presented is honestly our best our best look at how do we not only get through the year that we have coming upon us, but how do we be responsible in what's going to happen over the next 10 years? Because I don't know how long I'm going to be here as your fire chief, but I want to make sure that whoever takes over, when I go, well, I just mean, one of the things I think, no. And believe you me, I'm not anxious to go. The point that I'm trying to make is I think what we're always trying to do is we want to make sure that whoever takes over in the future, that there's just maybe a little stutter step. There shouldn't be a giant leap. And one of the problems we're running into right now is I've got 4 giant leaps several years running to make, and sitting in front of you as the new fire chief, that's difficult. That should not have happened. And again, I'm not casting aspersions or dispersions on previous administrations. There's a reason we got to where we are, and there was some thought behind it and some things that happened. And so the commission, and those were collaborative efforts between the commission, the city manager, the finance department, and the chief. And so I'm not blaming, I'm just telling you that's where we got now. It's an explanation, not really a pointing the finger. So I hope you all will really, really think about that before you begin removing those pieces, and remember that 10% not to exceed, which we all talked about in the last hearing. I told you I'd come in at 9%. Our budget is figured at 9%. If we go below that, we're squeezing the balloon, and it's going to be higher rates in the out years.
I mean, it's gonna be 25% next year, maybe, or the year after.
Right,
As I've been
exactly.
saying.
Well, we can't go.
I think we've been saying
No,
the
I
same
know.
thing since
I
2016.
know.
We've tried to do
I'm
that
just saying
incremental
that-
increase,
yeah.
but when I say that we're going to be priced out, it is not, please don't take it as it's just the fire department. It's when I hear that there's only going to be a $20 increase to road and drainage fees, and then I get a letter in the mail that says it's actually going to be $200. That's when I got a problem, because now you got to add all this up, including the evaluation of how much your home is going to increase in its value this year, and it is a significant amount of money. So that's what I
On the right
meant.
path with some of the things, as you talked about, the discussions that you had last week about commercial versus residential and what pays for what and things like that. And I think those are some of the challenges that we've encountered as a city. We've been kind of a bedroom community where residences are primary, and that's not where the most revenue is. That's difficult. So I appreciate your time. If there's a specific question.
Coming off of the top of my head, when I looked at this, city manager, I thought it was the 10%. I thought the 231,000 was over the 10% mark. I did not realize it was just the 5%, which is the least amount. What percentage would we be at? I mean, would it be a 7%?
If I can go and look the most recent numbers off the top of my head, I can tell you it appears that we're putting back into fund balance. If the budget were to be adopted the way that it's presented and sits right now, less than $200,000. I think it was 100 and.
Here.
With saying what I did, so I thought that 231 was sitting there over the cap. So I thought it would be available to utilize for the CapEx. That's what I was getting at. And I'll look forward to the 1 o'clock meeting.
231 gets us to about 7%, you're correct. If there's 600,000 is 5.
That's as of September, though.
7.5.
For what numbers we're at.
Can I ask one quick question, in general question? We got a set of preliminary numbers in June on values of property, city manager, and then those were changed and updated in July. Are we expecting a new change in the valuation of properties between now and when we approve the budget in September? No.
We just got the last one.
So this is the last round of actual numbers that we are getting?
They will, as far as the budget goes, yes. There are still, so the last round that we got was for July 1. That's what we will adopt a budget based on. Now, an individual can challenge those numbers to the property appraisers or tax collector's office and say, I think screwed up. We'll get final numbers in May. So where it'll tell us all our
That's your numbers.
So your property came in value, I have no idea what your property is valued at, so don't jump on me. Say it's valued at $100,000. And
To see when they did this, 'cause this-
They just did this one. This is the newest.
And it's 150,000, and you challenge, you said, I think you've lost your mind. You can challenge, there's a process for you to challenge that through the property appraiser's office, and it might come back after your challenge, and you go in front of the value adjustment board, that says, nope, 125 was the right amount, which means that the city will get taxes on your property valued at 125, even though the number we are basing this budget on is 150 for your property, because you challenged it and you won. And you might challenge it and lose. We challenged, the city itself challenged them on Warm Mill Springs several years ago, and we won. But sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. But those numbers all get adjusted between now and May.
So between now and May, when do we as a city receive the property taxes that the citizens pay to the,
Start getting them in November.
so they come in incrementally November, December, January, okay.
Our biggest chunks come in November and December, because everybody that has escrowed property, that has a mortgage, has to escrow. Those escrow companies have to pay them with the full discount in November. So we start getting our largest chunk at the end of November, early December. And then it just kind of tapers off after that.
Okay, when do we get our surtax funding? Does that also happen incrementally or monthly? Based on, so we're in the month of July, are we receiving June's surtax, or are we like receiving, is it like a quarter behind kind of thing?
2 months behind.
Okay,
And then quarterly, they do like a true up.
okay.
You have a question or what? Do you have a question or where are we?
Across was the,
Are we doing anything about that? 400,000 or 500,000?
no, they,
Are we going to wait until the 1 o'clock?
I would wait till.
My recommendation would be to wait till 1 o'clock.
Wait till we hear, yeah.
Okay. Give me my crap back then.
There's two of them that I came across with Parks and Rec, the Atwater project and the Blue Ridge Pavilion. I don't know how desperate we are to have those completed within this year. So I don't know if maybe we want to put half of the amount in this year and then the other half for next year and have them completed in the next fiscal year. You know, I don't know where the overall Park and Rec stands, but that could be a recommendation to hold back some of the costs this year by just doing half and half for those two projects.
What account number is that? Can someone tell me?
The Atwater extension, there's another.
Atwater Park Phase 4, one that's about $9 million. Is that the one?
That's for
Next year, or 2 years.
600,000 in park impact fees this year is what my CIP sheet is showing.
Mine too, I just wanted to make sure I had to establish the right project. It's
What was the other project, Commissioner?
The Blue Ridge Pavilion.
That's 300,000 in surtax.
So, I mean, because surtax is so flexible, I don't know how badly that roof is needed or the pavilion is needed. I don't know where they're at with the project. Just, you know, I'm not saying no, that I'm against these projects. I'm just wondering if they want anything loosened within their budget to do half this year and half next year.
I can't even find the patients, so, you know.
I mean, they're both family parks and, you know, definitely I am behind any of that deals, you know, provides for the families on a relatively inexpensive basis. So I'm not against them. I'm just wondering, do you want your department loosened up a little bit? And it loosens the surtax some for 1 year also.
the Blue Ridge Park Pavilion, the supports are beginning to fail, so we really do need to go ahead and do that. The Atwater is really just it's funding, and it was based on commission direction that there was a desire to get that community center on that end of town started.
So you're just placing money in?
So which one is that?
A little chunk each year until we can actually do it.
So it's not really, I thought there was an addition to the park. There will be. But you're talking about a community center out there.
The Atwater Phase 4 is for that's the next phase in the conceptual plan for Atwater, which is a community center. I believe it was tennis courts and some parking. It was a small community center.
Okay, not the large thing that we were talking about. Okay, because I would say
Probably
that's,
closer in size to Mullen, maybe a little bit smaller is what was planned.
And that's just using impact fees.
Yeah, I don't have that in my, I don't have it in here.
Sorry, said it was short pack, that one's actually impact fees.
Okay.
So that's gonna be in there.
Fees.
Somewhere around 171, I guess.
I'll look in mine so you have an actual page.
It won't matter because y'all's book are
I know,
totally
that's why I'll give
different
you
than
mine
mine.
once I find
I'd
it.
love to know what your cover of your HTTP says.
Same
I
thing.
don't know what.
I know, can I see that when this is done to try and figure that out? It bugs me. It's a.
Says
all
June
copied at the same
2020.
time.
vortex where papers aren't good for you, emails aren't good for
I want to know
you.
what 2 pages I'm
Don't
missing.
get,
You think I make this stuff up, but I got news for you.
171.
Is,
No, wait, 171.
yeah, look at my 171.
There's mine.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what it should look like. It's in everybody else's page 169. It's Fund 152.
So it's 169?
For you, which is my 170. And none of these numbers are the same.
What's the prepared date in the top left corner of your book?
6/11/19?
6/11.
6/11/19.
6/11/19.
Hers was at 9 in the morning, mine was at 11:30.
So someone woke up.
6/11 at 11:41.
same here.
Yeah, the rest of ours are at 11 o'clock, and ours are at the 9 o'clock.
Okay, anyways, correct.
So we're good with that, Sandy, thank you. Wait just a second. There is 2 things that I would really like to see, and one of them deals with Park and Rec, and that is the chip processing for payments. I mean, I've been through the payment process with the chamber, switching over and doing things with that processing. That aquatic center is going to have a lot of sales. And if you don't have up-to-date software and processing able to handle this, I think it's going to be a nightmare for your staff.
We took this out because we were able to get our current vendor to do the chip process.
Yeah.
When we originally put this together with the SLA, our current vendor, we were having a struggle to get chip processors. Since then, I believe they've worked with them, correct me if I'm wrong, our current vendor will be able to do chip processing. So we're not giving up an ability, we just were able to not need the funding for it.
Good.
My list, that was one of my questions that I had missed, because it's also a requirement by law that everyone has chip readers from this point forward. And it was supposed to be
You don't
set.
have to have them?
You have to pay the, right, yeah.
Right, okay.
Glad to hear that. The next thing that I really would like to see again are those neighborhood signs to complete or to do something toward
Did we get pictures on those that were requested?
revitalization
Yeah, we were
project
going to
that
have a
we
bigger
did.
conversation about that.
And there will be a bigger conversation.
But in the amount that you have slated in the budget, how many signs will that create?
Well, actually, in your update, didn't it say not recommended at all? In this page? This book, whatever page it was on, yeah. You got 15,000.
Right, I saw 15 assigned to
And
it.
surtax funds.
And we loosened up a little bit of the surtax.
For Dallas White.
So I would really like to see maybe some of that surtax money be used to give all 5 of those neighborhoods their signs.
So, Mr. Miles, did we get pictures?
That is underway. That process is underway. You have on your, on the queue for the, again, this is Frank Miles, Director of Neighborhood Development Services. You have in the queue in September, there was an overall discussion on neighborhoods, and that would include what are neighborhoods, what programs are available, et cetera, but Public Works is putting together those pictures to be part of that entire conversation.
Sign was 15.
Yeah, it was a single sign that included design, I believe, as well.
For one sign, which includes design, construction, and installation.
So to do 5.
60.
Yeah, and it was gonna be uniform throughout the city. I remember discussing that, one style of sign for all the neighborhoods. What did Country Club Ridge just, I mean, that was insurance. What was the cost on that sign though? I mean, that would probably be our staple sign since it's being replaced.
Meeting yesterday.
That's a great idea.
For the
A
record,
lot of these have been left alone for many, many years.
Go ahead, Ms. Julie.
For the record, Julian, I believe Public Works Director. We just received, well, it's in process from the insurance company of, it was hit last year by a motorist on Country Club Ridge. It was, I believe, $5,000 from the insurance company.
Yes, I want to think 6,000.
Maybe 6, okay, about $6,000. And our plan is just to replace, replace the sign that was there. It's about $6,000, and then we will absorb. We met with a couple of the residents yesterday and Alice White, because the resident had requested she give some guidance and suggestions for landscaping, so that we will absorb through our budget, put some landscaping around that sign.
That's replacing the whole sign, branded.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not fixing it. It's
Yes, sir. It's brand new. The sign was destroyed Thanksgiving last year. And if we have a police report, we always go after that, and we work through our risk department to secure the monies from the motorist insurance company, and then we arrange to have the sign company, we hire them and have them pay directly, so it's very clean, and then we're going to put landscaping around that sign.
Yeah, so if it's $6,000 to replace the Country Club Ridge sign, which is very similar in look as what the Highland Ridge sign is, maybe not the exact same size, but it looks very similar. If it's $6,000 for that sign, does that include the design, the construction, and the installation?
Let me answer that.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just speak up. There was no design required for this sign because we had the previous sign, so we had them mirror image what was there. They came in just measurements. If you're going to design another, and these are monuments type signs, so I think the Highland Ridge sign is a wooden sign. It's a different sign altogether than that. This is a square monument type sign. Okay, it's not a big wooden post sign.
But if you're going to change it with,
Country Club was not. It was a
No.
monument style sign.
Concrete
Well,
monument.
yeah.
what she's saying is that originally, it was a wooden sign that exactly resembled what Highland Ridge has today. And probably, 10 years ago, we changed it to the styrofoam monument sign.
Yes, that
Right,
is correct.
right.
That is correct. When
So-
that was General Development Corporation originally put in the wooden signs all over the city. Highland Ridge, Country Club Ridge, et cetera. When we did widen the roadway, the city, because they were going to put the road through, took on the responsibility and put it into the concrete monument sign.
Okay, so point being is that if we were to do the same exact thing at Highland Ridge, then why couldn't we utilize the same design, the same protocol, and then it'll only cost us $6,000? Am I getting to what you're trying to say?
Approximately. Even if you do that, 15,000 for the first one, you've got 4 more. That's 24. Make it 25. So if you put in 40,000 toward the project, you can probably get all 5 of them taken care of.
And where is that located?
It's on
It's under
page
NDS, right?
In the budget book, it's page 716.
But you also may have, and it depends on the neighborhood.
Let me get
too.
out of your way.
When we're talking about this and we're talking about the monument signs, then depending on, I know they have different parks like Hyde Park and stuff. It may be a smaller sign, depending on the area and where it's
It's in the
at.
surtax.
But if you went with a normal sign like what is at Country Club Ridge, then yeah, that would be warranted at Highland Ridge because the space is there. You know, so you would be on the same ballpark, but it could depend. Now, there could depend on if there's existing lighting there, depending on what's going on with landscaping. You can also get with the communities out there to go ahead and share responsibility on it, because some of the community people that live there want to take care of their signs as well. So that could be an offset too down the road, is coming up with a program, sticking to it, making it uniform, and making it as least expensive onto the community as possible. But we need to keep these neighborhoods, it's pride for the neighborhoods. I mean, it's something that the city did for many, many years, and then they stopped doing it.
Since Commissioner Luke already kind of alluded to this, we have freed up from the Dallas White Master Plan $250,000 in surtax. If we were to take $30,000 of that free up and apply it to the 15 that's already slated, that'd give us $45,000 plus the $6,000 for Country Club Ridge. We should be able to do all 6 of these signs.
I don't know. I
No.
can't find the damn page. Are you kidding?
Give or take.
I don't have it in front of me.
Because some signs are smaller, some signs are bigger. We got the Country Club already paid for.
The 5 signs included Country Club Ridge, so there's only 4 more.
It was 6.
There's only 4 more that needs to
Should
be
be
done.
5, we have now down to 4.
So-
Wait a minute. We had 5
Yeah.
communities get together at that meeting, and Country Club was not one of them.
That's all I need to know, is if it was or it wasn't. I thought it was part of the 5, and it may not be.
In the older part of the city, if I remember correct.
Yeah, that's where Country Club is.
I understand what you're saying. What you want to do is you want to accomplish so that we don't get in the weeds and in the wrong, and say the wrong thing here, and give us a chance to actually verify stuff. You want the 5 neighborhoods that were in the study to get their signs.
Where they were.
With signs similar to the Country Club Ridge sign, which we're establishing is approximately $6,000. We'll figure out find out what the exact amount was. Make sure that there's funding in there for 5 of them. It should be somewhere around 30, if they're $6,000 a piece. But we'll get the right amount in there between now and the adoption of the budget. And I think that's what I think that's where you're trying to get to, so that we don't. I just don't want you guys to say put $28,500 in there and find out it's 30.
Right.
I think it'll give us the opportunity to fix this page with the right amount and get the 5 that you want done.
If I can mention, as Commissioner alluded to, there's electric at some of these signs. I don't know if it's all the signs. Highland Ridge has electric there that hasn't been in operation in quite some time. So there are going to be electrical costs incurred to get those signs lighted.
Why do you need electric? Just to light them up at night?
Yeah, to light them up.
You
One
can
light.
do solar.
You can do solar.
Whatever, I mean, but a lot of
That's
the, God bless Buddy Hughes, when I worked
Oh.
for Public Works, we'd get a phone call about every 3 months. I don't know where to pull in, my light's out on the sign. That's how she made it home. God bless her,
Sorry.
but that's how she did it. Go fix Buddy's light, yes, sir.
That's, I guess the question for you all is, do you want the ones lit to be lit, or do you want the ones of all to be unlit?
I'm for unlit.
I like the idea of solar.
And solar, yep.
Yeah, I think they should be lit.
And a good solar, though.
We need to put 50,000 in this, which would include the 15,000, so we're talking an additional 35,000. I'm willing to do that, to get the signs in, to get them taken care of for those communities, put the solar in.
It's gonna need to be a good solar, because otherwise you're gonna be replacing solar
That's what I was
lights all
saying,
the
yeah,
time.
you gotta have a panel, the whole
Cheaper on
nine
the
yards.
front end, but it could be on the back end. That's why I'm asking if you
It might be more expensive on the back end than on the front end.
And it may be, that's something to take into
Do it under trees.
That's why I asked, what, do you want the ones that are current, do you want them all lit? Do you want only the ones that were currently lit to be lit? Even though the electricity may not be working for us to fix it, or do you just want plain monument signs, no lights?
It's anyways, correct? When we have this bigger conversation.
At his meeting.
Right.
Which direction to go?
Well, at his meeting, we can have a further discussion.
But he
if we-
needs budget.
if we-
I'm okay
Yeah, but
with
if we
all
put
lit, but
50K.
Those that already have electric to them, keep them with just electric. Those that do not, make those the solar and a decent solar. Boom.
I was going to say, it has to be a location that's appropriate for solar, as
And then
Country
the other
Club Ridge is
question
not,
is,
it's under the trees.
Where's this money coming from?
Yeah.
Where's the money coming from is my last question on this one.
Yeah, the surtax, that was
Okay,
where
but we
she
were
was
only
pulling.
saving how much, when we just, 250,
Yeah, 250,
okay.
so they're saying pull out what,
Okay.
what was it, 40?
Gotcha.
15 budgeted, so you're
Come back with the
35, yeah.
ish.
Let somebody else have it turned out.
Actually, let's go to lunch. So we will be back, let's take a 45-minute lunch. So we'll be back here about 12:45. That's actually right.
Join with me here.
All right, we are back. We are back, and we have our presenter here. We're ready to get started.
Look at him jumping right up to it.
They said 1 o'clock.
Are you ready?
I'm always ready.
That's right.
That's why he laid back.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon.
So I'll just take a minute and I'll turn this over to Eric. Eric is here from Stantec. He has a presentation for you today. It's really to talk about what we just talked about earlier, talk about, the methodology of how we've come up with a plan that gives us fiscal sustainability. Remember, we're looking at this going into this budget year. Everything else is a 9-year plan out. It's a plan based on assumptions and everything else. Right now, as I said earlier, if you looked at the professional report that was released in August of last year, we had running rates, I think, for 3 years of 9%, and then it started going down. I think it went down to 6%. Because of the change last year, because of going from 9% to 8%, remember I told you about that exponential change, so when you squeeze that balloon. So right now, the plan where we are right now, it's 9% for 3 years running, then 8%, then I believe it goes to 6%, and then we get back down into that 3 3/4, 3.5% on out into the future. So again, Eric did bring his interactive model if you all want to look at it today, but like I said, it gets tempting. It's like the forbidden fruit. Well, if we do this, what happens there? If we do that, you can see that direct relation when you change something in this year, how that works in the out years. I can just give you an example of 1 year. The way that we arrived at to make the budget is the commission told us, okay, we'll assume 0% raises for 10 years. So remember in that projection, you think about what are those assumptions? What are the things that you do? So you can do things to make the plan work, but it doesn't really make the plan work. It gets you that 1 year just-in-time budgeting. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Van Malsen from Stantec. We've been working together since 2013, 2014. He's been a great resource for us. We're happy to have him on board, and I'll let him go, and then we'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief, members of the commission and the city. It's a pleasure to be here once again. My name is Eric Van Malsen. I'm a principal with Stantec Consulting Services. With me today is Morgan Broche. We just kind of walked into the fire here, but we're ready to go.
That's how I roll.
Is everybody able? Is the presentation going to get?
Yeah, it'll switch over.
Okay. Just a brief agenda. What we're going to go through is a background of where we've come from since we've been engaged with the city and the fire district in the assessment process. I'm going to walk through some of the key data and assumption inputs into this study so you know how we base this analysis and how everything is formulated. Walk you through some of the key issues we're seeing for this particular fund in the district, go over the results of the 10-year financial model, and then open it up for any discussion and any live scenarios you wish to see. So as a brief background, in fiscal year 2013 is when the city retained Stantec, which was then Burton & Associates, to formally develop your current fire rescue assessment methodology. We also performed a revenue sufficiency analysis, or an RSA as I'll refer it to. When we looked at that RSA, that figures out at the time of the current revenues of the assessment, how would that need to grow or change over time to fund the projected costs? We noted in that analysis that there was going to be certain spikes in years of rate adjustments due to new development of new stations and influx of operating costs at specific times. We also formulated a more levelized rate plan absent of those spikes to give a more predictable rate schedule going forward. In almost every other year, we've come back here and updated that, some multi-years in a row. But we've also performed your annual updates to your fire assessment roll. We prepare the actual data and submit it to the tax collector and property appraisers for processing. So from 2016 to 2018, we repeatedly did an update to your revenue sufficiency analysis, which also confirmed in those years the need for annual rate adjustments continuing going forward with some of those big spikes as new stations came on board and new firefighters were hired. But we also offered alternative levelized rate plans to fund those future costs so you can build up those revenues over time rather than having a singular year where you would have an overwhelming rate increase. And we also recognize that you have this 10% cap on any given years of rate adjustments. So we need to be mindful of that. If the reflection of what was ultimately decided by the commission made it so a future year would need to be in excess of 10%, we would then recommend years of higher than necessary rate increases to not have to go over that 10% in the future. That's just by nature of the rule of the law here for the assessment updates. So over this year, we updated the RSA once again with the latest cost and revenue data. The goal of the analysis is to identify the necessary assessment revenue adjustments to fund all of your ongoing operations and projected capital costs while maintaining your minimum required reserve balances in each year of the projection. That's our overarching goal. We do that by a number of different ways, mostly by figuring out the revenue adjustments necessary. In the analysis, we utilize a certain subset of data provided by the city staff, and the district staff, including the current year's adopted budget, the proposed budget for fiscal year 2020, and beyond. We project, based upon that 2020 budget, individually escalated line item factors, recognizing that salary adjustments escalate at a different rate than healthcare and pension costs. Any addition of personnel and new stations that are accommodated and applied to their respective operating lines. We use your audited financial reports from the last fiscal year, which establishes our essential reserve balances from the beginning of this fiscal year, and that reserve balance goes up or down depending on how cash flows are executed in any given year. Our reserve targets, these are our minimum thresholds of money to have in the bank in any given year, are inputted from your adopted policy of a minimum of 20% operating reserve, plus a minimum stabilization reserve of an additional 5% or 25% total, and a maximum stabilization reserve target of 10% beyond the 20 or a 30% total. So in any given year, our analysis is trying to aim between that 25 and 30% mark, that minimum and maximum stabilization reserve threshold. And since we have updated your annual assessment rolls for a number of years now, we're very aware of the growth trends within the city in terms of new development and how those new developments have come in over time. We've seen a nice ramping up of development over the last few years, and now we're starting to see that trend slow down just slightly, and we're making sure our projections are matching the overall trend that we've worked with the city over the past 5-6 years to understand the growth development trends, and we've reacted year over year as the new assessment data is provided to us. The major issues we see for this fund are, of course, to adequately fund your current and future revenue needs for maintaining your minimum operating reserve levels. So we don't want to go below those adopted policies of operating reserve levels. The ongoing escalation of your personnel and operating costs, your salaries, wages, health insurance, retirement costs continue to escalate at rates faster than inflation, of course, but all at differing rates, and each year we recalibrate and readjust this analysis to make sure we know exactly what's happening with those rates. One thing we have to be very cognizant of, you were awarded a SAFER grant to fund a certain number of firefighters last year. That grant will expire by the end of fiscal year 2023, and you will no longer receive those revenues. Therefore, this fund has to fund those firefighters if you wish to maintain them as employees of the district. So we need to make sure the revenue is going to be adequate at that time, and it's not just a matter of adjusting it at that time. You would be looking at above a 10% rate adjustment just to fund that. So any rate adjustment starting now is really saving up for that time in the future year where you need to have the adequate revenues to fund all of those firefighters currently funded by your SAFER grant. In addition, around that exact same time, we're expecting the possible inclusion of Station 87 in fiscal year 2023. That will impact this fund by having all of the personnel that are burdened by this fund and not the general fund to be paid for by the annual assessments. So we're looking at a big bogey of 2023 where the SAFER grant expires and you have a potential new station, all of which will require a much higher level of revenue than is currently being generated. So the rate adjustments now are not only trying to provide for current year's costs, but saving up for the future year's costs so you don't have to go over that 10% threshold of rate adjustment. As the chief already alluded to, I want to make this very clear that any lower than recommended rate adjustments that you ultimately adopt will require greater adjustments in the future years than you will be seeing here today in our recommendation. Just keep that in mind as we go forward to these recommendations. So this is the control panel of our financial model. The answers are basically the bottom two graphs, and there's a lot going on there, but I'm going to show you some highlights. What we are recommending for fiscal year 2020's adjustment is a 9% rate adjustment. This is an overall rate adjustment to both the Tier 1 and Tier 2 fee. It would adjust your average single-family bill by approximately $20 for the entire year. However, to get up to the revenue needed for that fiscal year 2023 target, which has Station 87 and those SAFER granted firefighters no longer funded by that grant, you will need another 3 years of 9%. That last year could be adjusted a little bit lower, but it's going to cause those out years, which now we're showing once you reach that target, are much more reasonable level increases of 3.5%. You could taper down to that 3.5%, but for at least 3 years, you're looking at about 9% rate adjustments, and there's not a whole lot of room to move there because we're trying to make a sustainable cash flow and maintain these minimum operating reserve balances. And you can see those top two lines of that graph represent between that 25 and 30% target. So coming out of fiscal year 19, we're expected to be right about at 25% target. Fiscal year 2020, right about 30%. And then it floats between that 25 and 30% depending on the year and the cost escalations and those rate adjustments. But it gets pretty lean in 2023, and by then, your operating balance is projected with these increases to be right at that 25% reserve target. So any lesser adjustments now would require greater adjustments in the future, or you would potentially violate your minimum reserve policy targets. So, in summary, ongoing cost escalation, staff additions, and future projects will require continued rate adjustments. That's unavoidable. The recommended 9% overall rate adjustment to the fire district non-ad valorem assessment for fiscal year 2020 would provide the first step of saving up for those revenues over the next few years. Any reduced adjustment to that or adoption lower than the 9% will require higher increases in the future, and we need to be very aware that that 10% cap exists. So a 9% adjustment, any reduction to that, you're looking at 10% adjustments for quite a while. Beyond 2023, if revenues have been adequately adjusted, lower levels adjustments will be necessary, but lower level adjustments will maintain your sustainability as costs may rise approximately 3.5–4% each year, and you would have adequate revenues to fund your ongoing costs and needs within the fund at that time. It's a brief presentation. I'll open it up for discussion and any questions the commission may have.
Okay.
I have two questions.
Okay. Commissioner Carrasone?
First question, did this consider growth?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
It does.
We
At what
include
percentage?
growth in both Tier 1 and Tier 2 of the analysis. So
Right.
we have a fee that is charged essentially on a per parcel basis.
Mm-hmm.
Larger vacant parcels get charged a equivalent unit basis. And we're assuming approximately 1% of growth in that Tier 1 for the next few years, tapering down to 0.75% by 2022 and 0.5% by 2024, conservative growth assumption. In Tier 2, which is reflective of the structure value of all properties within the city, we have growing on average of about 7% for the next 2 years, tapering down to 6% for the 3 years after that, and then 5% in the out years. So we're showing continual robust growth, but slowing down from the last few years, but still growing at a high clip. Despite that growth, these necessary rate adjustments are going to be required.
Okay, so Tier 1 is, because that was my next question, is explain the difference between Tier 1 and 2.
Sure. So if you own a parcel within this city, it's a developed parcel, you have a structure on it, you get charged one Tier 1 charge. It's a per equivalent unit, and the only parcels that get charged more than one Tier 1 charge are larger vacant parcels above 5 acres.
No. So every parcel in the city is assessed to Tier 1. Every parcel, vacant. A developed property, which has an added benefit to it, is Tier 2.
Yes,
So-
I'm getting there.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Everyone just- I
Yeah,
saw
yeah.
them looking their head going,
Yeah,
no, no,
no.
I want to make sure.
Tier 2, if you own a parcel with a structure on it, you get charged a certain rate for the value of the structure, not the taxable value of the property itself, not the value of the land. You receive a second tier of protection for the potential loss of that structure, and the differential between all other properties is the value of your structure on that property.
Okay, how do
Vacant
you-
parcels are not charged Tier 2.
How do you determine the value of that parcel?
The property appraiser determines that.
Okay, so you do determine it by the property appraisal.
Yes, ma'am.
And you take it by which number? The The estimated value or
The structure value. It's replacement cost, new less depreciation of the structures and extra features on that property.
Hold on. Because I don't see a structure value on the tax bill, so I'm trying to.
It may not be reflected on your tax bill, so you may have to go to your property record card on the property appraiser's website to find that exact
more
value.
than what you're seeing,
If you go to the
right?
property appraiser's site, you can actually see breakdowns of a piece of property. It's gonna have land, building, sometimes there'll be like a shed, other.
Those would be extra features, yeah.
Whatever they call them, other buildings on the property. But if you go on that actual site, it doesn't show up on the bill they send you, but it is broken down on their website.
So what I hear is that the only way to sustain the fire department is to increase it the 9% or 8% each year as you're recommending.
For the next 4 years or so, you're going to need to build up that revenue, and we're showing 9% will do it.
So what about cutting some expenses? What about cutting some projects? What about the cuts? How do the cuts come into play with these numbers?
If you have cuts to propose, we can adjust these numbers, but I'm provided a budget, and all of our data is based upon the line items in that budget, and we prepared the financial management plan based upon that budget and how those costs are going to escalate. I've not been told of any cuts that would potentially reduce this. Keep in mind, your capital costs are more or less funded by impact fees and surtax funds. This fund is not really funding any projects other than your actual firefighter salaries themselves, and only a portion thereof that is not related to EMS medical services. So to the extent that costs rise in the future is really relative to the escalation of your personnel costs.
It's a lot of increase, 9% over the next 4 years. It's a.
Hold it down.
What did we increase it by last year?
You did 8% versus our recommendation of 9%.
Last year was 8% versus 9%. But we did enough cuts that it would only be 1% difference, right? I mean, I didn't think that we valued the district by doing an 8%. The suggestion was 9%, and the chief came back with enough cuts that would have represented a 1% decrease, correct, city chief?
Scott Titus, Fire Chief for the district. If you remember, last year was a little bit of a unique year. So last year, as the contract negotiations completed and things happened, if you remember when Stantec did their presentation, when I stood before you last year, I was a little bit panicky because I said we had just gotten all the numbers in and something didn't look right, if you remember, and I told you. So if you look at the proposal from Stantec and look at what we've done ever since 2013, their proposal has always been worked off of what is called the adopted budget, not the amended budget. Typical years, that doesn't really make a big difference because typical years when you amend the budget, unless it's a giant chunk, it's not a significant change. If you remember, our amended budget had over $1 million. It was almost $1.2 million difference between the adopted budget and the amended budget. If you equate that out to when you start talking about percentages, remember we talked earlier, 1% is right around $110,000. We had $1 million to make up. If you remember in the 11th hour, we cut, I think it was $300,000 out of CapEx. We found savings in some other places. We tightened our belts. Thank goodness we got the SAFER grant and some other things which allowed us we cut down to 8%. But if you remember, I stood up here and I lost a little dignity because I think I actually nearly begged you all last year and said, please don't cut it any more than that because of what was going to happen in the future. And here's where we are. So
That makes sense.
I hope that
Okay,
answers
and
your
then
question.
the 9% to tier 1, 9% to tier 2, so that's actually an 18%.
No, ma'am. It would be a 9%. So the bill is comprised of those two rates, but when you adjust the two rates together, the overall bill goes up 9%.
Thank you, because that's a little conflicting on the way it's presented. All right. Thank you. And I'm sorry, you said $20, right?
To your average single-family home.
Which is?
$19.67 for an average single-family home on a quarter-acre lot. and it equates out to $1.64 per month.
But what's the value of the property?
The tier one rate would, well, it's, you gotta look at different value properties. I think,
Yeah,
Eric can pull up the
it's
average.
28 EBUs, so you times that, you multiply that by $5,000, which is the EBU factor for your tier two. So your average single-family home within the city has a structure value of $140,000. Not a taxable value, not assessed, not land, structure value only. Well, that's based upon the actual data from your property appraiser.
140,000, huh? Okay.
And that's an average number. There's gonna be plenty higher and plenty lower.
The $20 is pretty much 10 for the structure value, 10 for the quarter-acre lot?
No, it would be, for the average single-family home, you're looking at an increase from 72.77 in Tier 1 to 78.59. And so that would be, 78.59 to 85.66. So you're looking at less than $10 in Tier 2 and the remainder of that coming from their Tier 2 charge.
Tier 1.
Tier 1, sorry.
So what is the tier one number?
78.59 currently, and the proposed increase would be to 85.66.
That's everybody equally across the board.
Not really, because,
No, I'm talking about the tier one.
Tier 1, yes.
oh, really?
The only people that pay more than that one to charge are those who own vacant properties greater than 5 acres.
Well, or didn't you say that the $20 is based on an average quarter acre? What if they have 3 lots?
That is for a single parcel with a single house on it, valued on the average of $140,000. So you take that $140,000 divided by 5, you get 28 equivalent billing units for Tier 2. 28 times your Tier 2 charge of $505 currently is how you equate their bill.
I understand that, but I'm trying to get to the point that maybe it's, what if they don't have that 140,000?
If you have a higher valued house, you'll pay higher than that. If you have
Yeah.
a lower, you'll pay lower. If you have more
So it-
properties, you'll pay a separate assessment for each of those properties.
Right, so it's not necessarily true that,
Your average single-family home is as quoted.
no, I'm,
Mr. Image? Okay, thank you. Oh, one quick question, sorry.
Forgot to flip the page over. I'm trying to find it, sorry.
I'm trying to do a
You
property
said
search.
that the Safer grant expires in 2023.
That's when the dollars stop coming in.
Correct.
Yeah.
How many employees was that again, Chief? I think
21.
For Safer grant, was it?
21 employees.
21?
Yes, ma'am.
And when is Station 87, where is that? Is Station 87 the one that's out by 75 in Toledo Blade?
That is what we are projecting.
Thank you.
Chief, do you remember, last year you said we were 8 verse 9. Do you remember the year before that? I know Taft was here, but do you remember what the year was before that? Give me a moment, please.
While you're looking that up, I'm looking at the property appraiser. Which one do you use? You got land, building, extra feature?
Building and extra features.
Just, okay, so just building an extra feature.
Yes.
Yeah, so our personal is way more than that.
Mayor, to your question. In fiscal year 15 to 16, we increased 3%. 16 to 17, we decreased 5.37%.
Just really quick, what was that though? What did you request? Do you know what you requested those years?
I can tell you that every year we've requested at least, so when this started in 2013.
So like one year was a
It was a
6.
3-year projection, so it's actually continued to go up, even when we've cut it back down to 0. I can go back and research exactly
It
what
just
our
seems like
requests
one of
were.
those years, maybe this one you requested a 6,
2016.
but you got a 3 and
2016 and 2017 is when we
way under.
way
Yeah.
under, and you and I are the only ones who voted against that.
Right.
Yeah, until 2018. In 2018, our rates were
Yeah.
lower than they were in 2014.
Right.
Okay.
So we had increased to 3%, but then we reduced it by 5.37. We did 0% and didn't increase in 18, and then in 19, it was 8%.
So it is important to tighten our belt. It's also important to be responsible.
Sure, absolutely.
And when we artificially hold them like that so far, this is what puts us at this place, where now it's got to be 9. And next year it's going to be 10,
Just
or
a-
11, or 12.
That 3% a year, if we had just done an escalation from 14, 15, that 3% a year, going into fiscal year 20, the 20 rate would be $86.12, and we're requesting $85.66. And the tier 2 rate would be $5.54, and we are requesting $5.50. So had we done that 3% escalation, we'd be at a higher rate. If we were asking for 3% this year, we'd be at a higher rate than what we're asking with 9.
Right.
So now, when this originally was formulated in 2013, we didn't really know when those target dates were for when that station was going to come online. So that's why we bring Stantec back every year, and we look at the plan and say, is this valid? What's changing? We look at the market conditions. We look at the growth of the fire department. We look at our response times. We do all those things responsibly to try and make sure that number is accurately as represented as possible. Oh, yes, please.
Just to double check, in fiscal year 15, 16, you said it was a 3% increase.
That was from, I believe it's from 15 to 16. We went from 74.66 to 76.90 and 480 to 494.
Okay, and then in 16, 17, what was the percentage increase?
It's a decrease. We went from 76.90 to 72.77.
So what
For tier
percent?
1, and from 494 to 468. I believe the equivalent percentage there was, I have 5.37.
I'm sorry, a what?
I have a negative 5.37%.
5.37%, you're saying it went down?
Decrease. Yes, ma'am, it did go down.
Okay, so I'm looking at the numbers that I personally get paid in my taxes, and it didn't go down 5%. Going by the number that it went up in the previous year, looking at what I paid the year after that, it did not go down 5%.
It could be a function of your value having increased over time.
In 2014, when you're saying we had in 2015, when you're saying I had a 3% increase, it increased at about $14, and that was a 3% increase. It went up $3 the following year.
Yeah.
So it should have gone down considerably. It didn't go down.
Your valuation could have gone up exceeding the rate adjustments. It's not something we control, it's your property appraiser who
I
calculates
understand
those.
that, but if you see a 3% increase exponentially, and you know that it's going to increase the value of those structures at the same time, because that's part of the increase, if it's going to go down, that,
You're trying to tie an individual bill with what we're saying as the percent that the revenue needs to grow. And absent of individual components of your assessment rates, which we are accounting for in our growth numbers in tier 1 and tier 2, the overall rate needs to grow by a certain percent so the revenue reaches a certain target. You can probably take any individual random sample of bills year over year changing, and they're not going to equate to the percentage that your rates adjusted unless the value's held flat from year to year. And if your replacement cost new less depreciation calculation from the property appraiser, if that changes, your bill's going to go up not at the exact same percentage of your rate adoption.
can you tell me what the percentage it went up in 17, 18?
Going from 17 to 18, it was a 0%. So we were 72.77, we remained at 72.77 for tier 1, and tier 2 remained 468.
And what year was that where they were charged a 3% increase in error?
That's what we were just talking about. That may have been the 15 year, I'm not positive.
I was thinking.
I believe that was in 15, 16.
So that year that you had that negative was to compensate where we were charged a 3% overage. There was a year where we were charged 3%.
They were supposed to be charged 1. They were charged 3. And it was the wrong appendix was sent to the,
So what year was that? Do you remember?
I That's one that.
The correction was in year 17, and the resultant difference in rates. So, and I appreciate, that's why I leaned in, because I remember something happened, I couldn't remember and explain to you why.
Yeah.
The result is exactly what I told you. So the rates from 16, 17, the resultant rate went from $76.90 to $72.77. That is a decrease of 5.3%. Part of that was because of a correction that was made in that year, but that is the end result. The result is we went from $76.90 to $72.77, and we remained at that rate for 2 years running.
Okay, so
Which was
six,
still lower than our rates from 2014-15.
thank you, I just needed to get on the record about that correction, thank you.
Yeah, you said that it would be an average of $20 increase, but I'm
The-
doing the calculation, it's only like $7.52.
Okay, let's walk through this then. Your average single-family home, valued at $140,000 of structure value, would pay $78.59 this current year, next year $85.66. So, we're,
$7.07 difference.
right,
Okay.
so that's tier one. They also pay tier two.
Right.
That's tier two, I thought you said.
50-cent difference.
Tier two is a 50-cent difference in the rate, but you
Right.
multiply that by 28, which is your $140,000 divided by 5,000.
Wait, what?
We
All right,
Let
wait.
me slow this down, so
Now
we
you
can
got
help
me
you
all
out here.
screwed up.
Would it help if I had this on the screen?
All right, it won't matter, I can't see it. So tier two, so now you take that 550 and you multiply that by,
That is a rate per $5,000 of structure value on the property. So if
So
you have
you have a-
$140,000 of structure value, that's 28 equivalent building units, or every
can you slow
$5,000.
down so I can write this down? Just saying.
$5,000.
Okay, let's try it again.
$140,000
Yeah,
divided by 5,000.
and where do you get this $5,000 number?
That's the rate structure. That's the
What was
how the
adopted in
rates work.
methodology.
That's at
EBU, equivalent billing unit. We're using $5,000.
Uh-huh,
So $140,000 divided by 5,000, we have 28.
mm-hmm. Okay,
Times your tier two rate, 505 currently.
all right, so this $5.05 to $5.50 is not realistic. I mean, yes, it is for the tier two sub, or, how am I supposed to, it's the data point you're going to use, but the rate, when you do your calculation, it comes to higher. Okay.
So if this year your average single-family home at 28 EBUs is paying $219.99, they would be paying $239.66 next year at the 9% adjustment.
The change in the tier two rate for the example that he gave at 28 EBUs for a $140,000 home, for tier two would be currently $141.40. The new tier two amount would be $155.68, for a difference of $14.28. So that difference of tier two, $14.28, plus the change in tier one, that's where you come up with that number.
That's what the 1428 is tier one and two combined? No.
$14.28 is the difference just in tier two.
Okay.
And remember, the reason, and I know it sounds complicated, the great thing about this methodology is it's self-correcting. So as properties go from undeveloped to developed, undeveloped properties just get a tier one rate. When they begin to develop, then they get the tier two added. So it's kind of self-correcting. And that's, one of the things that growth, it helps with that. as we
All right,
develop.
that's where I got confused. I thought that tier two was the land part and tier one was the the building part. That's where I was messed up. Okay, that makes sense.
So you said that it's on the property appraisers, what the value of the building structures are, correct?
Correct.
So would anybody be able to tell me where exactly that is? Because I'm on my site, and is it in the actual tax?
Your bill,
Yeah?
and then it says, where the hell is it?
Oh, I see, where it says land and building, and, okay, I see.
All the way over here.
Yeah, I had to do that. So where it says land and building, where it says land and building was where you're not you're not being charged for the land portion, just the building and extra features.
Right.
Now, if there's any concerns about this methodology, which is what the questioning has been in line of, we can address that in another year when you have the opportunity to update the entire methodology if you want. But at this time, the rate structure itself is what it is. We're here to talk about the level of rate increase.
Yeah, I honestly would like, I don't think I have one, the actual methodology report that's being used. I'd kind of like to check that over if it's possible, City Manager, if you could send that to me. Because I don't think I've ever seen the actual methodology report. Do you know when the last time that was done?
In 2013, adopted in 2014, and your code of ordinances and resolution contains all the information that you could understand the rate methodology with, and the report's on file too.
So for road and drainage, we're required to do a methodology every 4 years. So why
If I may, I
are we
believe in
doing?
2016, we didn't redo the methodology, but the city manager may remember, we validated the methodology. And I can find out what year it was, but I believe it was.
We went through all kinds of stuff.
The issue with your road and drainage, there's multi-components of that require cost allocations to be realigned. This does not really require, it's funding one service and one service only, your fire rescue district.
Thank you.
Have anything else?
I'm just looking at what I think is going to amount to $100 increase, and that's going to be a huge problem for certain people who have a evaluated home at $180,000 or.
This isn't subject to Save Our Homes or anything, is it? I don't think so.
A
No, it's a
residential
district.
family home on 3 acres in Northport Estates, I think this is with the 10% increase we looked at earlier, was $250.29 to $275. So it was a difference in $25.20 in their final bill.
Well, I'm trying to use the stupid 28 times whatever.
No, you
and
have
all
to
that.
calculate that 28. For
No, I got a calculator, but come on.
For a
man.
$180,000 house, that EBU, that 28 turns into 36. So you would be paying.
Oh.
Yes, that 28 is a number of your structure value divided by 5,000 for your average single-family home of 140,000. That's how you reach that.
If you think about it easy, I break everything down to $100,000. So for EBUs, there's 20 EBUs per $100,000.
Yeah. So for $180,000, you'd currently be paying $260.39, and on the adjusted rate, you'd be paying $283.66. So about $23 more.
Plus the 707, right?
No,
Or is
that's
that
the
total?
total tier 1 and tier 2 bill.
And that was calculated at the 10% earlier, correct? Or are you
He's
doing that at
using
9?
9. I was just pulling an old chart.
Okay, because I remember we talked about the 10% being $23.
Very interesting.
This $500,000 that's on the SLA 220-2252 that Commissioner Luke was talking about earlier, that's for the vehicles? So that's to put the money back into the CapEx fund. But you have in your fund balance $230,000 excess.
So I've got to be careful how I say this, because you said excess, and I wanted to say something.
Yeah, and I
right
don't know
away.
what else to
We
call
don't
it.
have excess, I promise. If you remember earlier when I talked about the plan, that capital acquisition account is not, that's capital vehicles and equipment. If you remember earlier, we talked about how the fire district puts money aside annually for the replacement of the air packs and some of those other things. So $200,000 in there doesn't even buy a half of a fire truck. When we did an evaluation, and right now, we're still trying to come up with, every other month, we look at our numbers and make sure, because as the economy changes, as everything else changes, we want to make sure that we're as close as we can for what our future stuff is. But if you remember, last time I stood before you, I told you our costs for just replacement apparatus, so not even all the equipment, replacement of apparatus, it's right around $1.1 to $1.3 million annually. We are trying to get to 1.1 this year and that's vehicles and and I think we're at 1.195 is what the total contribution is. That 500,000 is an increase. That looks like a big number, but if you remember, we took away money last year from what our contributions were, which is what's dropped us down. So there's a lot to think about in there. Our fleet is in good shape right now, but one issue to buy a fire truck. I know we're insured. We're not insured at replacement value. We're insured at agreed value. So we talk about these amounts that we have to have in there to continue operating from that October period until we start receiving monies, and for these unforeseens, that's all taken into consideration.
So if you're increasing, since June's budget, it's increased $400,000.
If you remember when I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm trying to understand, where did you come up with $400,000 and reduce the rate? That's what I'm trying to understand.
If you remember when I came before you all last time, I've told you we took a really raw number. We took last year's assessment rate, we increased it by that 10% not to exceed, or I think we used a 9% number, and then we discounted it 3%. So remember, and that was already a discounted number to start with. So if you remember in the presentation I gave you, the realized revenue increase was like 5%. It wasn't enough. I did that to show you what the number was working on. However, if you remember at that budget presentation, we were also spending money out of fund balance. We were not putting that much money into capital acquisition. And what I told you was the real number, we had just, from the time I formulated that presentation to you all, to standing before you, we had gotten the numbers in from Stantec. And if you remember, I told you, we got the new numbers in. And I think we're going to be able to, at 9%, and what our recommendation would be is fund our capital acquisition fund to 1.1, which is what it should be, to not be utilizing fund balance, and put us kind of back on track and put us between that 5 and 10%. I think we're going to be at 6 or just right around 6%. So 1% over what that 5% requirement is.
So, Mr. Stantec, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name.
Eric.
What is it?
It's Eric.
Now owns the company.
Or Mr. Stantec.
Mr. Stantec.
I might prefer that, actually.
He said the 1% equals about $110,000.
In
Correct.
total revenue?
You said that.
I didn't say that.
I said that. When we do, and it was a really rough estimate, just to try and give you an idea.
Okay.
He can probably tell you.
Because I'm seeing a available projected fund balance of $230,000 in the fire department. That's after meeting our contingency for emergencies and our economic development thing, economic stability thing.
That's also with a budgeted amount with it, and they could probably help me, but I believe that's figured at an anticipated projection of 98%. Is that correct, or?
Well, no, that's only at the 5%, when I think the goal was to get back to the 10% for the
Yes.
budget stabilization. So it's less than the 10% budget stabilization. We don't have enough to say we meet that policy.
But we have met our minimum of
Met the
5.
5, yes.
We're at 6.9.
Yes.
We're at 6.9. Okay. Not touching that.
Correct.
And to answer your question, 1% of rate adjustment equates to about $106,000 of new revenue.
He wasn't too far off because he said 110, so pretty darn close. Where I was going with that was this $231,000 in fund balance that's available. Can we use some of that, I'm not saying all of it, can we use some of that to offset this increase for the CapEx, thereby lowering it possibly 1%?
If you're asking me, this is what my answer would be. When we formulate our budget, and when you look at even what Stantec presents for us and
It's not
everything
going to
else.
affect your budget.
Well, but hear me out.
Okay.
All of our estimates are based upon 98% expenditure of our budget, so not even 100%. So that $200,000 you're talking about of available fund balance there, if we were to expend 100% of our budget, which I promise you, we try not to do. If we were to expend 100% of our budget, that would put us back at neutral, revenue neutral. So we always try not to expend our full budget. We have positions that don't get filled. The one thing that we can never really foresee and we don't know, I think we're lucky to say right now that we're probably out of brush season, but we're in hurricane season. So even though we look good right now with our salary numbers for year to date and some other things, that can drastically change. And that, that $200,000 of available fund balance, again, that takes into consideration a 98% expenditure, not a 100% expenditure of what of what our anticipated budget was. So if you're asking me, my answer would be no. However, you're the commission, you can tell me whatever you would like for us to do, and we'll find a way to make it work.
But then
Chief,
again,
if
I
I
want
could
to
supplement
say,
that.
let's be very careful. We did
Yeah.
this with surtax last year. We can't just keep doing these things because you're going to take away from.
It's really
But
important.
it's the same concept.
I've got to add some additional information to this, and I'm not sure if you can get my presentation on the screen here, but that percent target, your minimum reserve balance target, is a percentage of your expenses, and it grows, and it's going to grow dramatically over the next few years as your costs go up, particularly as you add Station 87. So just as your expenses change, the salary increases, healthcare costs, and so on, that bogey next year is going to be higher than it is this year. So if you use some of that fund balance down to offset a revenue increase, you now have a higher target to reach the next year to maintain that minimum reserve target. So anything you pull out of the fund balance or reduce the rate revenue, or either one, is going to make next year's challenge even harder.
Commissioner Carson?
I'm sorry, what did you say that you, the value of the property values, what did you estimate? What number did you use?
The average single-family home in the city of North
No,
Portage.
the percentage increase between one year to the other.
Well, the actual percent increase from last year to this year. In Tier 1, we're looking at a 0.7% increase in equivalent units. And then in Tier 2, we're looking at a 7.4% increase.
How does that equal 9?
Pardon?
How does that equal 9?
That's the increase in your billable units. That's the growth within the city.
In other words, your
So you
house
add
is
what
now
you're-
worth more by 7.4%. Is that what you're trying to say?
The aggregate, that includes new development. So
No, I get that,
yeah.
I get that. So
You have some that have depreciated. You have some that maybe worth
this
less
is what
than
I'm
last
trying to
year.
ask you, is that what if come 2020, that you find that the house did not increase by 7%, that it actually increased only by 4% or 5%? How does that get accounted for, or is that
In our
accounted for?
in our projections, we're not assuming the same current past few years of robust 7, 8, 9% growth in Tier 2 and 1+% growth in Tier 1. We're tapering that. We're slowing that down, recognizing a potential slowdown in the economy. And of course, something happens more dramatically than that. That's why you bring us back each year, so we can react and make sure that the path forward is more clear with the current economic conditions. So we're not assuming the current level of growth going forward. We're assuming that you will continue to grow over the next few years, but just not as high of a clip as it is currently right now.
I didn't want us to calculate 7.4% increase to our evaluations and then come back and it's only 3%, so you're taking all that into consideration, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Good. Everybody good?
Mr. Stantec is good.
Speak so quick.
One other little thing I'd like to add is Fire Station 87, if you're raising money for Fire Station 87, so that's.
It has to be considered.
So we're working in the future years on how we figure out to get that, new surtax monies, we're hoping we'll be coming in the mid-20s and some other things, but we could be in a temporary facility like we were before. So these are things that.
So all things being good, economy being good, we have always kind of, if we had given you what you requested way back when, we should never really get above 3.5%, 4%. All things being good, always.
I think
with
Eric will
growth.
validate this, but you will have spikes. So when you bring on a new station, you're absolutely going to have spikes because if you look at our budget and you broke it down by percentages, the greats, we are a service-driven industry and it's people that do the job. So the greatest percentage of our budget is personnel. So when you bring on a lot more people, it's a huge impact.
But your average rate of increase
Yes.
would be relative.
We were trying to avoid
Would be
those spikes,
relative.
and I remember the conversations in years past. There was very much a sense of, why should we increase rates now for those future years? And my warning was, because if you don't do that, you're going to be facing much higher increase in those
Well, I
future
think the
years.
argument was, if an old person is paying it today and they die tomorrow, how did they get the return on their investment?
Yeah.
But it's a community factor, right? So.
Well, yeah, and it's gonna take us 4 years to get caught back up to get back to the average.
Commissioner
So
McGill?
let's talk about Station 87. That's supposed to be paid for because of growth. Growth is paid for through impact fees. So Why
Impact fees won't pay for a fire station.
wouldn't, I'm not saying the full cost, of course not, but I'm saying,
I think probably the city manager can speak better to their finance can, but our impact fees,
In their contribution, wasn't it based on like 2005 numbers? And now the amount of money it costs to actually build a fire station has increased by probably 90%?
we've been gathering impact fees for fire rescue district up in West Villages since, I'm not sure what the first year was, but.
It was
I believe our balance up there is
2006,
400, just over $400,000. So if you thought about that in equivalent, so say it was 2006, in 13 years, we have $400,000. That doesn't buy a fire truck.
Buy half
It certainly doesn't buy, it certainly doesn't buy a fire station, which is why
It's
we're
the
working with West
tires.
Villages to get a fire station.
The building to put that truck.
Right, she's right, because
But
have
if you guys
we
are sitting here
done the
saying,
100%?
rip the Band-Aid off of the citizens, why the hell are we not ripping the Band-Aid off the businesses that are creating the growth and charging the 100% impact fees? This, impact fees will help build the fire station in some way or another.
We just did that.
We're leaving-
What did we do?
You raised it 75?
We only went to 75.
Wasn't that your idea?
No, ours was 100.
To go to 100, unfortunately, I didn't have the second.
I provide that information as a caveat. What I pledge to you is every year we look at and we try and find alternative ways. So it would be our intention, if there's a big boom and we need to build 87, we'll try and work something out with the developer. Maybe the developer can do some contributions. We'll be looking for future surtax monies. We will be looking for grant monies. We're always looking for alternative revenue sources, but yeah, I mean, these are the challenges that we have and the things we do, and I only bring it up because I'm confident we can find it and get it accomplished. But it's something that you need to be aware of as a governing body, so that if you try and save $100,000 here without having that piece of the picture in mind and know that, you know, we are going to be scrambling for revenues to be able to do those things, we can exist in a temporary structure for a period of time. But as you know, ultimately we want it, we did it. We did it for longer than we wanted. But ultimately, we want to try and get in a hardened facility where we can remain in the community and serve them. So I bring that up just so you're aware that there's a lot more that goes into, and that's what I talked about, that kind of kick the can down the road. We don't want to get back in that just-in-time budgeting mentality without thinking about all these other pieces.
You know, you got to consider whenever you raise those impact fees, obviously, and we have businesses moving in here, but the reason why a business or a commercial industry moves in, and I had this talk with Frank, is for a few reasons: property values, workforce, and rooftops. So if we don't have the rooftops to bring them in, how do we instigate, or how do we initiate that without it? And one way to do that is through a little bit lower of the impact fee, which makes it a little more feasible for them to come. And I used the Benderson, the Cocoa Plum, the last time. Whenever they came in, I don't think their feasibility studies showed that they wouldn't make money.
Oh, right.
But they really did, and it's one of their top producers. And, you know, so whenever you're looking at rooftops, and we don't have the rooftops to provide, how do we bring that in to build the infrastructure? It's kind of a chicken and the egg thing. You know, and so you got to try to find that balance that, you know, that flows all those in. So just raising it to 100% may actually slow down the commercial growth. May actually do it. I know there's people say, oh, it would not, but you don't really know. We don't have the rooftops for a lot of these things that are wanting to come in, that we actually have some turning away because they say, well, we just don't quite have the rooftops yet. We were blessed with the Hampton Inn. They even said our feasibility studies don't show it, but we believe in the market.
But living here for 30 years.
And we spread their impact fees out, which helped them.
Living here for 30 years, Mayor, always have been the mindset of growth pays for growth. And as you can see from the budget, not just this year's, but in previous years, growth was actually paid for by the backs of the taxpayers because there wasn't the impact fees to be able to pay for some of these things that impact fees could have been used for had they been available.
And definitely during the recession, you have to bring those down. Otherwise, you're not going to have anything.
Well,
go back to the beginning of the city that didn't even have the infrastructure. I mean, come on, we're making up for that.
I'm not going back that far.
in
Yes.
2002, we didn't even have a transportation impact fee. We didn't even have a study. So you're talking about from 2002 to today, there is very minuscule time to increase that on an annual basis to really get to where we need to be. Hence the reason there was 150-something% increase that was proposed in 2010 2010, I think, or 2006. It was astronomical.
The point that I'm trying to make is there was money left on the table that we could have been collecting to help pay for this stuff that the impact fees could have been paid for.
I agree with
Maybe.
Commissioner Hanks. It
Maybe.
could have
It
also
could have.
destroyed us too, because the amount of money that
But
they
we
were
can't look
looking
backwards, we
for
gotta look
was
forwards now.
nuts.
So,
Just to make it very clear here, this rate plan we're recommending only funds the non-medical portion of the operational costs. It is not putting away money for the construction of the station.
right. Does anybody else have anything?
Oh, yeah, the impact fees,
Just when you think.
they don't get stuck at when we had our memorandum of understanding or whatever the heck they want to call it, West Village District. Thank you.
Listed in there for what the rates are.
Okay. All right, I wanted to make sure of that, and then the other thing is that this does not consider the 75% increase. We still have yet to get those numbers back.
The impact fees and all the capital funding is not included in this analysis at all. This is to fund the operational costs and then their contribution for those vehicles and things like that. But the actual capital costs for your stations and things like that, which include funding
Is in-
sources such as your
on the
surtax and
general
impact
fund
fees,
side.
off fund of this.
Right. And yet again, my question to the city manager is the 75% increase for the impact fees accounted for in this particular,
Or is it?
in this thing that we got?
But it's not in the actual numbers.
Okay, all right.
It's in the impacts fee sheets as far as what revenue will come in.
So it is.
Because they haven't come in yet.
They're always estimates, yes.
Yeah.
So it is accounted for at
There's 2 pages
75%.
in there, and now that you have numbered pages, 36 and 37.
These number, these.
Yep, and the new one. You got a new one with
Page 36, 37.
Freaking killing me and trees, my God. They work.
Instead of eating.
Okay, well,
Back
I don't
there,
know where the hell it is. I don't know.
It's got what you had last month before the increase, and then the number for July, though, is actually with the full increase. So it's actually going to end up somewhere in between. I didn't realize that when I put the new numbers in, that those who already had building permits, even though they don't pay it till till it's done, if they pulled the building permit
Think they'd be
before the
around
new
this pulled
impact
out.
fees, they still pay the old impact fees when it's CO'd.
Right.
So it's going to be somewhere in between these two numbers. But the budget has been changed, and it's only the revenue that changed setting on these. It wasn't anything on the expense side, but those 2 pages tell you all the increases.
You showed the June, and then you showed the July, and then you showed the increase. Is that increase for just that 1 month, or is that increase?
No, that's from the numbers you had in June to what you have now.
So the July budget for next year.
Yes, it's for the entire year. Just what you had last month to what
And
you're.
has this, so looking at the special assessment for fire, it's $250,000.
Correct.
Has that $250,000 been spent in the fire rescue's budget? So that is available funds that will be coming in estimates, of course, that will be able to be used in the budget.
That's why I asked in the very beginning to have those numbers.
But it goes into the
Fund balance.
impact fund balance, impact fees fund balance.
All right. Sorry, we're good. We need to move on. We haven't done anything yet. Thank you.
I thought we did.
Oh, nothing was on the schedule today. Well, this.
We don't have a schedule or else we'd be good.
That's why I'm right.
Oh, dear Jesus. Melinda, how do you do it?
She doesn't. Okay.
That's funny.
All right, Commissioner McDowell, you want to start us off with City Commission? We'll work our way, we'll start working our way through. Oh, okay, yep, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Stantek. See you next year.
Miss.
Last year, I think it was during this budget cycle, we had talked about the University Town Center tax was being paid to Ramsey County. You were going to try and get them to pay it to us in a lump, yeah, and it didn't work out. And I guess it was 4 payments.
Paid over 4 years.
Over 4 years. Have we gotten year one's payment yet?
Is accounted for in the amount that we're given as an estimate we'll get for surtax. So it won't come in as a separate check. The amount we get in surtax will just be inflated by the,
Know how much we're getting year to year?
I don't know off the top of my head, no.
Well, that would be a really good figure because the surtax is increasing, but not because of sales in Sarasota County, but because of this additional money created from UTC Mall.
It's increasing for both reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the amount, the UTC that we were supposed to get that we didn't get. If you could please send me that. Thank you. I understand sales tax is going to increase because of the braids. I'm specifically looking for making sure we get our money from UTC.
I think it was about 800,000, wasn't it? And then they were gonna divide it over the 4 years.
Countywide. We should get about 17% of that over 4 years, if I'm remembering the numbers right, but.
Can you send us a memo, please, on that? Thank you. There was a new position that we just allocated, I think it was in June, for planning and zoning. I do not see a SLA in here, and I want to know, is that dollar, that yearly personnel cost, is that factored into this budget?
Right? I thought we were going department to department.
Well, she's asking a couple of general questions.
Okay, so we're talking about planning and zoning now?
It was
I have a
65.
general question. We'll just go department by department.
I'm asking so I know where to look.
It's okay.
It's not in there. That's why I'm asking it. It's a general question that doesn't have an SLA in here.
But it would be nice to get to the
Ladies.
department.
I'm sitting between two women, I'm getting scared.
I'm just,
I'm
you said I
getting
could ask
nervous.
general questions.
Yes,
That's
I told her
all.
she could ask general questions. I just don't want my ears boxed, ladies.
I just want to know where.
I'm just here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck, Chris.
You're on your own, buddy.
Commissioner McDowell, ask your general
I
question,
did,
please.
and it's, forget it, we'll go to the department.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Two of us have already been able to ask general questions. I think you're all right to ask them. Exactly.
Well, then,
And do so.
It's okay.
it's a general question,
All right,
there's
we're moving on.
nowhere.
We're moving on. Just ask the general question, please.
Thank you.
Could you please let me know where it is in the budget for that planning and zoning position that we approved in June?
Yes, page 5 of all the changes that were made has the 65,940 that was added for that position. The SLA wasn't added because the SLA was approved with the budget amendment. So I didn't think I needed to add another one, but I don't really know all the SLA rules yet.
We would have added as an SLA to next year's budget because we'll approve it in
This year.
But did we include the yearly cost for that new position in this budget?
65.
On page 5, on the planning and zoning, the 65,940.
Page 5 of this thing, page 5 of this thing. I found
The
that
new
new
one
one.
is numbered.
And just for the record, all it says here is planning and zoning, a fancy long number, 65,940, and it doesn't tell me a damn thing what it says. So that's why I was asking, what is it for?
That's what drives me nuts. Because it only gives the account reference, no SLA.
No SLA.
You're
no nothing
absolutely
what it
correct
means.
on
I'm
that.
sorry, I have to ask the question.
Okay. And it's
There
on
was-
page 5. I don't see, oh, there it is. I see. 515. What was it for? Do you remember?
An additional planning position.
Okay. I didn't hear it because I was still trying to find the actual department in here.
Commissioner McDowell.
Got it.
There was a memo that was sent out for the acoustics for the Morgan and Mullen Center, and it said a CIP page number. It gave a CIP number, reference number, but I didn't see a new CIP sheet for it. And I'm wondering I know that we probably have to decide what are we going to do, but because there was a CIP sheet referenced, I'm wondering, we probably have to have a conversation about it.
I thought I saw that in the new material.
Yeah, and I may have missed it because I'm just wondering if anybody can enlighten me to where the CIP would be, if there is actually a page, or if we need to create an actual page.
Page 127, I don't think the actual CIP project, I don't believe, changed between now and then. I think the question was somebody wanted to know what the cost was for one versus the other, wanted them cut out or specified for each center. So
there is an actual page
The
for
new,
it.
yeah, the new
Okay,
one.
and this is why I didn't know it, where it would normally have a CIP project number, it says new. So, all right.
Just so I can explain why those say new as opposed to having a project number, because new ones, a lot of times we won't give them a project number until they get approved by the commission, because we have a finite number of project numbers we can use.
In the Mullen Center, I was informed that there are actually acoustic panels that were done, and they're actually in storage over at the Morgan Center. What? That's what I was told, that they just are waiting for somebody to put them up, is what I was told. You know how I am about information, but supposedly they've even seen them.
I don't know who they is, or...
Yeah.
I will have to double check it. Tricia was there. I will have to double check on that. I have not seen these tiles. We have had people go and look. There were some older pieces of equipment but the acoustics there need some assistance, but more than anything, it's really about the sound system that is there as well. There is equipment needed to get to the level where we can have the big events at that location to manage the sound.
And I understand that. I was just saying that somebody says that there are acoustic panels available and already made for the Mullen Center. They just need to be installed.
I will double check on that. This first we're hearing about that.
Manager.
Run away.
I'm not going to throw another citizen under the bus publicly until, the city clerk's van, I know we touched on it a little bit earlier. Where exactly was it repurposed to? I know it said that.
facilities maintenance.
Was it reduced from there?
It just moved money from the one general fund department to the other. I was kind of hoping a non-general fund department
we
would
didn't-
ask for it first.
We didn't save anything then. Well, what the hell's the point?
Well, it's being utilized, I would
It's
assume.
being
Well,
properly
it's in the-
utilized
it's in
instead
the
of sitting
pool,
in the parking
correct?
lot.
It's in,
Pool, I mean, it's
Facilities maintenance.
facility maintenance, but we didn't save any money for the year by doing that.
What we did is, there was actually a Ford Transit Connect van that was requested by facilities maintenance, which was denied by the city manager. He said no to it, so that vehicle was still needed. So then that vehicle, we did get it for facilities maintenance. Facilities maintenance took that vehicle and is utilizing it. That F-150 is now going to be repurposed to engineering, who's having quite a few F-150 issues right now with their older vehicles. Trucks, not cars. So they're, anyway, we're trying to relocate, I've actually this morning, I sent an email to Kim saying, hey, we'd like to repurpose this to engineering. Engineering currently has 3 vehicles that are in excess of over $2,000 of mechanical issues that are on 3 separate F-150s. So they're in need of some trucks, and we're moving them around, trying to get them where they're at. But those trucks of ages that are having issues are anywhere from 06, 07, 05, they're older vehicles.
Wait till you get around to the 15, 16, 17, and 18. I got news for you. Start looking in a different freaking... You think you own stock in Ford? I should, compared to the amount of money I... Thank you.
Give me that back. Give that back to me.
I should own stock in all of the money I put into them.
Commissioner McDowell.
The public records management, I know Commissioner Carrison started the conversation earlier. This had, it's my understanding on this SLA on page 43, is that the balance that's left over from the consultant? 43 on the book?
Who knows?
Oh, the big book?
Wait, the big one.
It's the one next to 42.
It's my understanding we had a $50,000 contract. We used a portion of it. I'm wondering, is this 17,000 the balance? Or is this something totally different? And I know we probably touched on it a little bit during budget, but I just want to double check what this is.
SLA that they were gonna keep them on hand or something throughout the year?
The answer is one has nothing to do with the other.
Okay.
And this is not that we've done next year, continue doing ongoing records management, policy work.
Ongoing records management.
We want to be able to use the consultant. Yep.
Back. Well, we have $15,000 still left in the original.
In the option budget this year, that money.
Fund balance.
So I guess we probably need the city clerk or somebody to answer, why would we need a consultant for public records management that we've already got a report done? Why do we need?
Vice Mayor.
This was
It's for
part
him
of
to come
the.
back and work on, if we pick out specific projects, like say we want to work on the retention for emails, he'll come back and he'll work with the IT department to help them with that project or any other type of project. So he'll just come, I think it's for 8 days for next year, that he can come back and work on individual projects that we have selected for him to help us with.
Okay, thank you. Are we paying this regardless if we're using it, or are we going to be paying it based on an invoice for each time he comes?
Right now. The plan would be if he comes.
Thank you.
Well,
Right now, I got a little bit of doubt with that consultant.
Yeah. So basically, this money is just a placeholder, just in case we ever need his consulting services in the next year for the $17,000.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's a little bit too high.
It can be any consultant, correct? It's not the same one?
It does not have to be.
City Clerk's office, if you go to page 47 on the budget book, this, even though it says it's not recommended, it is actually in the HTE.
How are we? 47?
It was actually, there were two items that I found during the meeting in June that were in there twice in two different accounts. So this is a duplicate entry. It was taken out of the second account too.
Good catch.
So it was deleted from HTE?
Yes.
2006. Something that was there last year or something?
I'm not sure how it got in there twice.
That's all I
Tiny bit
have
before I started.
for the commission and clerk and city attorney, and I have just one in city manager if you want to.
Yep. All right, let's do that one, and then Commissioner Carrasone can hit those four.
If you go to, and it's got a new SLA, but it was on page 61. It's for the city manager intern. And the new SLA with the same number, it says not recommended by city commission. However, the SLA actually has the numbers still in it. I just want to make sure that it's not in the HTE and it's not in the budget.
It has been deleted, yes.
Okay, because all the numbers are still there.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And all of the numbers are still here. So that's why I want to double check.
Yep, but if you look on page 5, it shows that the negative, when you look at all the changes in the.
Again, that page 5 is about as helpful and useful because it doesn't tell me what it's for.
Refers you to the account number that shows where it came out of and the SLA number.
At least
That one has an SLA number.
The account number on it that shows.
Yeah, but these HTE accounts, and I'm gonna support Commissioner McDowell here. you look at those HD account numbers, but you have 15 things within that account number, so now you gotta figure out where this money comes from, and if it differs from the combined amount of money, I'm talking overall, that which part is it that actually got saved, which part got deleted? I mean, I found that repetitively throughout the revised document that was given to us the other day. So that's what my problem was, is this. If you look at
I
this,
wasn't asking for new
Right.
HTTP detail. That is part of the reason why I have to ask the question, because I don't have the new HTTP detail.
Yes.
But if you will just put one more column on there that kind of spelled
I
it
actually
out.
had that column for myself, but I just followed what was done last year. I didn't want to start changing a whole bunch
this
of
is
things.
what was done last year? I don't remember this last year.
And 4 and 5 were intended for summaries of everything, 5 being the general fund, so we.
You get what I mean then, thank you.
But we'll add that.
Then there's the economic development. There's $72,000 that is being slated for the economic development Sarasota County thing. We need to get that. Just pull it off. We have not seen a contract. We have not talked about a contract. They're asking for money to be put into this year's budget, and we have gotten zero since last year, and I'm over it.
Just because it's in the budget doesn't mean we have to spend it, right? Because I do know that there is a contract in the works, and it's held up, not by the EDC, it's held up actually at the county, right? County level.
With the county, all of the municipalities, every time we make a change, it has to go back through everybody. It is scheduled to come to you all in September. My recommendation, because of the provision in the contract of how to, basically the amount of notice you have to give if you want to pull out, there's 2 ways to pull out. One is to give a certain amount of notice. One is to not budget for it. Either way would be considered a termination, if I remember what we talked about last year. I would recommend, on a safety sake, you can leave it in there. In September, if you don't approve the contract or don't want to approve the contract, before you adopt the budget at that point, I would remove it, because that gives you you didn't budget for the money, therefore they can't force you to pay the money. And it's an automatic termination of the contract.
That's what I thought the plan was when you guys talked about it last month, so.
We were told last month that the contract would be coming forthwith as soon as possible. We haven't received it. We haven't talked about it. We haven't done anything with it. And they were supposed to do this a year ago. They were supposed to make this a top priority. It's been 365 days plus, and nothing has been done.
Well, that second part's not quite accurate.
Nothing has been done at this level where it needs to be done.
All right, time to go home. Sorry. Everybody knows who you are. I'm not getting that.
We're
one.
done. Sorry. Dear Lord.
I would suggest we leave it in there until the last minute. Like I said, it's really not, it's the county holding it up, so it's not that the EDC hasn't tried to do their part from what I understand, and everybody knows where I sit right now with that. So, I'm just trying to be fair and equitable to all parties.
Until we have to make a payment based on, come September, when we approve this budget, because we don't have a new contract in front of us, because we have not approved a new contract. That means the old contract is still in play, and we would have to make that payment in September.
We'll make the payment in September. But the contract renews on October 1st, which is why my recommendation earlier was, in September, when you adopt the budget, if you don't have a contract approved then, yank it out of the budget before you get to second reading. Because yes, we're still under the old contract, but when the city doesn't budget money, it's out of the contract.
I would be with you if it was in the EDC's hands, and that's why we hadn't received it, but I know it's not.
We're making the money payment to the county.
Not until February.
But the county is the one who's getting the budget money, and that's in the budget, and
The payment goes to the EDC.
Yeah,
It
it does.
Beneficiary of the contract. The agreement is between the county and the municipalities to fund the EDC.
So I'm for taking it out, but I can tell that I'm short on that.
Today.
Well,
Today.
exactly, today.
Today.
I mean,
Well, it should have been done a year ago, and that's why I'm very adamant about pulling it up
I know,
today.
but we did also
Amen.
give, yeah.
Since I'm the only one who asked for it and nobody else supported it, yeah, we should have.
But then again, we also gave them leeway to come back with a contract, and since it's not in their hands, I just want to be fair and equitable to all parties. And if we don't have it by that time, well then, there we
I
are.
have to state, as long as they're delaying this, when they make the presentation to us, if it's something that we don't like, yeah, pretty much, they're, on the wrong road, by not bringing it to us so that we can at least see some of this, because we are a commission that wants to see the ROI. We want to know, to be accountable to our citizens, what are we getting out of this contract and the money that we're paying? So if they bring it to us too late in the ballgame, too bad, so sad. We're not going to have time to go back and renegotiate.
And
So they need to get on the ball.
City manager, just for the record, I will not have our back against the wall saying you have to sign it today because it has to take effect on this day. There's no
That's what
rushing
I'm
at this
getting
in
at.
And I think
here.
that's what we're all saying
That's what
right
I'm
now.
getting at, yeah.
That's what we're all saying
Because I
right
think we
now.
had this same conversation a month ago and haven't had much action even in a month.
I will tell you, I've expressed that multiple times. I understand. I'm not gonna be the one putting your backs against the wall. If it's not ready, it's not ready. If you don't approve it, you don't approve it. And that's, as, we've actually just, I think it was last week, gave language back to the county again, what we wanted in there. I told you all in June, I'm not bringing you a contract that I don't think you stand even a reasonable chance of approving. The last amendment, which was the 10th version of this contract, was presented to the EDC board, all the municipalities, and as far as for the staff to look at, and it had 0 teeth in it for the performance measures, which has been one of our biggest issues. And you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but my approach was that version basically said a committee would come up with the performance measures at some point in the future. My response to that was something along a snowball's chance of getting approved through this commission. So it didn't bring it to you. I didn't think that would make any sense.
Well, wasn't that exactly what they were arguing against with the PCE? Was that they were going to bring deliverables later, and they said, yeah, that's not good, so they ought to be able to put them forth too.
I haven't asked
Good for
the
the
whole
goose,
time.
good for the
I've
gander.
never once in the negotiations with them said, do I want Northport specific? This is, I want you to do this for Northport, this for Venice. I've kept the deliverables generic. I think that you guys should track all this stuff by municipality so that everybody, I can't imagine why anybody would want the same thing we're asking for.
It's a marketing firm. My marketing firm provides deliverables.
So,
Insights.
like I said, I could have brought you that 10th version. And we could have had a lovely 2-hour conversation of you telling me, why did you bring this to me?
All right, so we had the conversation on the record and the expectations.
Was that the last one, the city manager?
Can I jump on that one?
Yes.
Okay, real quickly. First and foremost, I believe that when you guys discussed it last month, you said that the agreement would come back in September, and unfortunately, it was around the same time that the budget was going to come back as well. Many commissioners had discussed about how it was, last minute, and so that was the last I heard of it, so I wasn't really ready to address it today. But my point is, why can't, because I assume that the payments are working off of last year's contract that I did not agree with. This year, why can't we turn around and do a $6,000 budget adjustment, where we're only going to fund it, say, $6,000, reducing the rate per capita or rate per population on our end? Will that really make a difference until that it's almost like forcing the hand to fix the amount of money they're gonna charge the municipalities that they choose not to. You get what I'm trying to say?
I do, it's
All right.
obviously not funding the entire payment.
Right.
The concern there is, I think it's an all or nothing funding because of the way the contract is.
Okay. All right.
You either pay it or you don't, and your out is either you budgeted for it or you didn't. If you incorrectly budgeted for it, meaning not budgeted $1
Enough.
per resident,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's a termination clause.
Okay.
I think that you either did it or you didn't.
Because I was thinking 1 cent per populace, but would probably equal what we're getting back. So, that's kind of, and then you would turn around and have that negotiation with them and turn around and say, look, this is what we budgeted for, that's what the contract's got to be. But I guess that's not going to work for and then I believe that we have to essentially be a part of this EDC because it's what our tourist development goes through. It's what the county and the state look to as their primary source of economic development initiatives. Isn't that how that works?
There are certain things that if we're not a part of it,
We'll get out of it.
that we won't get out of it.
Okay. That's what I thought, because that's my only concern now. Now, mind you, last year I was ready to, and the year before, I was ready to just strike them, be done, I'm over it. But this year now I'm like, but is there something that they're bringing to the table by being included in those other things that we have to be a part of?
There are certain things
Through that.
that
That's
they have
my
access
concern.
to that, like, we were to have our own EDC, or there was to be some other form of economic development we wanted to do. The EDC of Sarasota County is the county-wide one that has access to certain funding and certain things that if you're not part of it, you don't get. And that's why when we had a conversation up here, whether or not there was going to be a Northport EDC, I stated to you all then that one does not replace the other because one has access to things the other does not. So, no matter how you feel or what you want to do with the EDC of Sarasota County, don't think that you can replace it for certain sources with other groups because one is the only place that gets certain things from the state.
So that, and I'm glad you said that, so can we have those things really, really laid out in a memo at the September meeting as backup so that we can truly look at our pros and cons before defunding or funding?
Yes.
Okay?
One of the wonderful things in hiring Melanie is she's worked there, so she knows all the things that they have access to. Obviously, we hire her for more than that, but that's one of the things she can help inform you all on.
That is why this contract needs to be redone, because we need to be able to have those things stated clearly, what they will be able to do for us for that money. And a lot of that is because of what they can do and nobody else can. So those deliverables need to be demonstrated.
We'll get you something, we'll get it to you before the September meeting, just so you guys have time to see it and digest it.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirsten, we're between city commission and city manager.
I only have 2 other things, and I don't know if Commissioner McDowell's done or...
I think she has one more on city commission she forgot. You want her to do that one first?
Yeah, sure.
The chamber chairs, the funding, I know we had, I'll let you ask.
No, go ahead. Well, I thought of that this morning. Go ahead.
So we had talked at length about the chamber's chairs and the 911 chairs. Can we use the 911, I know we can't use forfeiture funds, that I understand. I think that was determined at last month's meeting. But 911 funds, can we use that for the chairs, for the 911
I wondered
operators?
what you were talking about, literal chairs, okay.
Yes.
Chamber chairs, I'm thinking of the Chamber of Commerce.
Chamber chairs. And then the 911.
Okay, exactly. Now
And then
I'm
there's
on.
the 911 chairs. Correct.
So what you're saying is remove the chair purchase from commission to give to the 911 operators? Okay.
Question is, can we use 911 funds?
First, we're actually already trying to, but the answer is yes, if we can get our hands on the funds.
Okay, so how much longer until you find out the answer definitively?
Probably about 10, 9, 8, 7.
Yes, we
It's
can get
not-
the chairs, but they have to be budgeted first, so we have to ask for them. So what we have working with them right now is they are going to be receiving some newer chairs, and we're going to be taking some of their chairs until this next budget process goes through.
Next budget meeting next year?
Yes. But the.
Getting new chairs is what
Right,
he's saying.
they're already, they've already budgeted, their budget process is already underway. It's too late for us to jump on board now.
Oh, the 911's
911, yes.
operating the financing through 911 funding. Okay, I'm
So
sorry.
the chairs that they're getting rid of are still better than the chairs that we have. So we're gonna do this for a temporary, yeah, a temporary fix.
And this is up in the emergency center that was only used during Hurricane Irma and maybe 2 trainings within the year.
Their communications center up
Okay.
there. But they are working with us. There's a lot of great dialogue going, and it's gonna happen. We're just, gotta just wait another year. But in the meantime, we're gonna be getting their other chairs, which are still a lot better than what we currently have.
So their seat is set for their chairs for this, our budget cycle for this upcoming 1920. They're all okay. That's all I wanted to make sure of. Thank you. And the intern training on the HTE, there's $230. I know $230 is nothing, but we haven't done intern training for the commission. We just pulled the $230 out. Nothing's been done for the past 2 years, just pull the money out.
Where that is?
Page 11.
Page 11.
Page
It
11.
won't be your page 11.
It might be because it seems like it changed somewhere midway, so. I have minor operating and uniforms. What do you got?
There's also 680 for the intern in the
Oh,
40
sorry.
account,
Oh.
4000. Do you want both of them?
Yes, both of them. I didn't see that the separate account. I would like it, but it's not about me. She,
Yes, the 230 and then the 680 back in the other travel account.
Where's the 680?
Page 8.
And that was the what? 680 for the, okay, so we will no longer go forward with a commission intern as we had discussed many, many years ago?
Yeah, that was shot
I mean-
down in the last budget cycle, or the last one that you missed.
But we gave a directive to create an intern program.
No, the intern that was shot down was the city manager intern.
Manager, that was a
talking about
completely
Oh.
different ballgame. This was a child intern that was supposed to be a teenager and possibly part of the youth board, and that's what that money's for.
You're talking about 800, 900
Yeah.
bucks total.
I'm okay with all of it. Just leave it away, leave it there. It's not
Pull
a,
it or leave it?
I'm fine with it, because we don't know if we're gonna go forward with a child intern.
yeah.
Commissioner Lou?
Staying there until we find out what goes on with the kids, right?
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely.
Youth council, yeah.
so I'm in the minority, so we'll keep that one. And that's all I've got. So, thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Carey Simon between,
Okay, I only have
Commissioner
two
Raymond.
things. I didn't even go, because I had hit on everything earlier. I just have one thing, was that whole city clerk thing. I misspoke earlier. I was wondering why, when you said that it was less money, I thought, how is that possible? But then, I said the wrong thing. I think it was supposed to be a senior executive, not just a executive secretary. It was supposed to be senior executive, because the person that sat in the main office was gonna be a senior executive, and then there's that little, what they use now as a storage bin over by where my office is, was supposed to be the executive secretary, because it went in a tier system. So I think we need to look at that as a senior executive position. What would that detail? How does that work? And can we justify it? You know what I mean? And what's the pay range in that as well? What's the effects of that? So can I re-administer that evaluation? It's information purposes.
Be brought back when we discussed it with those guys.
What I was trying to say is that I made the mistake of calling it an executive assistant, and that wasn't the appropriate term. It was supposed to be, that's why when the city manager said it was going to be a pay cut, I said, that doesn't seem right, because I used the wrong word. It was supposed to be senior executive, I wrote it down.
Just want to make sure when he comes back with information, it's going down the right
Going
path.
to be
Right.
looked at and brought back with information on how it should be classified.
Well, but the problem is I don't want us to look at what's being done now so much as what should be done. You get what I mean? I mean, I think that we do a lot of reactive versus proactive. And I think that this commission has proven to be a very active commission, and that was kind of the whole reason of having a senior executive secretary, administrator to the commission, whatever you want to call it. And then they were going to have someone under them as things got even crazier. So
Special delivery.
I'm not saying a word. I'm sure it's something else. Don't worry about it. So I just want to make sure that we keep that.
Have I said these tables are too small?
I
At budget time
hate sitting
anyways?
up here. I
At
hate
least at
sitting up
budget
here.
time?
Not only that, you can't hear anything when you listen to it, by the way, online. You can't. It's ridiculous. Okay, so I just was hoping that we could look at it in a structural sense, that not so much of what's being done now as opposed to.
I felt that's what we had agreed on earlier, was doing an overview for an overhaul.
Yeah, and not only now, but the future. You know, if we get a senior exec in there, and then ultimately, say 5 years down the road, we're gonna need an executive, you know, then we gotta look at that room and say, okay, how are we gonna put that stuff somewhere? You know, it's a pretty, because that's where they were supposed to be. So.
So we had a consensus on that. Just-
There's a difference between the two, which will be decided by what the person does.
But shouldn't it be what you should have them do versus what the person does? You know what I mean?
Hard part is what you should have them do is, it's very judgmental. But if I don't know what you're going to have them do, I can't say what you should or they are doing. I can't say either. And that's where I would, the question is, what is that person going to do? Because we have one senior executive assistant in the city.
Soon to be more than that.
Because one is training the replacement.
You want me to find the SLA? Because it's in here.
Well, I think we're looking at like the scope of the responsibilities and everything on how that's going to work out.
I'm satisfied with the way they handled me as a commissioner. I think the police department does an excellent job. The whole time, actually, I've been here, I've been pleased with how they handled anything for me. So that's what I'm for them having a definite input into how this needs to work.
I just think that we need to not limit it to executive secretary. How about I put it that way? That we need to look at it as a senior exec position as well, and then bring it all back for information purposes.
Go ahead.
But I remember the city manager saying it doesn't matter what you call the position, it depends on what the position is doing to be able to determine what you call it.
Right,
So regard,
we have those already in place. We have what a senior executive and an executive has as their job duties. It's already in place, correct, city manager?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's a matter of what they are, and does that fall in the scope of what we see for now in the
Go ahead,
future?
Commissioner McDowell.
So I thought we were just giving a general overview to evaluate the position as what she is doing and what the city clerk is hoping that she's going to do, regardless of what the title turns out to be. Is that's the way I understood the consensus to be.
I was not trying to make it personal. I was trying to make it as to the position that should be in that office. What was planned, what do we have now, and what should it be? And I guess what I was trying to get at is I don't want to limit it to just the executive.
I think you guys are actually saying the same.
Okay.
And I think we're going to get the right information.
Familiarity of a certain title name that is sticking, and it just needs to be the overview.
All right, so you know what you got to do? All right, can we move on?
All right, now my last is parks. I do have quite a few in parks, so I don't know if they want to get up here or.
Does anybody have anything up to city manager?
Yeah, city manager and.
Well, I thought last two, we went kind of all over the place, so.
No, we actually did the commission through
Vice
city
Mayor had
manager.
some general questions, then we were going department by department, correct? Is what was the guide.
Parks about the acoustics. I didn't
That was
even
a
touch
general
on
question.
that.
That was the very
Okay,
beginning.
so I have about 4 general questions because they're the same damn things.
All right, well, I'm still wanting to do the city commission one.
Right now we're between commission and manager.
No. I don't have anything other than
I only have
parks.
one thing in this book.
That's it.
Because as this came through before, it's on page 31. It's a whopper here. I thought I was gonna be the low baller here, but Vice Mayor had the 230, but I got the 660 here. When I was first elected, I went into my office and noticed a television in there, and I said, what a dinosaur this is. And they had said, no, we're looking at putting in new TVs. I said, well, if you do, let me know. And then apparently it ended up in the budget to where this TV and this monitor is for my office. You had brought your own in. I can get a cheaper TV from Walmart to bring in myself if need be. So I just want this completely yanked out because it is not needed.
Well, I'm supposed to be receiving a new computer. Is that in here also?
If
Comes out
that's
of
on this
IT.
page, then just keep the monitor, because I received the monitor on.
I'm supposed to be getting the computer. In my office, it's supposed to be updated. It's on a 5-year cycle or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's IT.
Yeah, because the way I found out was that this was basically my office, and it's not needed. I mean, if I need a new TV, I'll bring it myself.
All right, to pull it.
Wait,
But
how long until that gets repurchased? How many years? In other words, how many years until it would get replaced? Is that on a replacement
well,
plan?
mine will be replaced when I leave.
Well, yeah, you
I'm-
brought
I'm
your own
taking
in.
my TV
Yeah,
with
I
me.
don't blame you.
So yeah, that one.
I believe
And
the
that's
ones that are-
guaranteed. That's guaranteed November 2020.
I think the ones that are in there are from original construction.
They are.
So I
They
do
are.
not believe there is a
They
plan
are.
to.
Okay, all right. The only reason why I asked that is because if you get a new one now, remember, you may leave in 4 to 8 years.
Yes,
Okay,
I
so
plan
the
on
next person, you're gonna strap the budget with buying a brand-new TV in, let's just say, 4 years, which it's gonna be exponentially more. But then again, maybe it's less,
it'll be
so,
less.
yeah,
Well,
it
the
may be
TV's
less,
not-
so.
And the thing about it
Okay.
is, if it bothers you
Just
that
had
much,
to
I'll
think
leave
about it.
I'll
No, I
leave the damn
didn't.
thing behind.
All right.
No big
So
deal.
All right, no,
scratch
I'm good.
660. Scratch his TV.
Scratch
All
the
right.
$660.
So we're going to scratch the special treatment to Commissioner Emmerich.
Oh,
Thank
dear
you.
Jesus.
I can sleep now. I've been thinking about this since the last budget.
You waited this whole day to.
Missed the dinosaurs going
All right.
Was that all you had?
For that section, yes, sir.
All right. So now we're going to move on to the very next one, which would be finance. Do you have anything in that, Commissioner McDowell? Well, she already did all hers. She did hers up front, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm not done.
Commissioner McDowell?
What the hell is sitting in the-
Did have one, and that's about, I think it was the position. Was it position that they were asking for? Finance assistant on page 80. Oh, forget it, it says not recommended. My bad.
Does anybody else have anything on finance? No?
Did mine.
All right, moving on to MDS. Coming down.
Neighborhood Development Services, there's a couple things.
Oh, shit.
Give me a moment.
I can't breathe.
There's a position for an inspector, and I believe it's in the building department. It says for an inspector. And I'm wondering why another inspector, because there's already 4. When I was looking at the hierarchy, the flow chart thing, it said 4 inspectors, and I'm wondering, why do you need another one?
This is Frank Miles, Director of Neighborhood Development Services. We've asked for an additional plans reviewer / inspector to cover the expected commercial growth that will be occurring within the city of Northport. We're looking at several developments coming online at the West Villages and some of the other commercial areas, so this would cover that additional growth.
Is this the same plans examiner that we just approved last month for the one position?
Planner. Different division.
I'm very hesitant about that, but part of it, because it's in the building department and it's not being funded through the general fund, I'm a little bit more inclined to keep that one. And track it. Moving on to track it.
133.
I know we talked about this at length last time, but I got to thinking. We signed an agreement. We have a contract with that former Superion company, the Superion company. What's the new company's name now?
Central Square.
Okay, so we signed an agreement with Superion. Central Square bought Superion. Why did they not take our contract? Because we have no control when they buy and sell companies left and right. All we have is an agreement. And that agreement is what we had in place.
You are correct. So Central Square being buying out Superion did not change the price. They changed internally the pricing structure of how they were purchasing or selling licenses, user licenses or versus concurrent licenses. So because they made that change and we only had a set amount and we needed to purchase more, that is where that increase came in.
Wasn't that user part of the original contract with Superion?
It is, but we
Okay, so-
only, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm trying to understand if we have the contract that said, hey, you don't have to buy additional users, and then this Central Square purchases Superion and says, hey, too bad, now you have to. Something's wrong with it when you have a contract.
The contract only stated that we had 15 users. So it was very specific on how many we had in the contract. So because we had to purchase additional is why the additional cost came in.
So how many additional are we buying?
We're buying up to 150. There is a proposal in the negotiation that's going on right at the moment to get a set price for 150 users. We do not have 150 users that need the system, but they're offering us at a X price for those 150. So that is a part of the negotiation that we're going back and forth as far as how many users we actually need.
They're going to give you a bulk pricing.
Bulk
Correct.
pricing is the 150.
To allow room for growth.
Correct.
So how many users are you actually going to need?
Currently, at this point, I think it's about 105 or 115, somewhere around there.
Of course, could you explain, because they're named users and not concurrent, that would be the reason why we went from 15 to
Correct.
105? Can you elaborate on that? So
Absolutely. So the original contract was for 15 concurrent users. Concurrent user licenses are for, let's say, 30 people to get on the system at any given time. You only are allowed 15 people on the system. So 15
At one
people
time.
at one time. They can log on. A licensed user or named user is that every person that is to log on the system or have access to the system has to have a license for that particular person. So in the concurrent world, you can have more users than licenses because not everybody will be on the system at one point.
Potentially 2 to 3 times more users
Correct.
on concurrent. So thinking that we had 15 concurrent, maybe in our minds thinking, oh, we probably would have covered, I don't know, somewhere between 40 users around.
50, somewhere
40
in
to
there.
50 users. So I just want you to understand that we didn't go from 15 to 105 and not realize that. Because the way the license is used, allowed us more people on the concurrent. When we went to buy more, because we did identify that we still needed more license for future growth and for, new people coming on, then it was said, well, now we changed to the named user. So.
So what's to prevent? So Superior got bought out by Central Square. So Central Square could be bought out by Company X, and then they change everything, and then here we are again next year because Company X bought out Central Square, and now we have to come back with another $250,000 increase for whatever reason that Company X says that we have to do.
That's a hard question to answer simply because I can't predict the future, unfortunately. And I mean, all we can do is try to write the contract to get with the new 150 users to state this is what's going to cover us for X amount of time and build in if we need over the 150, what that cost looks like in that contract. Unfortunately, that was not in this current one.
Commissioner, if I might, because I agree with Commissioner McDowell, that contract should state that this is a legally binding agreement that will be attached to any and all persons who actually purchase or, okay,
The
so.
problem is the contract states 15 users. Well, there's different types of users, and the contract wasn't clear on whether they're concurrent users or named users.
It wasn't about
So
the
they found a loophole.
purchase, it was about the loophole. Okay, all right. Well, that's a big difference,
So
right?
let's say Company X finds a new loophole and comes back and says, hey, then we're going to constantly, every time they buy and sell this company for this Track It system, we are going to constantly be coming back and forth saying, hey, we need more money. Hey, we need another $500,000. Hey, we need $1 million. Hey, we need $10 million. And we have this system that we still can't use, and it's going to be constantly upgrading as far as.
Possibly. This may be their only loophole, but that's a risk you take.
Yeah, this is.
Loopholes can be found in every.
But if I remember
There is a
correctly,
risk.
Superior was bought out to the company before them, before Track It, because there was another company that Superior, SunGuard, then Superior, and so seriously.
There was no issue when one went from one to the other. The new company has a policy of named users, not concurrent users. Going forward, I can tell you when we do contracts, it will specify one versus the other.
Who reviewed the original contract that didn't specify concurrent user versus actual user?
That was back
No,
in.
not them, I'm talking about our staff to make sure it said it
I
correctly.
was gonna say, Superior was back in freaking Robinson Day. I mean, my God, that was a long time ago.
I don't think any of those people are here anymore.
I don't know what else I can say. I mean, it was a loophole. They found one.
What is it called now? Track It, right?
It's always been the name of the software. The owner of the company
yeah, sorry.
is now Central Square.
Central Square, that's it.
And that's,
Kind of the way it is in the private sector. I mean, you run into those buyouts and everything constantly, and you just try to tighten those contracts with everyone that you go into.
and it's not personal. It's,
Learn,
it's
live and
their
learn.
job to make money, it's our job to save money, and
But-
somewhere we try to find it.
In the same token, I would
It's just-
like
it's
us to
life.
be very, very cautious on long-term contracts when it comes to technology. Because I agree, it changes so often. The users can fluctuate as to what types you need. So I would really caution on, because I know that's something that we did as a prior commission. We did long-term contracts with stuff like, what was that, SunGuard stupid system that we could, and whatever the one that the poor building department was stuck with that they never bought modules for 20 years. Yes. And so, I mean, but they were long-term contracts, and at the time, you know, technology was so new that we really didn't comprehend that we weren't being very smart or cautious to make sure that we had short-term contracts. So I hope that we're looking at things a little bit differently these days, because, I mean, I'm all in on admitting when we make mistakes, and that was a big mistake. It was. But who knew? So.
My last one, I believe, for this is, stupid track it. Page 137, it's about a building mascot. So I know we had already talked about it, and we agreed to keep it in. And I know it's only $5,000, and I know it's in the building fund. So I recognize all of that stuff. But one thing that kind of entered my mind after last round of budget was perception, public perception. We're raising everybody's taxes exponentially, and we're getting a mascot. And I have a problem with the perception part of it, and I really believe that we need to reconsider it and just take out this one line item on this mascot just because of perception. That's all.
Why can't we just retitle it instead of saying mascot, put it as marketing materials?
Because it's a mascot that they're using for educational.
I'm sorry, but reversal
Well,
wise,
you
all
could
you gotta
call it
do is
customer service
retitle it as
education.
customer, anything, I mean, instead of writing mascot, because I do believe that there's an education function to the public on a lot of things.
Well, you do have mascots, if you will, with other city departments. Raindrop
And it is coming out of the building fund that has to be used for these types of
We
things.
plan to use it as an educational.
Yeah.
So you want to keep it or leave it? You're leave it. I'm gonna keep it.
I'm gonna keep it.
So there's your.
Yeah, it's just a perception thing. I understand that it's not affecting the budget, but the commoner doesn't really get that part, so. That's all I have for NDS.
You have anything on NDS, Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes, I do. Real quick, I just sent you all an email. Our friends in this specific department, namely Nicole, let me know that your mobile food vendor is already kicking in.
I just want to go out there and look.
They're right out here.
We have a mobile food vendor out there.
And now you tell me at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, right?
I was going to anyways.
Oh, good for you. Okay.
Oh, look, the room's about to clear out.
So are we finishing NDS and coming back?
I'd let you know that.
I saw one at Philadelphia.
That is awesome.
Buying their license, so maybe they're back today.
Yours on NDS.
Okay, just for clarification, I know we talked about this earlier, and I just want this for my knowledge. It's still in here on page 99 for the neighborhood signage. You had mentioned that Public Works is going to be doing that, so that's no longer going to be part of your budget process, or are you overseeing that? Or
That's my understanding, Commissioner, but we'll work that out because we'll have to coordinate.
Just going forward, I just want to know who's responsible for that, that's
Well,
all.
the issue there is, as the Public Works Director pointed out, these signs are located on the public right-of-way, so it kind of falls in the Public Works. But we'll work together on that.
I had talked to them earlier, and then they were saying, well, now it's coming over to you, now it's going back over to them. So I just wanted clarification, just for knowledge. I'm sorry, but you're the first one that I've come across on this, and I have to bring this up, and it has to do with cell phones, tablets, computers, all those types of replacements. You're one of the bigger departments because you have 3 different departments on it. And I know they're coming out of different funds, but when I was doing my research over the weekend on how the city is looking at the cell phones, the tablets, and the technology, just in those 3 departments, you're looking at spending $25,000 on cell phones, laptops, and computers, mostly cell phones and laptops. The city as a whole has projected $273,000, almost $275,000 just in phones, laptops. One department was at 119, 120, and it's not you, but this is basically for the city manager. I know we have a lot of different programs. We're trying to go paperless and stuff like that, but you know, this just seems like a very heavy burden for toys. You know, I know they're tools, but to me,
To do with the software changeover for laptops and online.
Related.
Here she comes.
Most of it computers.
Yeah.
There are some cell phones, there are some iPads, which are also another version of a computer. But surfaces, laptops, desktop computers, all of those are, you know, they used to be on a 3-year replacement schedule. And then when the recession hit, we dropped them to a 5-year replacement schedule, which I will tell you is pushing the envelope of the lifetime of a computer.
Did I tell you I couldn't hang up my last phone, and I would leave long voicemails to him? And I'd just say, I can't hang it up, man, I just don't know how to hang this thing.
one of my major
Can't even
questions, and this
hear.
is probably under your forte, is I know we have the workers out in the field that use the laptops and stuff like that, but them storing them in a hot truck all day long, doesn't that affect the lifespan on the computers and stuff?
Most of the workers, or field workers that we have are going to iPads. So yes, if we were to leave them in the trucks, but most of them are taking them with us, and especially for NDS, their inspection crew, when they go out, they're typing in their notes and taking them and taking pictures. Same with code enforcement, same with utilities. They have different things that they're doing with those iPads that don't just leave them in the trucks. There are very few laptops that are in the trucks anymore, and I think the only ones are utilities meter readers. Those would be the only ones when they're going around to get the automated meter reads.
Okay, so let me ask you this, and I understand that, that's a percentage of them, but there's also a percentage of the people that are out there mowing all day long. Do they have laptops? Because if they're on a mower, they sure ain't having their laptop on their steering wheel. It's in the truck getting done.
I do not know of any groups that are out there for Public Works or Parks and Recs, thank you, that have those types of devices in the cars.
Okay, because I had heard that that's the way that they do business now, and they do have them. So I'm asking that question.
Yeah, not that I know of, that I do not know of any equipment that is in in a truck. And I don't have it on my list, so that it's listed out to a field worker in a truck.
Right, and that's what I was trying to get at, was like, if the mowers were going out and they had a
crazy.
laptop or whatever, or an iPad, you know, is that the case out in Public Works?
No, but you gotta stop watching me drive, that's all.
Our supervisors have the, like the iPads, laptops, the technicians in the boats, they have laptop, iPads, but none of our mowing crews, just supervisors and, technicians on the
And now I can
boats.
understand.
Yes, sir.
I can understand.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you.
I was gonna ask why do mowers have laptops or any type of computers while they're sitting on a mower? I just.
Well, that's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to get to, Vice Mayor. We're looking at a huge amount of money going out for this technology.
But if they are being assigned that kind of tool, then we need to reevaluate that, because they should be getting, hey, this is where you're mowing today, hey, this is where you're mowing today, hey, this is where you're mowing today, as opposed to being on a laptop, so that they open it up and go, oh, I'm going to be mowing this, close it and leave it in the truck. So I agree with you and your concern on that. So
Right,
thank you.
I mean, and it was just a program that we had at Walmart. When you clocked in, it gave you your daily synopsis right there on the screen. So if that was something we needed to look into, or something that was different than spending all of this money. That's all I had for this department. But you just happen to be the first one. I just needed that clarified from all departments, so.
Anybody else have anything on NDS? If not, Mr. Lear said he is buying the first $100 worth of Uncle Louie's Italian Ice right out front. We're going to take a 15-minute break. And we are now in IT. Commissioner McDowell, do you have anything in IT?
That section, sorry. Oh. There is an infrastructure and telecommunications manager that's being requested at $66,000. I'm sorry, page 167, Mayor.
Yep, I have questions on that one too.
Guys, we really got to cut this budget. And this is one of those that was not recommended last year. They have a couple employees that are missing in that department, including a manager. And I really think we can cut this out and see how it goes for next year. We waited last year, we didn't recommend it. So I'd like to see about getting consensus to remove this from the budget. There's 3 open positions.
City Manager, will you tell us exactly what this is for? And who is this Aaron is replacing right now? Is this position?
No. Right now, our IT, we do not have an IT division manager. This was there's only been one manager in IT for pretty much as long as I've been here that oversees the entire ITs, even while the department has grown significantly. In order to have basically better control, less span of control for one person, we need a second managerial level person. Carrie oversees this department. She's been working very hard with them since we've had the departure of our previous IT manager, so she can probably explain this even better than I can on what they're asking.
Thank you, Ms. Frank.
Yes, I have all my information upstairs. But as we discussed last month, the reason for this position, there was a couple things that have come up. One of the biggest things is span of control. So right now, there's about 13 to 14 staff members to one manager. So what that means is there's been an issue with our projects getting completed on time. We're looking to have that other manager be able to come on in and divide those projects and to be able to work on all of those. So we have over 63 projects right now. Just with management of staff in general, usually the normal span of control is one manager to 6 to 8 people. Again, we have almost double of that, and we're just finding a lot of issues. I'm trying to remember what were some of the other things.
Project management and
Actually, that's a huge aspect, is having a project manager with these software projects.
Yeah, well, it's everything I was talking about last time with the implementation of GovQA, with Laserfish, with Trackit, with all of those large software implementations that are taking years to complete. That was one of the things that I had written up, that if I had another manager, we could see more progress on those.
So the question is, all right, so this manager would cost $66,700, and you would surprise me if you had this. Would you estimate what our projected loss in labor costs and all that, just because these things are taking years to do, or because, we're messing them up or what have you? There has to be I would suspect there's a greater loss in labor costs doing that than there would be just hiring a manager to get them done.
I don't have that cost.
You would have really surprised me. I would suggest
But
a big pay raise.
But there's a lot of factors. I mean, it's not only as far as the cost that's being affected. I mean, things taking years to complete. Of course, what does that look like? That means other work's not getting done timely.
And it's not just subject to that department, because it flows down to other departments
Everything every time we walk into City Hall, we're needing IT. We have over 600 users. We have over 600 devices to maintain. We keep adding that. We have a replacement schedule. We've got alone, I'm just trying to think specifically, I think I had the number exactly for the telecommunications things. Yep, the desk phones, mobile devices. And I think that's pretty much basically what I was mentioning last time. So what I also mentioned, my concern is if we don't get this manager position,
we're going to end up in the same position as we have in the last 13 years where we've had 5 different managers. It can't be done. Aaron's doing it right now. I'm doing it right now. We're barely keeping it afloat. We're getting things done. I'll be stepping away. I'll be going back to the assistant city manager role. We'll have a new IT manager, and no matter who we get in, I don't believe it will be successful running that shop with one manager.
Just because the pressure and stress and.
We can't manage 14 people who are experts in 14 different things. We have a very linear staff structure where there's not support staff for everybody, so we need somebody managing that staff. Can't do that. Can't do, and have 2 managers and split that up, split 14 people up and group them into functional areas. Have somebody over help desk, have somebody over networking, have somebody over client services, have somebody over all the replacement schedule. Then have 2 managers split up all the projects, do the project management, and I think that we're gonna be seeing, a huge difference in efficiency and everything. We keep getting requests every single day. I think you could speak to that too, Vicki, since your time being in IT as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is constantly increasing.
We're constantly busy. So we not only manage 60-plus projects in a year, but we do all the break fix, not only of all the devices, but also of the cell phones, iPads, that kind of thing. So there's a lot to it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was no flow chart for IT in the backup material that we sent for all the other departments.
It was in the city managers, or should have been.
Managers?
Yes. The org chart showed the additional positions and how it would look with the new reporting structure. We had it divided up by both sections. One manager would be over networking and help desk, and the other manager would be over client services and business applications.
To me, you can't have the department manager being project managers. I mean, they're looking at the entire department. You need those other managers to be the project managers.
I didn't know it was in
and to be
city
held
manager.
accountable, so.
I disagree because, 14 employees, we're short-staffed as it is, and I think that is playing a key role in the challenges that the department is facing. Once those 3 positions, one being a very key position because that's the overall manager, and then the other 2, and then Aaron's able to go back to doing what Aaron is best suited for, if that's the plan. I think once it is fully staffed, you would see a marked difference in how that department is running. So, and for those reasons is why I'm saying, no, we need to cut this budget. And this is one of those areas that I think we can cut.
So we have one IT manager that's open, and we have a service desk technician that we're filling right now because that position moved internally over to PD.
What about the audiovisual technician?
That one
That one
is being reclassed.
That's
So
6 months.
It's not vacant because right now we're waiting for approval to get that reclass to become a position.
So what is it being reclassed to?
We would like that to be reclassed to a service desk technician too. So that would be like a lead position over, well, it creates some hierarchy within our help desk so that they could be a lead over the service desk technician one.
And what, if that is reclassed, does that influence the budget then? I mean, is that a higher paying position? Is it coming back to commission for approval? How is that going to work?
So that is I think a higher level position, and it is part of this budget process. So it's included in the budget figures proposed for the 20 budget. So that would have been part of June discussions on approving some of those increases, which include new positions and reclasses. So that part of the numbers that you're looking at today.
So, city manager, would there be an SLA for that reclass because it is a higher position? Yeah.
It's in the HTE.
It's in the HTE.
Right, but
None of
they
the
don't get the
SLAs.
SLAs for the
No,
reclasses.
they didn't.
Not a separate SLA for it, it is included in the HTE though.
And according to the flow chart that I was using, it says 1 information technologies, and you're adding just 1 full-time position. It didn't mention anything about reclassification, and while the HT is very helpful, I'm sorry, I am not as experienced as all of you reading that, so some of it is very Greek to me. So if I don't see an SLA, I don't know that that is changing. And that is one of my frustrations with this budget. And my lack of experience in trying to learn this all very quickly. So I stand by my thing that I think we need to really start cutting this budget to help our citizens. But
I just want to reiterate, I mean, I want to remind the commission that it has been cut 5.5 million from before it came to us. I also want to reiterate that there is labor costs. If it's taking jobs that should take a month or two to do, and it's taking us a year to do it, those labor costs will far exceed the $66,700. And to me, that is being fiscally responsible, spending $66,000 today so that we're not spending $500,000 over the next, 2 years worth of labor costs and affixes. So that's my argument, is to keep it, and that's the reasons why I did. Commissioner Brady?
Yeah, I'm for keeping it also. If I were looking at this opening of that position and then looking at the setup of the department, I'd probably pull back on even putting my resume in and filling out an application because of how it looks. So I think even structuring it better this way would help enhance your applicants for the position.
Commissioner Carusone, you have anything on that? You want to keep it or leave it?
I say keep it. I think I have said it a million times. We constantly save $10 to spend $50 later on, so.
Commissioner Emmerich? Keep it. Consensus.
just before we go on, so I can full circle this learning opportunity that's before us, can you please show me in the HTE on page 30 where it shows the reclassification of the position?
Account where it says other salaries, there's 3 SLAs. One is reclass AV tech to service desk tech 2.
And then it says to reclass network tech to network analyst.
So
I would agree with Vice Mayor that when it comes to budget time, if there is a change in classification, that an SLA come
Yeah.
forward too, instead of just being in the HTE.
it says SLAs in here, no?
Thank you.
So these SLAs just weren't attached to this big book, is that what it is? Okay, because that's probably why I don't usually pay attention that much to that.
Thank you.
The big book, not the HTE.
Yeah, they're not even in here. They're not even in here, even though it says there's an SLA, it's not even in here. I mean, when you only have 4 days to look over a budget, and it takes you every bit of that to go over this and start to go over this, you know, you guys have a lot more time going over these budgets than we do. And I know it's your department, and you're focusing on your department. We have to focus on the whole thing. So as much assistance as you can give us to be able to make the case would be much more helpful to us, especially when there's an SLA, but it's not here. The Garden of Five Senses, the video surveillance of the Garden of Five Senses, can you please tell me, I'm sorry, on page 169 in the big book, can you tell me where the video surveillance is going to be?
That is for the areas that are not covered by the Boundless Playground. So the main park itself, the park picnic area, that kind of, that's where we're putting that surveillance.
Currently under
Yes,
surveillance?
currently we have a PO out there for that to be installed, so we are getting that done this year.
I have to ask, why wasn't the cameras put in when the Boundless Playground was put in? Because I know that was one of our directives, that it had the cameras equipped when the playground was being built. And,
The
you know,
original
electric-
scope was just for the playground, for the Boundless Playground. That was the original scope that we were given.
So what was, I don't understand.
question.
No, she wanted to know what was not being covered over there already. And that was the other properties besides.
The other part,
Sure that there were cameras in place. We made sure that there were cameras in place for the Boundless Playground to make sure that it was a secured place, so in case of vandalism being so far removed from the actual flow of traffic of the Garden of Five Senses.
ones on the Boundless Playground?
No, they're being installed this fiscal year, yes.
So, page 183. So my question on this Wi-Fi thing is, do we currently have Wi-Fi at Butler Park? And do we currently have Wi-Fi at Butler Park?
At Butler Park, no.
No.
At the Morgan Community Center, yes.
So why don't we have Wi-Fi at Butler Park?
We do not have Wi-Fi at any parks. That is currently, yes.
Just made my case. Thank you very much. So we don't need to add it to the aquatic center.
Totally disagree.
We don't have it at any other parks. We don't have it at the splash pad. We don't have it at Water Park.
Yeah.
How is it different? It's a park.
Morgan Center,
It's
and
an
even
aquatic
the Morgan Center itself is so dilapidated in its infrastructure. I mean, you can't even get online, and I know that we've done several presentations there with community functions and such, and you just, it's got either very little bandwidth or something's going on there that you just cannot get on it and flow well when you're trying to rent a facility out. And then if you want to do something that has to do with, say, you want to do music in the park and you want to do Pandora, if you want to do a movie in the park and you want to utilize a Wi-Fi connection, I just think that it'd be smarter to have it on there.
Tricia was there really quick. With the aquatic center, especially the equipment within the filtration building is smart equipment, so that we'll be able to manage that equipment. Whether or not, it's 9 o'clock on a Sunday, we'd be able to be looking at what's happening with the chemicals in the water and manage it. So that site will need that kind of connection. Whether or not it's offered to the public is probably the only difference. However, within our centers, we do offer Wi-Fi to the public, and there are some benefits for that. We do see that the youth use that a lot to contact parents, and there's a lot of communication that happens with that. But again, at the bare minimum, we need to have that there so the equipment can function to the smart capacities.
So how much is it for the bare minimum for the smart equipment?
We would have to go back and get you numbers. That I cannot give you.
I think we should get a consensus
Okay.
first on whether that's even an option, because I think the public should have access as well, my personal opinion.
I'm for keeping it.
I'm for keeping it. Yep, keep it. There's your consensus.
Save the work.
That's all I have for IT, Mike.
Anybody else on IT? Commissioner Carson?
Oh, no.
I know that.
Mr. Emmerich?
I only have the one.
I
I
know.
just had one for
I just
IT,
do
and
it.
I'm gonna revisit something
For good measure.
I know.
from the last
Gotta
time we
find
met.
it.
The fiber install on Pan American.
Which number you want, which page?
161. My question is that a must-need for this year, or can we push that off 1 year?
Sure, we could push it off. We just found that it was a good return on investment to install that infrastructure. And we would be saving money by $10,000 a year by installing that.
Right, but the initial cost was, what, 30,000-ish? So I guess it comes down to feasibility right now. I'm in for waiting a year. That's, if you want to take a consensus.
Yeah,
Question on that?
I'm thinking about that.
I know, I need to ask a question about
Yep,
that
go
in
ahead.
order to determine how I feel about that, because, what's playing a role in my head is that it was utilities that decided not to expand their facility on that particular site, so therefore, it's going to be a very limited access site, and is it even needed, or does this play a role in the social services?
It's social services, facility maintenance, those infrastructures on Pan America.
Okay.
Saves 10,000 a year.
Yes, ma'am.
They keep it in. I had it because social services needs it desperately, and it'll probably save money considering they're paying for boosters and stuff within
Well, its
that.
return on investment will be in 3 years, so there is the return.
Yeah.
That's the way I'm looking at it. It's the ROI is 3 year out, so,
What do you
yeah.
think, Lou?
Yeah, leave it.
Yeah, I'd say leave it, Commissioner McDowell. Doesn't matter. So you have a consensus to leave it.
That was it on IT for me.
Social Services, Commissioner McDowell?
You're welcome.
So in the social services, SLA on page 189, where we asked them to split out the wayfinding sign upgrades, because it included some other operating equipment like water station fill bottle things and stuff. I'd be more inclined to keep the wayfinding signs because that's $500 and not doing the other improvements.
I'll agree.
What
I
other
am confused at what you're
improvements?
saying.
Yeah.
You're talking about that's not the one that's not recommended here?
We originally said not recommended, but then we asked for additional information to split out the wayfinding signs and the other operating equipment to split it out. Because the wayfinding signs was already done for the first floor, but we need to do it for the second floor. Even though it says not recommended, I'd be more inclined to add in the $500 only for the wayfinding signs.
I'm all right with that.
I'll agree with that, yeah. And I will tell you that based on that consensus, it can happen this year for $500. It's just, we can find $500 in this year's budget.
Worry about it.
Are you saying we?
Finance more
Are-
time to try to redo this.
Yeah. Are you-
$500 this year's budget.
Are you saying we hadn't cut enough yet? You can still find just $500 laying around? Oh my gosh. Yeah, tighten up that pencil even more.
$100 worth of Italian ice.
That does lead me to a question of contingency funds. I haven't seen a whole lot of that being, reflected in this year. And I know that every department has a contingency fund, so, well, not every department, you're right.
The general fund
It's
has a $50,000 contingency that is to be commission directed to use.
city manager had one, city clerk had one, city commission had, okay, so they're all gone.
All non-departmental in the general fund, $50,000.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Said we used it for that consultant
Exactly.
to come in for the clerk's office.
Contingency fund, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something, because it used to be spread out.
We did away with that several years ago.
Okay, then I'm good with that.
Yeah, you got your consensus, so you're good.
So you're going to put in wayfinding signage this fiscal year without even worrying about this? Awesome.
Apparently he didn't spend too much money on that Italian ice. He still got more.
I'm sure $500 is much more doable.
I love Italian ice.
That's all.
Yeah, that was way further than I expected. Anybody else on social services? Mr. Enrich? No? Okay, moving on to human resources.
Go back to my plea, now that we are looking at this budget, and seeing if we can reduce, so let me back up. The 10% that we allocated for health insurance, for raises, correct? No, it's just this, 10% was just for health insurance, correct? And that's across the board. And of that 10%, 6% is for, well,
Actual increase or something, and the rest was to help boost the reserves.
and I think the 6.6 was for us as a city absorbing all increases in medical insurance, but we decided to have the employees pick up the dependent part of it.
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that there's a 6% then cost for medical insurance, not 6.6?
Oh, somewhere in that neighborhood, I don't.
So splitting hairs. I would really like to see, instead of the full 4% going into the excess fund, to boost up that reserve for claims that may come in, because we've already got $600,000 in excess. I would like to see if we could revisit it and have the 2% instead of the full 4%. That way then we're budgeting 8% across the board instead of 10.
Can I hear the numbers? What difference that 2% makes?
I can tell you.
I thought that by changing the way the distribution, that it would save us 49,000 in the 810 fund.
What she's talking about is, they budgeted originally 10% for the increase, but it came in less. In order to build that, basically reserve-type fund for usage, to get it to that million whatever, we decided to keep it at the 10% instead of scaling it back.
Okay, but how did it go to 6%? That's.
6% is
There was an increase in our costs of.
insurance premium.
Yeah, our insurance premium was 6 point something percent. I think it was 6.6. That was with the city absorbing 100% of the increase.
Okay.
Not sharing any of it with family coverage. Commission decided to pass on the increase to the dependent care. That equated to.
Correction. It was an 8.2% total increase. If we split it among the employee and the city, it would be a 6.6. So that's passing on the dependent coverage, them to pick up their increase.
Including the passing on the dependent coverage. Thank you for that clarification. So that leaves us 3.4% left. Okay.
So, and rather than have the departments see a savings by that dependent care coverage, the idea was to get that self-insured fund with the reserves that they're supposed to have, boost that to get us closer to where our goal was to be, according to what the dependent, or the consultant presented to you all when we decided to go self-insured. You need, I think it's 120 days of reserves on hand, claims, and we're not quite there. This was designed to help us get there a little quicker. So we didn't reduce the amount of charge of the departments, we just put more into the reserve. And what I understand, Vice Mayor McDowell is requesting that we not put as much of that to the reserves. I know you had said 2% instead of 4%. Now that you know that your starting number is 3.4.
And split it in half and make it 1.75.
That's for you all to decide. I don't know what
If we're
the,
saving 49,000 by having the split of dependent charges.
it was 8.2, dropped
Yeah,
down
it
to.
came 8.2 if
So
we
it was
absorbed it.
$49,000 roughly that we were going to save. That money's not going to actually be saved. It's going to now go into the bucket for reserves, correct? And that equals 3.4%, correct?
Plus the 600,000 we already did last year, right?
Right. But I'm just talking about this year. All right, so.
It's, so 1.6% equates to about $49,000, I think is what we've discovered.
Wait, no. 1.6?
Well, it went from 8.2, which was the city absorbing the whole thing, down to 6.6, and that difference was $49,000.
It's a total of
Okay,
9.
So somewhere around $50,000 would be the savings.
The general fund.
Is that just general fund?
Yeah, I think it was like 90 across all the funds. So we figured it was 45, a little bit more for the general fund.
So round numbers, your split of the 3.4 for the general fund would be about a $45,000 to $50,000 savings.
So do we see a savings or not? Because does the money go back in the bucket or not?
Well, Commissioner McDowell, Vice Mayor, sorry, is recommending that we don't put it back in the bucket, that we reduce the rate.
Whole thing.
We do half of it. So The question is, do you want to have the savings go towards building up the reserves, or do you want to reduce budgets?
We're talking about 95 altogether, right? And then if we do 3.4% in the comp, and back into the bucket, is that the whole 95?
No.
You see what I'm saying? Like, are we subsidizing while we just saved 95,000 by doing the cost share?
The actuary came back and said, you all need to budget 6.6 increase. And that's what that number is. It's not because, it's just saying to be a stable program, a self-funded program. So the city has always, or since I've been here, done about 10% projection. Now that we know the numbers came at 6.6 and you all want to split that, whatever that difference is, we talked initially, I think at the last budget workshops, about just putting that back into the reserves. I don't recall what that is, but to absorb, that 90,000 is absorbing if
the city absorbed
the city's, the increase
full
for employees,
increase,
but we're not
right.
doing that now. So I'm not sure what that other number is, if that makes sense.
Let me, this budget is under the assumption that the city takes on the full boat. That's what was said back in the June meeting.
When it was prepared, it was assumed the city would take on 100% of the increase. And then
Right.
in June, the commission said, no, the increase to the dependent care coverage
will go on to the employee. Right, and that would be the $49,000 savings. Now I'm hearing it may be $95,000.
Well, it's 40 to the general fund.
Right, and 50,000
Yes,
to
and
the
to the other
districts. Okay. So now what I'm hearing is that we plan on taking that 95,000 and putting it into the bucket of reserve funds for the self-insurance program. We're not the whole 95, a portion of it, like, what are we doing?
Anything that we budgeted above the 6.6 would go into that reserve fund.
How much was that 6.6 then?
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I apologize. I was not prepared to speak to insurance right now.
Do you know what number it was?
information that was provided separately at the,
Discuss tomorrow at greater length then?
we can bring it up tomorrow, might be able, we can bring these.
No, you can have some information.
Yeah, because that one's. I agree. I was under the impression that that 49,000 / 95,000 was going to go back into the funds and cut our budget, but it sounds like that's not going to happen, so. I didn't hear that, okay. No, I listened to it very, very diligently in between buffering, but thank you. Smart ass.
Decided Commissioner Carazone was to leave it at the higher amount because we have not gotten that bucket to where you should be to cover self-insurance.
And we were talking about the risk versus reward was more outweighed at that point.
Yep, I heard that, but I guess no numbers, no real true numbers were being put out there.
Tomorrow.
Sounds good. And just to continue, in case we have to have you bring more information, just double checking the raises. Do you know what the CPI increase is going to be that takes effect
4%.
I'm sorry?
0.4%.
4% automatic, everybody gets October 1st.
With the exception of the police and fire union.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And ask me.
Receives that.
They follow our
Oh, really? Okay, so they changed that, okay, cool. So they'll get the 4%?
The 0.4%.
0.4%, and then
10-1, and then a maximum of 4%.
on evaluation date. Okay.
Do you have an idea how many employees or a percentage? So we have, we'll call it 600 employees. Of those 600 employees, what percentage gets 2% or less? What percentage gets 2% to 3% and 3% to 4%?
I don't have that information, but we can
We
certainly.
can see if we can find. Can you pull that quickly?
I'm pretty sure we can gather that information.
To see what percentages that are getting what pay raises. Because I have a feeling where those numbers are going to fall. I'd like to see the actual data, if that's possible, city manager.
If they can pull it out of the system, we can get it. It's a matter of how quickly we can get it. Whether there's a way they can pull it out by tomorrow's meeting, I don't know. They'll have to look in the system. I don't know that portion of the system that well.
Okay. I guess we'll just continue that conversation until tomorrow. I'm finished with HR then.
Anybody else, Commissioner Rivers, you have anything on HR? All right, we'll move on to police. Do you have anything on police, Commissioner McDowell?
They haven't begun to walk this way, come on.
They woke up.
Oh, yeah, they're putting their blankies away.
Let me get to that page.
It's 4 o'clock. Are we going to get to parks? Because I'm just curious.
I doubt it. Oh, wait, no, it's the very next one, so maybe.
Okay.
What's next?
So. We already talked about.
Oh, sorry.
that being resolved. Vehicles. SLA 265. So I was looking at vehicles for the police department using the report that Fleet had provided to us. And I am wondering, please.
Fleet's SLA, I'm sorry. Commissioner Rivera.
2129 is the SLA number. First, before we start the conversation, what is a track vehicle?
A track vehicle is a vehicle that's going to be used for training out on the track, specifically for pursuit and precision immobilizing technique training. And basically what that is, ma'am, is this is a new procedure, a new policy that's going to be implemented to allow our officers to terminate a vehicle pursuit as quickly as possible. And by using a precision immobilizing technique, basically is where they tap the back end of the vehicle and the vehicle spins out. Pit maneuver.
That's what I thought it was, but I wanted to make sure.
Currently, our policy is, we can pursue vehicles, but because of the safety and everything, I want to be able to give the men and women a tool to eliminate that pursuit as quickly as possible. And with doing that technique seems to be the most beneficial.
So help me understand why, and you're going to be using like crash 'em up derby kind of thing for this?
Not necessarily. They're going to have steel enforced rails around the vehicles that will minimize the damage. It's not going to be a smash 'em up derby. Believe it or not, if you do this technique properly, there's either minimal to no damage to the vehicle.
All right. So when I'm reading this, there's 3 vehicles that are going to be replaced. Some are going to be repurposed, some are going to be turned in. So 3 vehicles are going to be purchased to be used as track vehicles.
Repurposed as track vehicles. They're going to be replaced with fully marked because they're currently on the road being utilized now. We're going to replace them with new vehicles, repurpose them as track vehicles to utilize for the training that the chief just explained and pursuit. And EVOC, emergency vehicle operation training as well.
So what would this is a F-150 that's going to be replaced. All 3 of these are going to be F-150s. What do you use the F-150s for?
So currently, this is how we look at is we repurpose within our department as well. So the 3 currently, there's 3 vehicles right now that are Ford Explorers that are marked that have basically it's the same setup as a supervisor's vehicle for our training unit. Our training officers have Explorers that are fit as a supervisor vehicle. We're going to, the 3 vehicles that you're talking about are supervisor Impalas and Tauruses. Those vehicles are going to be repurposed because they're supervisor vehicles to the track. The officers that are in a training unit, those vehicles are going to go to the supervisors because they're perfect for a supervisor vehicle. And we're going to get our training unit, F-150s for the training unit for transporting to and from training facilities for equipment, hauling back and forth because they need the space.
Sticking with those Fords, huh?
So the F-150, the Expedition, and the other F-150 are going to go to supervisor vehicles.
One more time, the cars?
2 F-150s and 1 Expedition.
F-150 are going to officers in the training unit. Expedition is a command vehicle, but those vehicles in the training, again, that are being repurposed to supervisors and the F-150s are going into the training unit for those officers that currently have marked cars that are identical to a supervisor's vehicle right now. So we have some supervisors that have those Tauruses and Impalas that are out there right now. Those cars are going to be repurposed, those cars, small cars, are going to go use for the track, and those cars that are in training are going to go to those supervisors. So we're shuffling the cars.
So why does a supervisor need an F-150 4x4?
Supervisor's not getting an F-150, it's the training officers.
The training officers are gonna get it, so that way they can pull the trailers and load all the gear and stuff. There's a lot of stuff that, a lot of our training, we have to go up to like Hillsborough County and stuff like that, so we have to take a lot
Haul
of trailer
trailers.
equipment to manage our training. So it was an assessment that I made coming in here as the chief, that I saw that the training unit needed a more practical vehicle to haul the equipment around, as opposed to trying to squeeze stuff into these other vehicles, that it just wasn't practical.
So the Expedition is going to be a supervisor vehicle?
A command vehicle, yes.
So why does he need an Expedition? Why can't he get like an Explorer or something?
Cheaper.
Explorers are cheaper than Expeditions.
Oh.
Well, it depends on the outfitting. This is a Tahoe, right?
I believe those have been changed to,
Yeah.
the Expedition, and the Explorer are pretty much the same exact price.
Right.
Is right here. See that again? The Explorer and the Expedition are currently the same price with the new Ford Explorer pricing, 2020s that came out, are equal to a Ford Expedition. But with that, I believe when speaking with the chief, we're looking at the Tahoes now that are actually $2,000 to $2,500 cheaper for that space and for that vehicle size. The outfitting is cheaper because you're not putting in more equipment in those vehicles as well. So it actually ends up being cheaper.
Gas mileage about the same?
They're actually
Same.
not today with the Boost. They're comparable.
No, but I would question maintenance. Chevys are kind of famous for transmission issues, and so, I mean, on a long-term scale of things, have we looked at the maintenance cost? Because as much as I bust chops on Ford Explorers are really the bomb. I mean, that's we got Jeep Cherokees, and just gonna throw that out there.
Historically, we have been putting a little bit more money into the Tahoes, but, I mean, that's a cyclical thing. So next year, it could be the Ford Explorers or the Jeep Cherokee. It just depends on whatever the vehicle is. It's a cyclic event. So right now.
I don't think it's the make and model. You think it's just the cycle of how old that particular car is.
Well, not even just the make. I can tell you for the Chevy Tahoes, we've been replacing a lot of the air conditioning condenser units. That's been a big issue with us lately. But with the Ford Explorers, we've been having
Exhaust, aren't they having an exhaust?
It's been fixed, yeah.
Throttle body?
Well, no, it was more with the tires. They have to maintain the tires, and it's again, each model of vehicle has its own unique issues, if you will. And historically, over the last 3 to 4 years, we have actually done less annual maintenance on the Explorers. But it's within a few $1,000s. It's nothing hugely considered, drastic.
But I'm talking, because I know that I am a longtime Ford owner, so I can talk crap about them all day. But
Keep buying them.
no more, maybe.
We'll see.
We'll see. But my point is that they are notorious for the throttle body, some of the actual electronic issues, what do they call them? You have one in that thing you drive too. No, it's in the engine.
You just can't figure out how to get around town.
It's that
How big it is.
autopilot. Her autopilot just doesn't work.
Particular piece has been replaced repeatedly, and then it took them a while for them to come back and say that there was a recall on it. So do you find that same issue? I mean, when you say that you're fixing things on the Fords, but you're fixing things on the Chevy, but the maintenance is more on the Chevy versus the Ford, like, are you considering those recall items / I gotta fix it 15 times before it actually becomes a recall item? Does that make sense?
We have considered it, and again, the Ford Explorer has typically, lately, has been a less of expense for maintenance goes. We do have a handful, I'm not sure the numbers right now, of Tahoes that we have as well, so,
Fleet provided an analysis
Yeah, we
of
did.
10 2016 Explorers and took 10 2015 Tahoes. And the average cost in repairs for the 10 2016 Explorers was $7,000 a year in repairs of the 10, and of the 10 2015 Tahoes, it was $14,000. Because I think in your analysis too, is parts for Ford are cheaper than Chevy parts. Is what the analysis came back.
Stop making cars, do you think that's gonna reduce the cost in parts, I wonder? You know what I mean? I thought they were gonna stop making cars at some, yeah. Are they still making those things?
There's still police.
we do though, we have.
Mustangs, yeah, but the Fusions, the Ford Fiestas, the Ford Focuses, the Taurus, all those are going out. But they're keeping the Fusion.
That's for a consumer, like the chief said, that's for a consumer. They're seeing that most consumers now want SUV types, and the cars or the sedans are going out of.
But the Fusion's actually been converted to a police Interceptor Crown Vic. It's the new Pursuit. So they're still making the car.
Still think they'll make a
Yeah.
Mustang convertible for you guys.
Municipalities, for instance, New York buys a lot of the Fusions.
Yeah. That's the reason why I have so many tickets, is that damn Fusion, so I would not suggest it. Just saying.
Captain Botte would love us to drive Toyotas, but.
Toyotas?
Toyotas.
Yeah.
Tomatoes.
Limited, listen, Toyotas have a great turnover. They don't lose their value. You barely have to maintain them. You can drive them until they basically drop by rust. I think, my personal opinion, is buy Toyotas. I understand that it's a lot more upfront, but in the long run, you would save the department so much money
They
that.
don't provide police package vehicles, so.
Yeah, but we used to get our police packages from another, we'd take the vehicle, we'd take it somewhere else to do the package part.
Toyotas.
Suspension, engine.
Suspension, yeah.
Collision.
Worked
Yeah.
on that yourself, you're gonna lose all your warranties.
Gotcha.
Commissioner McDowell.
Anyways, I'm done busting up Ford.
There's a vehicle that's being turned in, it's the second one on the sheet that Fleet provided. According to another document that I have, this was supposed to be replaced in 2021. I'm wondering, why are we replacing it sooner than what it's slated to be replaced for?
Are we talking about 72476?
Yes.
That is one that's been since we've had this vehicle historically, before I came, it's had mechanical issues. It's a safety vehicle. That vehicle is not safe, in police's opinion and Fleet's opinion, to be driven by a police officer. The vehicle shuts down in intersections upon turns. There's a suspicious smell in there.
Our officer had gotten lightheaded while driving and pulled off on this vehicle, and yes, so this vehicle has been decommissioned for over a year.
Yeah, it's sitting in, we've got it well documented.
Because of its safety.
Well documented.
Is that the earlier Explorer? Oh, Impala, Chevy
Just
Impala?
depends on what you put in the
Guess who's
tailpipe.
gonna drive?
You.
You.
you can't possibly
Commissioner Dow.
lose any more brain cells, it'd be good for you.
Something like that. Art.
Or, you document it when you go.
Private graduation.
Somebody's gonna find it and think nothing of it, to go in and find it, but, you know, it's been back to the dealer, without looking at the documents, anywhere from 5 to 10 times, and they can't duplicate it, they can't find it, it doesn't happen only when, somebody's in pursuit, tries to turn on an intersection, the car just dies.
There's no like lemon law aspect to that or anything, huh?
Should be.
It meant
Past it, right?
exceeded past, yeah.
Keep it in the gas.
Commissioner McDowell.
No, I wouldn't recommend that, no.
There's a Ford Explorer, the CID number 72942. It was a Chevy Impala. You want to replace it with an Explorer. According to my other document, it shows that this Impala is supposed to be slated for replacement in 2026. Why is this one being replaced 7 years early?
That's a typo.
Yeah. That is a typo on our sheet then for our replacement score sheet, I apologize.
It's the same
For a 10
vehicle
year, It
as-
should not be 10 years, not for police.
That's not a reactive vehicle, that is a proactive vehicle, so that's not a 10-year replacement. It's a 5, that's an error.
Who is using this vehicle that you're getting an Explorer?
Supervisor.
Supervisor has to have an Explorer. Why can't he have like a Ranger or, a vehicle, a car or something? Help me understand why an
Because the
Explorer.
Ranger's not pursuit rated.
Supervisor goes in pursuit?
Yes, absolutely.
Yep, no, it's okay, yeah, yep.
Tahoe, the very next one, you're going to be replacing it for a Tahoe.
Yes, ma'am.
Why a Tahoe? Why not an Explorer?
This vehicle, Tahoes are usually the ideal vehicle for the K-9 because of its size, but this one in particular, this vehicle we've kept as a spare. We've added another, as you know, we added another dog to our unit, but this vehicle being replaced is actually going to be going to one of our officers. You may know him. He's a very big officer named Officer Walker. He's going to need a Tahoe. But ideally, we do have Explorer vehicles for our K-9, and we do have Tahoes, and they're right at the same price. And actually, believe it or not, Commissioner, Tahoes are cheaper right now.
He might
So-
just need a Tahoe for his arms.
So the replacement, Commissioner, is about right now, currently, if I was to get an Explorer right now, if you told me, because I know it's the perception of the Explorer looks a little bit smaller than Tahoe, but right now, the Tahoe is about $2,500 cheaper than the Explorer. And as right now, however, now this is how it always happens. 5 years, these car manufacturers always do a new redesign on the cars. And then, of course, everything doesn't fit in the redesign when you want to take something out of the car because the size change and it doesn't fit. The 2021 Tahoe is up for redesign. So after this year, you're probably going to see the new Chevy Tahoes they're probably going to be up $3,000 more, or more expensive than the Explorer.
Any questions?
Anybody else?
I did while we were on here, and this is just information. When we started out, it was 9 vehicles and we chopped it down. What was the number we chopped it down to? 7, that's what.
The SLA needs to change in that too.
Yeah, we changed the CIDs, but we forgot the 907.
I had it written down, I just wanted to put it back in my book. Thank you, that's all I had.
Okay, moving on to Parks and Rec, thank you. That's what Commissioner Carrison was waiting on, she's not here.
Is this for me? Me. Wanted to see.
No, I appreciate it, thank you. I don't know.
So I am going to say this as delicately and nicely, not.
Walk away now.
I love our Parks and Rec department, and I know that our Parks and Rec department does some really great things for our city. I am starting to become concerned with the amount of events, the events you guys have. I counted 33 events that were taken off of the website, and that didn't count the Rec on Wheels, Game On, Bingalow, Northport Night. And I'm starting to wonder, because this budget seems to be getting bigger and bigger, that we need to start focusing. Focus on what we do well. We really do our special events well. We do an amazing job on our special events, our medium events. We do a fantastic job on them. I would like to see some numbers on the smaller events, even the medium to large events. How many people are participating? How much staff time is put on? How many do we charge for these events? You know, how much do we get for these events that we're putting on? For example, Bingalow, I think it's what, $5?
It depends how many tickets you purchase, so it's based upon how many cards.
Bingalow is based on cards. So let's find something else. What else do we charge? Oh, the Sweetheart Ball and the Grandparents' Day and stuff like that. I went to Grandparents' Day, great event, but only like 20 people were there. And I'm wondering the amount of people that I see in attendance versus how much staff time to put it on, be in attendance, and clean it up. Is there a value? And I don't know that without seeing some of the numbers. But some of these events, I mean, we have a budget here of $1.4 million. And there's other, neighborhood development services isn't even that high. And I really have to start looking at that with a different kind of perspective. And I think it's a bigger conversation we're going to have, but I would really like to see some numbers, City Manager, on the attendance, the costs, how much staff time is put on. Because 30 to 40 events every year, maybe we're starting to spread ourselves a little thin.
Actually, events, it was over 200, wasn't it, in the calendar year?
Well, I'm just going by what I see on their little sheet that's on the website.
So we do have a revenue policy that was done several years ago that categorizes programs and events into different buckets. And this was presented to commission at that time. It's not been updated recently, but there's some things that we do that are free to the public, and that's part of our mission. And then there's some things we do that are break even. That's probably the biggest bucket that we have is our break even programs. And then there's some programs where we're making some profit on them. So we try and make sure that we have a balance of all that. And then the different programs that we do, you know, really the signature events are our biggest expense.
Oh, of course.
They're free to the public, and that has our major expense and our major staff time put into those.
And your major revenue too, I'm sure, because of the sponsorships that are sold at the same time. I don't know.
It could be on some of them, but really our fitness center memberships and our rentals and all the different things that we do all tie into trying to provide a comprehensive park and rec program to the community. And so really our rentals are a big bucket of our revenue, and our fitness center memberships are a big bucket of our revenue.
I would like to see a larger conversation about this also, because 2021, I believe, is when we have $750,000 that's going to have to be added to the expenses of the parks. And so I think there needs to be a cost analysis to the events that you guys do in order to help get us into 2021.
I know the city manager had just sent, while we were on one of the breaks, I think it was the lunch break, where I had asked for how much revenue did we get for the Mullen Center, Morgan Center, not counting the camp part of it, because that's kind of a break even. Camps, is that fair to say camps is break even for what we charge for the
When you add in all of the indirect staff costs. So the program coordinators, the supervisors, yes, it's more of a break even. If you're just talking about the camp counselors, the staff that are with them in the program, no, it would be having some profit. But again, we have that overhead of the program coordinators and the supervisors that have to help put that program on.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see some numbers because I'm concerned with the budget. 2020 with Sarasota County, we're going to have to take over that, which is going to increase this even more. And I don't know if that's going to be this department or if it's facilities. I'm not sure how that's going to break out and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Either way, it's going to be general fund. And we have to, I think, focus. And I love our parks and I love all the things that you guys do. But I just want to make sure that we have the actual participants for it. That fishing tournament is a perfect example where you guys do the kids fishing day, but you charge for the kids fishing day. When we've had private organizations do that and we're successful with a private organization. So we're kind of like duplicating what's already being done in the private sector and we're spending staff time and money, resources, all that kind of stuff on something that's already being done. And so that's kind of where I'm looking at trying to hone in with Parks and Rec to keep Parks and Rec unique and let the private sector do what the private sector does.
So, and we can also provide community needs assessment because that's a lot of what we respond to. Every year we do a community needs assessment, not at the scale that we did with the Parks and Rec master plan, but we do one and want to know what the community is looking for. So a lot of what we offer is what the community is asking us for. The fishing in particular, they were looking for more of a instructional family clinic as opposed to a special event. So that's kind of where that came from when that went to the Kiwanis.
But at the same time that you're doing the community's needs assessment and they're saying, yes, we want some instruction on the fishing, are you telling them that, okay, it's going to cost you $10 or whatever the price tag is? Because if that component is left out of the discussion, they may be thinking it's free. And how many people are going to go to a free event is this big. How many are going to pay for it is this big. And I that's kind of where I'm going with this whole subject. The signature events, about what I came up with just looking through the HTE is about $100,000 for our signature events. Does that seem like a fair number?
Look at it. Yeah, I'd have to look at it really quick.
Just to clarify, the number that we have is just our staffing and our supplies. It does not include Public Works, Police, Fire. So any of these larger festivals that are free to the public have quite a bit of resources needed.
And then we're talking about a ball drop New Year's Eve, and so we need to be talking money for that too.
Are we going to be able to do it for this New Year's Eve, this 1920 New Year's Eve? Because I know when we had originally mentioned it, nobody was really 100% sure it would be able to be done in such a short time, that's all.
We're trying to figure out a way. There are multiple options. Sandy's been working on some different types of New Year's Eve, trying to find out what others do, what are some
Yeah, the Braves were all about it, so
Yes.
they should be big help.
Yeah. I'm not saying that I'm not. I just was wondering if it was able to be, since a month has passed since the initial conversation.
We've been working on it during that month.
Just one other thing I want to make sure you're aware of on the programming and services that we offer. There is a certain expectation with our accreditation that we are offering a broad range of programming and events. So funneling that into one particular
area would not meet what they're looking for from an accredited agency. So I just want you to keep that in mind as we go through that exercise.
We would probably need those parameters when
Yeah.
we look over it at that.
Absolutely.
meeting.
Great word. Going to the
Can I ask
SLA.
one question while we're still on the programming there? With your programming and stuff that goes out into the neighborhoods, and you go out and you play in certain parks and stuff like that, that's, your staff time is regularly scheduled staff time, correct? That's not overtime?
Correct.
So that is part of their normal to go out there and do that. That's all I wanted to know. Doesn't cost anything extra.
Yeah. How many people are you?
Only one that's on call.
Are you talking about staff?
To work on,
Yeah.
yeah.
Citizens.
Oh, it varies greatly. When we went to,
Just want to clarify.
I was thinking people, you were thinking staff, and I'm like, two? Wow, great
They
event.
can't even do double dutch.
participation varies greatly by park. You know, if we get there and the participation is really low, staff will just spend 15 minutes or so and then leave. But we've had over 30, 40 people come, and it's just about an hour long.
So on page 289, this is for the Braves to use their facility for the Freedom Fest that we just had, the New Year's Eve thing, and for the Northport Community Night. That's what my notes show from June. Is that correct?
That was our estimate. That was for three events.
And that is for them to clean up, for them to sell food.
So for example, for the Freedom Festival, they provide the security, they provide ushers, they have a manager on site, they have housekeeping, they have a announcer, and then somebody that's working the audio visual. Those are items that we can't step in and do for them. So that was a $2,000 cost originally and they discounted it to $2,000. The cost of the facility would have been $20,000 to anyone else. That was waived.
Housekeeping, custodian, HV, and what was the other one? I feel like there was something else.
PA, audiovisual, ushers, security, manager.
That was considered one of the events that we get in the contract.
We what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
One of the events that we receive from the contract that we have.
That's where I was going to go with. I don't know why we are paying for these when it was one of those events that was specifically identified in the contract, I thought.
We're allowed to use the space, but to utilize their staff,
Well,
supposed to be free.
why are we utilizing their staff when we have our own volunteer police department for security? We have the Friends of the theater that could have provided ushering. We are any number of civic associations. The custodian could have been handled by our own Publix. Huh?
The agreement states we use their staff for theirs.
Sure does.
But I thought that was for specific, like the inside the stadium.
But $2,000 for all that you said, I think staff would cost more than that.
Absolutely.
We saved 22,000. Exactly. And got it for 2.
No, we paid for that facility, so let's not,
I'm talking about what the normal price would be
Yeah,
as part
I
of the
know.
agreement. It would have been $24,000.
no, but the normal price didn't donate into it, and it's kind of a stickler similar to what we donated to the school board to put that theater in there. You know, we paid over, $4.5 million, and yet now we have to pay to use it. So, you know, I get it at a discounted price, but to say that you have to use our security, and when we have ample security, that's kind of, that irks me. But anyways. I don't remember that, but I'll look in the
Honestly,
contract.
If we're using our own staff, it could be overtime, it could be.
Well, now
this,
that's
that,
true
and
too.
that.
I mean,
There's
you know, it
two
would have to
different
be,
sides of the coin.
no, you're absolutely right.
That's where I was going with this next part of it.
It would have to be, you know, we'd have to look over the cost versus, okay, well.
So this, so you're keeping it at the 5,000 for the 3 signature events? Is that what you're requesting?
We have not, yes, we have not changed that amount. We're still putting together the numbers from Freedom Festival, and we'll review that with city manager, because there were some costs that were unexpected. That may not be there next year, but we need to review all that, and then that number may change.
This 6,000 instead of
We
5.
weren't sure what the cost was when we originally did this.
Should we be upping it by 1,000?
Well, we're reviewing it. It's very possible the answer to that is yes, but we are reviewing because it does depend what all you use. If we don't need the audiovisual person, the cost might be less. You know, we use a lot of features of the stadium for the 4th of July. Ball drop might not have all those features, or one of the other events. So we have to look and evaluate all of what it costs us for the 4th of July before we increase more money there.
So are you guys going to do a Northport night at the Brave Stadium? Is that one of the events?
That's our thought, is to do that.
So are we going to be doing it at Stone Crabs then too?
No. Unless commission directs us to do
So
that.
By doing it at the Brave Stadium, the money that was allocated for the Stone Crabs would automatically go to the Braves, or is this request in addition to what was?
That money was for promotional items, so that would still be in there, no matter, regardless of where we have it, we would still have those items. And then this additional amount was for the services associated with the stadium.
Maybe not here for the community night. How much we pay off the top of my head for the community night at the Stone Crabs, because they have, it's open to the public event. So most of
I
our
was going
costs
to ask, why would you pay them for a community night? Because that's advertisement and they're receiving more. Marketing stuff I can understand, but to pay them?
As I say, I don't think we pay them to utilize the facility, because again, it's open to the public. We pay for the promotional items, we pay for, I don't know if we offset the cost at all for the all-you-can-eat food, but that's just all covered by the admission ticket.
Admission.
I would assume it would be similar with the Braves.
That's the idea.
The only other one I have has to do with the maintenance. I don't know if anybody else wants to, Commissioner Carasone's back, if she wants to talk about Parks and Rec.
I have, what, 1, 2, 3 things? Possibly 4. Wait a minute. First is the CIP acoustics. You had discussed the, there was a memo on the acoustics, and I believe it was one for the Morgan, one for the Mullen, and you had $25,350 for renting a lift in one, $13,370 renting a lift in another, and, you know, over $40,000 we used to own a lift and facility maintenance. Do you remember this? And then, and it was shared in parks. Why wouldn't we look at something like that versus constantly renting? Because I can tell you that I wondered why the back of City Hall, the ceiling back there in the area that everybody sits for lunch wasn't being pressure washed, and that it just seemed like it wasn't being kept up. But now that I know that there is no lift, because that's how they did it, they would utilize the lift to clean up there. Well, that makes complete sense.
Actually, those lifts were rented. We used our
Because they were
bucket truck.
higher.
We used our
Oh,
bucket
okay.
truck on certain areas.
But there was lifts that we used in the
The
gymnasiums.
truck went in the gymnasium. Believe it or not.
The bucket truck.
Yes, we had those big balls out in there. The only thing you had to be careful of, when was the last time you did the flooring in that recently, correct? In, like either one of them. I know the Morgan
Well, the
Center,
Morgan,
wasn't?
you
Wasn't?
can't.
The Morgan Center is coming up.
Put it in the Mullen Center.
Yeah.
Was back in the day. But hadn't those floors been redone recently to where I don't think it was feasible to go ahead and pull the whole big truck in there at the time. So we used those little lifts that you could just move around, and they were like a scissor lift. And that's what we rented.
Well, I guess my point is that, you know, at $50,000 every year, sometimes more every year, we really need to look at this as a CIP investment versus just constantly renting and see what the savings or the, you know, what's the pros and cons to that. That's my opinion. Can we get a consensus on that?
I think it's worth looking into, you know, see what the price of one would be versus how many times we utilize it. Doesn't hurt to check it out.
How often do we rent a lift in the city?
That's what the part of that I was talking about.
Right, exactly.
And I'm not talking about just parks too. I mean, maybe,
Citywide.
yeah, citywide, maybe there's a savings in having a pool lift, like a pool vehicle that can be utilized.
I get it now.
Oh, facility maintenance, where everything else is.
Not 27A.
They'll bring it to us whenever we.
Okay.
I did hear that.
Yes.
All right, so we got consensus?
Julie back there holding.
Yeah, I think we do.
Holy shit, I
Thank
didn't
you.
say that in public.
Okay, next is the, real quick, the aquatic center. Couple of things on that. I noticed that in the backup or the memo that was sent to us, there was a plaque that showed the current commission that had budgeted. I personally believe that the commission of 2009 to 10 should be listed as well because they're the ones who started it. They did the site plan, the engineer work, they did all of the original Kinley Horn information, and so I would love to see us invest on another plaque, a secondary plaque, of course, that would be put somewhere that, you know, that just basically said thanks to the initiation of the 2009 commission, because they're the ones that started it. So.
How do we determine who goes on plaques, city manager?
It's written.
It's by budget.
Yep, we have, it's by whoever budgeted the project.
They
We
budgeted.
have was an ordinance or a resolution that was passed. Whoever originally budgeted the project. Question on this one is the project was budgeted about 2008 or 9, sometime around there. Then the project died and it went away. And the project was reborn. So this is a commission decision of whether you want that original project or you want both to get the plaque.
Well, it's not
What's the
one plaque,
additional
you can have
cost? I
two
mean-
plaques, yeah.
The project, so we don't have a line item for that plaque.
How much is the plaque normal?
Can't be.
$100.
We're not talking $100,000, are we? I mean, it's.
It's not 100 because it's usually a bronze, yeah.
$500.
About $500. 100 times.
Well,
I
yeah.
just think that they should
I don't.
be
If
recognized.
the money was originally budgeted in 2009, then, yeah, they should have a plaque too, I would think. I think we should have the two of them.
Give all the stakeholders, you know, I mean, it doesn't bother me.
I'm just going by the ordinance,
Yeah, I mean.
because technically they did budget for it
Yeah,
first.
I mean, I'm fine with that. It doesn't bother me.
Fine.
I'm fine. Good. All right,
Okay.
there you go.
There you go. All right,
Boom.
next has to do with
Thumbs up
the
and
pool as well. Did we purchase
Before you
the,
move on, just real quick. we need to verify who actually budgeted which commission and stuff like that. If you could double check all of the historical data as to who actually budgeted, so we make sure we get the correct names on there.
2008.
Budget.
But you don't get it on there twice. You only
But I
get
am
one
on there
time.
twice, by the way. Sorry.
And she wants to write above it so she can see your name in lights.
Yeah, no, I have my,
No,
you
we
can
have-
take my name off of all of it because I'm on enough buildings around this city. I got news for you.
One will be the chair, one will be the second also.
Yeah, right? Was I a chair? I was the chair
I don't
then,
know who's the
wasn't
chair,
I?
I'll just go back then.
Hmm.
The chair wasn't there.
Yeah. Okay, anyways, moving on. The Commissioner McDowell, thank you very much for talking about the refund check issue. That drives me nuts. As I had stated before, you had asked about how long does it take to process. Yes, it may take a week to process, but it took us 2 months after we rented to receive a letter that stated we had to come up with a canceled check.
You got a letter? I didn't.
2 months.
I didn't get anything. I didn't even know I had to request it.
So, I'm sorry, but that really needs to be reevaluated.
Finance right now just worked out a new process that will be rolling out soon where staff will be responsible to accept or to take just a copy of the front of the check. We'll keep that on file in a secure manner. That copy of the check will be produced by staff to finance as part of the refund packet. So we just worked that out this week. It will be rolling out soon.
Good, because that's what I discussed the last time, saying that's how they do it in every other government. And so I'm glad we're finally getting with the times. And then, of course, those of us, myself, I've been kind of rolling it over. Thank you to staff that I just keep rolling it over. I'm never going to see it. So what's the point? Because he's never going to go get the canceled check because he works every single day. So I just keep rolling it over as deposits for rentals. But there's other people that may never be able to get or realize that money, and it's sitting there, and it's not fair because it was a deposit. You got paid for it, and then you got the deposit. That's not right. I don't even think it's ethical. So, anyways, that's my bitch on that. The Aquatic Center, did we order dive blocks?
The stands, yes, those are part of the project.
I'm sorry, for the pool.
Yes.
Okay, that was done. And then as far as the the pool fees, because I received a phone call from someone who has children on the swim team at Northport High School who were told the lane fees, and it was determined that they, as a team, a group, could not afford our lane fees in order to utilize the pool. And I guess I was under the impression that we would have some sort of a mutual agreement with the school board, that the school board would pony up some money for these programs, because they're sports programs, and it sounds like the school board has pretty much said to the school itself, no, not our problem, you figure it out, you have your kids' parents pay for I think it was like $3,500. What can we do about that? That's ridiculous. That's unacceptable.
I don't know where the $3,500 came from. But when we did the fee schedule, we put in there the lane fee. And we put one for youth teams and one for adult teams, $8 an hour and $10 an hour. Prior to that, a letter was sent to the school district, I believe, that was asking for them to consider an investment in the construction of the pool in exchange for potentially use of the pool. And at that time, the school district said that they were not interested.
I think that was when we were asking for money to invest in the building of it, not for the use of it, if I remember the direction by the commission.
I know the letter went out, I know they said they weren't interested, and then after that, we talked to the staff and let them know that then would be the fees that would apply unless we came up with a use agreement. So we have been in talks with the principal and the athletic director for a use agreement. They sent a request that was something we could not accommodate. So we responded back and let them know what we could do, because the pool needs to be open to the public. It can't just be exclusive use to the swim team. And so we were trying to come to a happy medium there. We have not gotten a response. This morning, I guess, we got an email, finally.
They are looking over what they would need for us to make an agreement. They'll get back to us, but they've been on summer break, so we have not heard from them in about a month.
So we won't bring that forward until it's at a point where it's going to work operationally. The city manager is okay with it. But it's at this point, it likely won't be in place by the time their season starts.
So that's really what it is that it won't be in place by August because
As far as the school board and the school coming up with who's going to pay for it, that's, I would assume, between the school board and the school. That's, you know.
Well, when we went to school, it was the school board that paid for that pool. So that's why now, not exactly.
And the school has owned it for quite some time. But
Be
yes,
dating us.
that was the school board at the time. But the school boards and schools as a whole used to pay for a lot of things they don't pay for anymore either.
I know, but
As a parent of a child that's very active in sports, you have to do a lot of fundraising as a parent, of an athlete.
I guess that's my argument right there, is that it's $200 for each one of these students to be involved, $250 for each student to be involved with the swim team. Because they have to pay, and they have to find a $50 sponsor, each, 3 of them for each child. And so, it's very difficult here in the city of Northport to do that. And so now you're going to say that it's going to be an additional amount of money to rent it, when it was my impression that the city or the school board was going to at least subsidize some of that rental fee. I mean, they should be working out some sort of agreement, and I guess that's why I was kind of talking about the Performing Arts Center, is that, hey, what can we do for you in the Performing Arts Center, and in return, you'll help your own students out in the swim team. So I guess maybe it's more of a negotiation issue. I'm not sure.
When I had the pools up north with the YMCA, the school is who paid for the programming. Whether they got it from their school board or not, I don't know. The monies that I received for the programming of the swim team came from the school.
So we've looked at other agencies in the area and how they run their swim teams, and most pay a fee to use that facility. So it's not uncommon.
That was part of the making the money back.
That's why I said it's subsidized by the school board. I didn't say that they paid the whole thing.
So that's what we're working on with this agreement, because there were some requests for the meets that they want to do, some exclusive use. They want, there's a bunch of different things that they would like to do besides just using the swim lanes.
And that's kind of what we thought. I mean, that was the whole point of building the pool as it is that they were going to use it for meets, that they were going to use it on a consistent basis. And it's also the reason why I have such heartburn about closing the Y down, because
Some of the requests that we got were they want free use of the pool.
Yeah, I mean,
They want to charge admission to use the pool and keep all of the revenue that they get from the use of our pool.
It's just like,
But I have
That
a
was a
question.
little difficult to swallow.
Yeah.
Earlier on, you said, the pool needs to be open to the public, but I thought in design that where you can cordon off certain areas to where the swim team could practice, and then it still could be open to the public. Is that not the case anymore, or?
What I was referring to is that some of the lap lanes would still be open to the public while the swim team was using it. so that we're not completely, someone comes in and wants to swim laps, there's not a time where that's not available necessarily. We're trying to keep at least some portion of it open to the public during those times.
Right, and that's fine, because I thought we could cohabitate in there with both being served.
It being the extended pool, I would think the swim team could utilize the 25 meter, and then your lap swimmers would be in the other 10 behind the bulkhead.
That's what I thought we had planned too, right there.
Because, I mean, in all honesty, when you got a swim team out there on a pool deck, you pretty much want all those lanes. I mean, so what are you going to do with the rest of it behind the bulkhead?
So you have the diving board, so that also acts as a diving well for recreational and for practice. But we had been looking with the swim team about using maybe 6 lanes and leaving 2 open, or just trying to see how the space would work. The swim team did originally ask for exclusive use during our normal operating hours, thinking that everyone else can go use the recreational amenities, but we had received direction to make sure that we kept the facility open to the public at all times. So we're working through.
Except for meets.
Except for meets. So we are working through some of the requests.
Okay. But my question is, if you're utilizing the 25 meter, and you're having them do the lap swimming in that 25 meter too, what's going on in the other 10 meter?
Absolutely right. So there are the diving boards on the one side, but we will be looking to have that space available for the public based upon what the need ends up being defined from the swim team. So if they only need 4 lanes, then we would keep the other side open for the rest of the public.
Okay. It's the public that I would think go there, and if you got dive, 2 hours for a swim team to practice, you don't dive during that point. You only do laps in that 10, because your cross section is going to be just as good of a lap as your long section. So they can be doing those lap swims there, and you just don't dive for 2 hours.
Absolutely. It's really going to depend upon what the ask is that we can accommodate from the high school, and making sure that we leave the majority available for the public at that point too. So just accommodating the different needs. But we need to really know what they're looking for. I'm sorry?
Did we lose one of the managers?
The aquatic supervisor has resigned her position. Sounds like she's moving back north.
From Nebraska or something like that?
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
The head one?
It's a bummer.
Or the head one, okay. And we're actively seeking another?
We are.
Done with that? So what can we do? We can just ask for an update within the next, by September?
We've been doing bi-weekly updates. It was included, there was a brief section of that included in the bi-weekly memo. Another one is due to you next week. We'll continue to update you within those memos.
The one with all of the change orders?
No, there was a
memo.
Project sent out every other week.
With some pictures to it.
But
Yeah, okay.
Arizona was talking about a swim team is a sport in a school, just like football, baseball, basketball, whatever. And so we are in negotiation with Brandon and some of the others. I mean, because the Imagine School is a high school and junior high also. So, I mean, I think we need to be speaking with them too. I don't know if they want to incorporate swimming into their sports, but it'd be worth an offer.
First come, first served. Whoever wants to jump on board first.
I think in the same token, you have to understand that the swim teams are not as sexy as football, basketball, baseball. No, I get that, and I guess what my point is, it's very difficult for them to get boosters together and to raise funds, and at least in this area, and so I would.
Difficult for anybody to get funding for all sorts of projects. So, if it's swim team, anybody.
Okay, and then, let's see here, I did that. The, increased costs in bus transportation for summer camp programs, and as I remember it, the transportation for the programs being what I assume is field trips and such, the children's parents used to have to pay for that. It was kind of part of if you want to go, you sign up, pay $10. And then that paid for everything that was necessary. So,
It's been included, since I've been here, it's been included in the camp fee.
see, that was not included prior to 2010. So, my question is how do we go back? Because, I mean, how much would it be per person?
It's difficult, though, if you have a summer camp and we're really working the ratios to make sure that we have the right amount of counselors to kids. If you have a summer camp and all of a sudden half of the kids are going, but half are staying, you're gonna have counselor issues at some point based upon the fact that you're probably gonna need one more counselor to be someplace. Now, we can't just pick up a counselor based upon whether or not participation in a particular field trip is high or low. So staffing-wise, that's a very difficult model to go with. But as we mentioned earlier in this discussion, based upon summer camp, even with projected increases, we still do see that there is a bit of there's a bit of revenue generation with summer camp. So, so this is one of those that operationally it would be best to continue to have the cost for the field trips within the cost for summer camp registrations.
And I'm just going to put this on the record. If we are so adamant against supporting things like the nonprofits in our city that do the same thing, but on a regular basis, then I prefer you get rid of summer camp. Get rid of all the camp programs. They can be done by private, as you say, public, private agencies. There you go.
Our summer camps are highly rated by our participants. We are lower cost than most surrounding agencies, but again, it's.
My kids attend, they love it.
I mean, what's the cost? The cost is what? Over a lot of money.
That's like a break even almost.
No, but we're not, again, you know, we're kind of,
It's not costing the taxpayers because
But it is. It is. I
It's
mean,
almost relevant, yeah.
you're not considering the electric, the upkeep, the long-term, I mean,
Well,
you're not
that's what-
considering every single intricate
Which
detail.
most of that stuff is going to be on.
it's going to be on anyways.
Regardless.
I just think what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and if you're going to be adamantly against supporting nonprofits because they're a public entity, or that you don't want to go and compete with private enterprise, then I think then it should be all the way across the board.
I will tell you though, there's a lot of church camps out there that
Yep.
don't cost anything.
Yep.
right? Ours actually cost.
Yep.
No, well, some of them do.
They do.
And, you know, that's an
know.
additional
Heck
cost
yeah.
where ours is kind of included
That's what I was trying to get
in
at.
a lot of that.
Yeah.
You know, so, I don't know, I mean, I like our camp. Of course, that just me saying that though.
I'm just
As
saying.
far as I know,
You know, so-
the city summer camp has been going on since 1995.
No.
They used to have a city
No.
program that was down the Toledo Blade that was run through the city.
Oh, 2000 and, when did we put it together? 2004, I think it was.
It might be different than what.
2004. There was nothing on Toledo Blade.
No, my
Yeah.
son went to the summer camp down at Toledo Blade when it first opened at Toledo Blade. I don't know if it was through the city or it was through the county, but it has been here for that long.
There are a lot of nonprofits out there, and we
Be
actually
on
charge,
Toledo
so there's a lot that we don't even really compete with. Yeah, we don't really compete with most of them, because they're churches and they don't charge.
Hard to plan field trips that are not really You know, we're under $2 an hour for care, if you look at it that way. We're closer to probably $1.50, which is hard to come by for a quality program.
People participate?
Always a waiting list.
135 a week at GMAC and 135 a week at GMAC and 45 a week in the teen center.
About 200 kids.
What's great about it too, Commissioner McDowell, is that you don't have to buy all 10 weeks. I mean, we did, but you can go a week here, and if you buy several, you get a week free and all that, but you can just go like the times you want to. I mean, like, kind of, you know, as long as you're not booked up, you know, you can book 2 weeks. You don't have to book the whole thing.
Boys and Girls Club has.
But I just want to make sure that, you know, when we started this camp, the camp was started in the Mullen Center. When we opened the Morgan Center, it was specifically stated that the Morgan Center was not supposed to be utilized for summer camp because we wanted that secondary place to be open to the public. We did not want it to have the same effect that happened with the Mullen Center, that you could not get in there, you couldn't rent rooms, you couldn't rent the basketball center, you couldn't do anything because summer camp had taken it over. And so now we've spread into the Morgan Center, and I have a concern for that.
But that's really just one group. That's the teen group.
Anybody away because of summer camp?
But that's just the teen group that's over there, right? So it's a lot smaller.
It's just today.
Have Zumba and jazzercise and play basketball and stuff like that.
Table tennis,
yeah.
and hot times
So-
over there. We actually accommodate some of the rentals that would have been at GMAC at the Morgan Center during summer camp time.
If it got to a point where the public was being turned away because of summer camp, I would agree with Commissioner Carazon.
Absolutely.
Well, I would even say if we were taking a heavy loss, you know, we could look at it since we're looking at budget, but it's relatively neutral.
Yeah, you're not going to take a loss because they'll just increase the charge to go in. So I'm not worried about
That's what we're
that.
gonna do about the equality.
I mean, that's what, you know, the private industry does, or shoot, even nonprofit. Well, they usually get grants. Yeah, they get subsidized monies from state and federal funding, but, and donations. But, you know, I would think that you're putting them over at Morgan Center. It's a very low impact right now to the community, but you're still turning people away because of it. And the whole point of us building it was so that it was open to the public.
The camp at the Mullen Center, which is for the younger ages, absolutely has wait lists. That's why we opened the camp at the Morgan Center, to take that older age group out of the Mullen Center, move them there so that we could have more capacity at the Mullen Center.
What I'm telling you is when we built that Morgan Center, is that was never the intent. That Morgan Center and that teen room was supposed to be open year-round so that the teenagers in this community could enjoy it. And guess what? As a teenager who goes in there, and it's during the summertime, and they expect to be able to go in there and sit down and chill out because mom and dad are working, you can't go in there because there's a big old sign that's up there that says, you are not allowed to be in here between the hours of X and Y and the dates of X and Y because we have a camp going on. And that is not the intent of that Morgan Center, ever. You can look back at all the meetings.
Well, I'm for keeping it still.
Absolutely. I'm for keeping it.
Commissioner Lou? I'm next.
I truly am. And to be honest, I didn't know childcare was over there at the Morgan Center, to be honest about it.
But it's for the teenagers to have a safe place to go.
Yeah, it's only the teens that need them.
Right.
Like
And it's
13
the
to 16
teens that
or
are getting
something. It's
kicked
only-
out, just so you know.
There isn't anybody being barred from anywhere right now.
The other teens that aren't paying for camp, yeah. They're barred from it.
They can still go into the, the gym, the fitness center. There's, we have 2 field trips a week, so the kids are not at the center all the time. We've been able to accommodate rentals.
So if I was a teen and I don't go to your teen summer camp at the Morgan Center and I want to go in there and chill and maybe play some basketball with my friends, I can still go in there.
There is a sign up that says you can't.
You can go into the gym, not into the teen lounge.
And the gym is rented.
The gym is frequently open for drop-in.
Thank you.
Someone who has
But they are
kids.
limited, not
And it-
excluded from, but they are
Yeah, but I mean,
limited
this is
to
the real-
certain areas at certain times.
This is the real
That
world.
is
You
safe
don't
to
get
say.
everything all the time.
Right, no, I'm just saying, that's where we're at.
I'm
in
okay with
reality.
that, but if that's not what the intent was, when we put all that money into building that teen center and worked so hard for so many years, yes, it's irking.
Sure.
I'm sorry, it is.
I understand coming from your point of view because
Yeah.
you were there.
It is.
Yeah.
In that, in the same token, you know, we have other sectors that are willing to do it. But
I'm good with it at this point.
Okay. Commissioner Image? Okay. That's what I say.
all right. And then I think I got one final thing, which is on page 83 of the HTE. And that was the operating expenditures that we are going, let's see now, again, I don't know whether these are correct or not, because my HTE is different than everyone else's.
Is it the same
So
as-
I have a page 83.
Is it the same as this one?
It is,
Yep, that one matches.
it actually looks the same.
Nope, it
Oh,
doesn't.
No. Nope, that's different. See, this is crazy. Okay, so I have operating expenditures that we had an actual in 17-18 of $828.
Numbers, not the page number, but what?
Three, I think you have the correct one. It's just the numbers are wrong now. Right? Yours is page 83.
Yeah, mine's 83.
I was actually asking for the account number so that way then I know where you're at.
001 303657231-05.
There you go.
Other
Oh, that's it
professional
here.
services.
Yeah, so that's the same as I got.
Originally 828 that was used in 17-18. Then we had $4,933 that we actually used to this date, correct? And then there's a revision of 11,000,
Adopted.
which got cut by 5 or cut by 6. I'm not even sure. Hold on, I gotta look at yours because mine's a little
No,
different.
I think this is the same. It's
This
the
is the
next
same.
line- The next
Okay.
line shifts.
The $6,000 was for the one-time ADA transition plan, so that is why you see that reduction again.
Okay. And then, so what are we using the 5,000 on? Professional creative services.
So the big difference here is when we reorganized the administration budget that was Parks and Recreation Administration came into this. So they were separated at one point, now they're together. So this is our creative services for our marketing. This is photographer using graphic design.
Outside design services, anything that's above and beyond what our graphic design specialist does.
For 5,000.
That was in the budget before, but it was under administration.
I say pull it. We have Josh, we have, what's her name? We have an entire department here, and the,
No, this is the design services for brochures, for the poinsettia map, those kinds of things.
There's things that are illustrations that are not within the capabilities of our current staff.
I thought that was under printing and binding or something. Okay, where, can someone lead me to the printing and binding portion, because now,
Sure what page that would be for you, but for everybody else, it's the next page. It was page 84 for us.
Oh, okay.
So it's the next page.
Top of 85.
All right, so promotional items are $4,950. That's what I have.
If you go right
Just
above
above-
that, that's the,
Print and marketing at $9,500. Plus an additional $5,000 on the previous side. And I don't even, oh, there it is, it's up there. So the year-to-date on the print marketing, I don't even have that broken down, I just have the total. And so I don't know which one came under which. In other words, if we used 17,000, I don't have the budgeted amount either.
So the print marketing portion is for many things that came over from the city manager's office when we initially brought the communication and outreach quarter, which was Aaron Bryce, into Parks and Rec. So things like the outdoor guide, the birding guide, those kind of pamphlets that we have, those are in here for reprinting or updating the design of them if the information is outdated or needs to be expanded. The holiday guide that we do with all the holiday events citywide and the library event.
All the stuff we've done. All the stuff we've done. And so I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Year-to-date actual is 17,000. 17,000 from 26.4 is probably about 9,000. Now we're asking for a $36,000 increase. And again, I apologize, this may not be correct because for some reason I got a bad juju here. So.
It's not 36,000 increase.
no, it's,
It's a $9,500 increase.
Correct. But 9,000 of it has yet to be used and.
Right, and that'll be, there's a lot of the guides that we wait and we order at the end of the year. We haven't updated them yet. They all say general services, that has to be updated. So we're going to put all those orders out, they just haven't been done yet. Also in this, is this is everything, Northport Community Night, the tablecloths that we use, the flag frames, the.
You're gonna buy new tablecloths every year?
Not every year, no, but sometimes we replace them or we need additional ones. We have, the tribute pamphlet is in here. And then all of our special events, our signature events, any of the printing that we need for those is in here.
Well, I personally believe you can eliminate at least 10 grand from this. And that's not even including getting rid of the summer camp. But I think that one of these printing, marketing amounts can be taken out and utilized in-house, and then I'm sure $1,000 in office equipment could be saved of some sort, so. But I think that is my final other question. I'm done. That's
Guys, this
it.
is our last topic, so if you
That's
have
it.
any more questions, go ahead.
Yeah,
It's our last subject.
Before Parks and Rec goes, I wanted to chat about the parks maintenance real quick. City manager has, this conversation started about what's going to happen next year. It has nothing to do with this budget. But when the county says, hey, we're done, has that conversation started happening with, within our city to maintain the parks?
Short answer is probably no. We are getting through this one. We are, we've identified what we think it will look like between all the conversations we had with the interlocal already. But we're also going to reach out to the county, see where they stand. One of the things, we're going to see whether, when they chose to turn all the parks back over and stated they would be canceling some of those agreements, there was also the thoughts that certain millage or homestead exemptions would kick in that did not. So, I want to see if they're willing to change their mind.
And then also too, the taxes that Northport residents pay to Sarasota County for this service, enters into that too.
Yep.
And as far as thank you for that, because this is something we have to really consider what's going to happen and how it's going to impact us next year. Get that conversation started so that way then we're aware of where things are progressing.
Can I throw something in? Again, it's an ROI. I mean, what the city pays in taxes for that, it's where we want to see that we are getting, our
Correct.
money's worth. I mean, same with the hospital, same with, our EDC agreement. We just want to make sure that the money that this city is paying out is actually being utilized for us.
That's all. Also with the direction that was given about Dallas White Pool, once it closes, based on when DOH says it's going to close, is the county then, hoping that the aquatic center is open, is the county willing then to help supplement the new pool since it's then the community park?
They have stated in the past, no.
Community park that was designated, I'm sorry, regional, thank you for that word. Regional park that was designated that's what Dallas White is. And since that is no longer going to be open, why wouldn't it transfer to the regional park of the aquatic center?
We asked, and their answer was no, they have no intention of funding the new aquatic facility.
It doesn't meet their definition of regional park.
Dallas White did? How is that possible?
No, Dallas White did not. Yeah, that was due to a mutual agreement.
Agreement that
There's a
classified.
three-party agreement as to why they contribute to that.
Gotcha. All right, on page 303 of the budget book, it's the outdoor sports court repairs. Thank you for the pictures. I did go out to a couple of the parks and looked at them. In light of this budget, is there any way we can prioritize which ones need it more than the others? Because some of them didn't really look that bad. Can we do like $15,000 worth of repairs this year and then $15,000 next year?
We did have it phased into 3 phases at $30,000 per phase. We can stretch that out. There's a couple courts that really need attention this year.
I thought they did a good job spreading it out. I believe it's over 3-year time frame. I like the way and the validity of doing that. But again, in my opinion, this is amenity in the parks that our families use. It's that type of stuff I have a heart for.
And I think it just goes to the definition of how bad is bad, and if we could push it out a year on the ones that are not as bad. I know there's some that are very bad that need to be done. I completely agree after seeing the pictures and going there myself. But there are others that are like, really? Maybe those can be.
In the later years though, so it would be a matter of, we would still be looking for the 30,000 to do the initial courts, which are in the worst condition. Could we push out the other years? Yes, probably. But I really think this first year is important to get those done.
So I don't know if there needs to be a consensus to try and push it out or not, Mayor. I'm just.
You want to ask it?
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead and
brought
ask
it
it.
up. Can we push out some of it, and spend just like the 15,000?
I look at it this way, you say there's 2 of them that need to be done drastically. Let's say that it costs 20,000 and you still had 10,000 left over, that could come back for next year. So no, I would keep the 30 in there.
I would
Just to
too.
get these done.
I would too. So that's a consensus to keep it. Is that it, Mr.?
That's all I have.
Anybody else?
Hit the hammer.
We're adjourned. We're adjourned.